Hello everyone, good afternoon. Welcome to the Magic Mates Annual Cup. My name's Miles,
And my name is Adrian.
and we're coming to you live from Bidjigal Land in First Games in Maroubra. Now, the Magic Mates is a Magic community, mostly in Sydney, Australia, and we play limited every week on Monday nights in Ashfield at Chromatic Games. And if you're interested in drafting Magic in paper with real human meat people, you want to do it on Mondays, come down and see us.
Absolutely. We've got a thriving community of drafters, some constructed players as well, but primarily draft, and that is what we are going to be doing today.
Yeah.
So shall we have a look at who's going to be on the table?
Of course, just so you know, this is the best 8 players from the year, duking it out. They've qualified in a bunch of different seasons we've had, and they're here for you today. And we're going to meet those players.
We're going to meet them. We're going to roast.
Now, as long as we haven't been DMCA'd already, this is Mark Dickinson.
The stream is still live, so hopefully we're still all right. And Mark Dickinson is our first drafter to announce for today. I believe the Wilds of Eldraine champion.
Yep. And he's also an incredibly prolific player with Magic Mates. One of the oldest members, the continuing longest playing members in the Cup this year. He's been playing with the mates since 2015.
A stalwart of the group, and as you can see, very high average points by tournament. This guy is winning more than he's losing.
That, which is better than you can say for us in the commentator booth.
No comment.
Our next player is... this is Chris North. He's one of the newest players here. He qualified during the Lost LCI, the Lost Caverns of Ixalan.
Lost Caverns of Ixalan. And a bit of a dark horse snuck through the running to make his way into the final 8 today. And a musician, a drafter.
An amazing player. Also the guy that takes all of my uncommons at the end of the night, so I don't need to bring any more of that cardboard crap home.
That's true. He'll take your draft chaff. He'll take it all. He'll take it home, and we don't know what he does with it.
No, we don't want to know.
But he does something.
And that's Chris. He's a newer Magic mate, but he's made his way straight out of Bread Pod and into Pod 1 as quickly as he can.
Straight out of Bread Pod into Pod 1. Real Magic Mates drafters will know what that means. So, yeah.
And let's see the next player.
He's trying.
It's Alex Colbert.
Sorry, Colbert.
Colbert.
It correctly. Alex Colbert, straight from the French Regency period.
Yeah.
We have someone whose blood is truly royal, as his drafting is.
If you cut him, he bleeds forever. Such is the power of his haemophilia.
Such is the power of his haemophilia. Alex is a similarly exciting new addition, as is Chris North. And he came through in LCI.
Yep.
Apparently a real savant of the blue-red format.
Yeah.
So the blue-red archetype.
He loves that. He loves to be tricksy like a blue player, but also dealing that direct damage.
Dealing that direct damage. LCI was really typified by the tempo you could generate in the format. So who knows if Alex is going to give to us a tempo-heavy deck this draft, but we're excited to see what he
We'll just have to see what bombs he cracks.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, our next player is... Chris Lin from apparently Tokyo Drift. He's an incredible player, the quickest shuffler we have, and a formidable adversary for anyone opposite him on the table.
A formidable shuffler, a formidable player, formidable everything. I've never seen someone move cards as quick as Chris can move them.
And I'm sure in a few years, when we look at the replays, he's cheating somehow when he does it. But we don't know how yet, and he gets away with it.
He gets away with it, and we're going to see if he gets away with a victory today. I'm looking forward to some really calculated lines. He's going to think of every card you could possibly have when he attacks into you.
And spoiler alert, you got no cards in hand.
So whether it works in his favor or against, we're going to find out. But Chris has had a dominant year, and I feel like he might have a dominant day today.
Yeah, let's see how it goes. Our next player is...
If you weren't aware, this is my partner in crime. This is Samuel Ma, a a friend, a compatriot, and another musician, another metal musician. We're really overrepresented for metal musicians today.
A quarter of the pod is like playing genuine metal music on stage to 100%. Actual people.
Yeah, 100%. And we don't know if they're going to play for us today the tune of Draft. Are they going to concoct a song out of their deck that will melt our faces and blow our minds? We don't know.
We can only hope and dream.
We can only hope and dream. And Sam came through during the OTJ season, and it's his second year in a row. And fun statistic: years that he's been eligible for the cup, he's qualified.
That's 100% qualification rate.
So Sam has not yet missed, and has secured a top 8 finish in every season this year. So
how many of the cups has he won?
None.
Oh well, there you go. There you go.
Gotta work on that one, Sam. But very impressive. I am afraid every time I see you in the draft pod that I'm in, because I'm probably going to lose to you, and then I have to record a video with you later this week.
And of course, fresh off the back of a top 8 finish in some Pro Tour RCQ, some shit they did yesterday.
So Sam's on a hot streak. Let's hope he keeps it up. Who's the next player?
This is Damon, the dark demon of the Magic Mates. He's been my bugbear. He's been the opponent I get to play so infrequently because our abilities are so mismatched. But when I do, I'm so afraid. The way that he has a stone face behind those cards, he doesn't show you anything, and he can just win. I could have all spells, he could have all lands, and I think he's still favored.
I would agree. I think the worst part about David Meredith is he's simultaneously the one of the best players but also like just the nicest guys
Exactly.
So when he beats you, like there comes a point where he's like, "Oh, I think you're dead."
Yeah.
And you're like, "Yeah."
I guess I am, but I didn't know I was dead yet.
And so Damon Meredith is going to be smashing people today, but with a smile on his face. And in a strange way, the opponent is also going to have a smile on their face as they're getting completely ruined.
Destroyed by the man.
So who knows what he's going to come up with today, but we're sure there's going to be devastation in his wake. But with a smile.
Yes.
Cupido, no te entiendo, alardeas de ejemplo, de juntar corazones, un experto en conexión. Te fallaron las flechas y de tantas violetas que por ti regala.
As you see, the Bachata Master, also defending champion of the Magic Mates Cup, Johan Burari, one of my earliest friends in Magic Mates, and still one of my friends in Magic Mates.
It's incredible how that happens. But Johan, hot off of a victory, even earlier this year. This has been a bit of a interesting year where we've done this twice in the same year.
It's like a blue moon is 2 full moons in a month. This is a blue Magic Mates Cup where you get 2 Magic Mates Cups in a single year. What a blessed year we've had.
So blessed. And will Johan take it again? He qualified during OTJ. Just look at the amount of points this guy's racking up. Consistent high performer all the time, always on table 1. I'm scared for everyone.
And I remember a long time ago, he said, I'm just going to commit to this. I'm going to win Magic Mates really hard. And then he started bringing in a notebook, and then he started writing down after every match and like knowing every card. And then he's taken home Arena Cups. He's taken home Magic Mates Cups. Maybe he's going to do it back to back.
Maybe some drinking cups.
We hope
every
so.
cup.
Who's next? Well, it's not a middle-aged woman.
No.
Dancing.
But it is Jim Bandis, the removal master. If you have ever had the pleasure or displeasure of playing Jim, you know that he'll pick every piece of removal in the pack and he'll use it against you.
Yeah, you are not going to land a creature on the board against Jim Bandis.
You are not. And with the sort of, Damon Meredith quality, you have a pretty casual time about it, and you're gonna be treated to I think you're dead, and you're like, oh, thanks Jim.
You always feel unprepared against Jim Bandis, even though he's affable, charming, friendly, but just also destroying you without using like an ounce of the brain power that you are using to try and play against.
100%. So as you can see, 350 starts on a Magic Mates Monday, 36 this year, which is almost as many as you can do, I think. So the attendance record is impeccable. 63 undefeated trophies. Jim is going 3-0.
It's crazy. I mean, you can only qualify for the Magic Mates Cup once. But if you could qualify, if you could qualify multiple times, I think there'd be 3 or 4 Jim Bandises in the competition.
We'd have half of the competition would be Jim Bandis today.
And
jump between tables.
That could be the only person who's going to beat him. So this is actually our table makeup today. We're going to be drafting in about a couple of minutes, and we're going to actually be watching Jim's draft because he's the #1 seed into this round. If you look at that circle of players, opposite are going to be playing against each other. So that's our lineup that we have, and I don't know, I think we're just about ready to draft.
Yeah, get strapped in. We've got a very interesting table, very interesting format. I don't know if you've been playing much Duskmourn.
I'm so happy that this is the format for the Magic Mates Cup.
So, very cool format, very interesting draft decisions to be made, very interesting play decisions to be made. We've got one hell of an afternoon racked up for you.
And it's going to be great. If you're there, sit down, relax, crack the dip, crack the chips. Have a great time with us, Magic Mates Cup, and the draft camera should be coming up in a second. It's a great time to acknowledge our sponsors for today.
100%.
We've got Chromatic Games, First Games Maroubra, Josh and Pat's Magic Bazaar, and the Magic Mates. All those groups coming together make a great afternoon of Magic. So thank you to everyone out there. We've also got a full team drafting. Oh, here we go with the first pack. Now there are so many bombs in this set.
Heaps of bombs. Really good uncommons and commons as well. Let's not forget, you can build a highly synergistic deck without the need of bombs to carry you over the finish line. You will be well set up for victory if you just stick to your archetype, build a synergistic deck, maybe splash around a little, and build, a high-quality deck that is going to do some good work.
Splashing also very possible in this deck with the Terramorphic Expanse, the dual lands in common, the dual land in rare. There's lots of ways to splash if that's the way you go, but let's see what Jim cracks in this pack one.
What are we feeling, like an Overlord? What's one of the hotter picks for him to open?
For me, the one that just seems so good is that white room. What is it? The doll.
Oh, the Dollhouse.
The Dollhouse is a psycho card.
It is a psycho card. Me and Sam recently on our YouTube channel, Draft Punks,
not a sponsor.
Not a sponsor. Do have to mention that. We're just leeching off this establishment. We opened it, and it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
It develops so much board presence, so much value for the low price of 2 mana.
2 mana. And this is like one of the first sets where, well, you get genuine 2-for-1s in your cards. Every one of those rooms is a 2-for-1.
It's a 2-for-1. You could argue, okay, well, maybe they're a little overcosted sometimes, but still, that's 2 cards on 1 card, and you get both of them. So
Those
what's not to love?
those choices aren't you. If the best choice you have to make is a choice you don't have to make.
That's
when
it.
you can play it early, play it late, develop, and there are great interactions. Like the one I also like is a derelict graveyard plus a raid, like the one that whenever a card leaves your graveyard, you get a 2/2,
100%,
and then
yeah, that one's really strong.
the other side is pull a thing out of your card. So those cards are really good. I love the rooms as a mechanic, and I think it adds so much depth to this.
As do I. And I think we're opening up and we're going to find out exactly what Jim is going to be starting to draft. I'm excited. Jim's going to be excited. What have we got? We got to count the cards first.
I think I saw a threats around every corner foil. Was that?
Ooh.
Oh my god, my image recognition.
Threats around every corner foil.
Off the scale. Great card for the manifest, but not first pick. You don't pick that
first pick. Ooh, what have we got here?
That's
the Roller Crusher ride.
What is that one?
That is the big red enchantment that I think deals damage based on the X you pay. It's a mythic. I haven't played with it a lot. We've got some...
Glassworks is good. Room there.
Good. I wouldn't be surprised if Jim can't help himself and take the removal spell. But the Roller Crusher ride, very strong card.
Legend. Yeah, the rest of the pack, that one black sacker thing, exile a creature, the green cryptid investigator, really good for the manifest. Wouldn't do that first pick. The Glassworks is another good first pick. And the threats around every corner, it ramps you whenever a manifest appears. So, but I just don't think you want to take that first. The Land Cycler, White Land Cycler is there too.
And he's taking the Roller Crusher. He's taking it. So, big mythic start for Jim.
Mm-hmm.
In red, lots of removal in red. Jim is going to be at home.
Yeah, red-black. Traditionally, white-black drafter, but here we are in red-black. And there's another threats.
Okay. Little less heavy on the red in this pack so far. That's Disturbing Mirth, good white removal and trapped in the screen.
The Black Land Cycler really good. The Fear of Isolation
Isolation is strong.
And that white.
The white 1-drop. Curious something.
Curious add counters for enchantments.
Eerie trigger, put a +1/+1 counter on anything. Good strong card, really strong early play. More suited to maybe the white-blue, Esper-y kind of decks, but strong nonetheless.
Pulling out that
Vicious to his lane, though. Vicious Clown is a very aggressive card.
Yeah.
Get really big out of control at a moment's notice.
It's interesting he's going for Vicious Clown and not for the red-black enchantment that we just saw there.
I think he's trying to stay in red, trying to keep his options open. Don't want to commit to a second color yet. I would have had a hard time not picking the Trapped in the Swamp because it's so good.
So good.
We see a red room. I believe this is the ticket office.
Yeah, Tunnel of something ticket office.
And not many other red cards in the pack, which may be sending the signal to Jim that red may be off the menu. We're seeing lots of green. We're seeing a bit of blue. Lots of black.
That black enchantment is a really good removal.
But early in the pick order, this just may be how the pack's coming out.
Yeah.
So, really hard to say. Is Jim going to stick to his guns? Is he going to pick the red card? Oh, okay. We've pulled out a white card.
Yeah, he's hot.
Interesting to see.
Looks like
not familiar with it. I believe it's a combat trick.
Unwanted remake.
Oh, no, it's a removal spell.
What a surprise.
It's a removal spell that makes them manifest. So you kill a big thing, theoretically.
And they get a little
thing.
They
manifest dread. And I've heard people say it's not that great because you want your removal spell to just remove
a thing.
Especially in an aggressive deck. You don't want to replace their blocker with another blocker. Okay, here's the grand entryway. Very nice white room.
Sad that you didn't get that 1-drop white with that. That's 1-drop, 2-drop into that. Plus, this Survivor's good at making glimmers and drawing you cards.
Yes. I have a feeling Jim might be getting pushed into white here.
100%.
And, you know, there's another red card. Not the most impactful red card,
See how he pauses on that red? He's hoping he's clutching at straws.
But one of the better land cyclers in the green one.
The green land cyclers. But he's nowhere near green right now.
He's nowhere near green, but I have a feeling he's going to take the what is it? The ballroom? The grand ballroom?
The grand entryway or something?
The grand entryway and the opulent... Oh!
He took the Survivor. The glimmer, the Survivor that makes a glimmer at the
Oh.
if it's still tapped it, and if you've already got a glimmer, you draw a card.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
As you can
okay, so we're heading to white.
Yeah,
It
it looks like we're going to White Town.
Okay,
Almec
couple
Leech.
black cards.
What is that?
That's another unwanted
Vagabond
remake. We've got the bat. So green and black is still coming around. Another red card. It's the kind of red card that you see and you're not sure if this is, everyone else at the table telling you that red is off the menu, or there's just no red cards.
The red cards haven't been back. That's what you get in these. You can't tell sometimes.
100%.
What are we up to? We're up to pick 5 now, right?
I believe this is pick 4 or 5. And we've pulled the red card to the front, which is the big 5 damage spell. So we've never seen a piece of removal that Jim wouldn't pick.
It's been everything removal except for that survivor.
Yes, except for the survivor in the first card. I think the roller crusher ride does
remove as well
as some sort of removal. We've got some fixing. We've got exercise, decent removal spell there. Of course, he pulls it to the front.
Yep.
Soul Rage are decent in the rooms deck, but I have a feeling that's not what he's going for. Neither attack in the rooms. I wouldn't be surprised if Jim takes the exercise here.
Yeah. He's not happy with this pack. There we go.
So Jim's tried to start strong in red, has been moved over to white. I think he's kicking himself not picking the trapped in the screen earlier.
Yes.
But
that was a big change.
Big change. So took the Vicious Clown off of over the trapped in the screen pack, pick 2. So what do we got here? Okay, well, fine red spell, 5-drop, sack something, deal 2.
The Cult Healer, the Eerie Lifelinker, 3/3 for 3. I was talking with Jim earlier. He's like, a lot of 3/3s for 3 floating around in this set.
Wouldn't be surprised if that's the pick. Or the foil full up basic if he's feeling about taking something fancy home today. I would be very surprised if he takes the red card here. I think this enduring commitment to the red could hurt him.
There we go.
Okay.
The healer is it. 3/3 lifelink. You get enough eerie triggers on that. You can last into the longer game.
You can. It attacks really well. It can win you the race really easily just by giving you that extra bit of life. And so here we've got the 4-drop. What is it? It's. I've never played this card because every time I look at it, it's terrible. But here comes a clown and
another clown.
I think once again green wide open.
And
doesn't pick the clown.
Doesn't pick the clown. Pick the other.
The land
chain. Yes, sack a land, draw a card.
Sack a land, draw a card. Which I haven't rated this card particularly highly, but maybe
I think it's something that pops out normally later in the format when people get a lot more comfortable and then they're ready to start sacking their lands. When the aggression teeters off and the control picks up.
This may be the wheel.
No, I don't remember. Oh, maybe.
Maybe I can't quite tell.
I don't remember.
But decent white options here. The land cycle is always a good pickup, and I think the white land cycler this time just a big fat flying body, and you're always happy to play it.
And you get a land. Either you get a land or you get a big fatty in the sky.
Yep, fixes you early or wins you the game. What more could you want? Okay, so we've reached the unfortunate point where you're picking cards that are not in your colors, but picks up a land cycler.
Land cycler. Plus could be good because with Jim's picks, his first one of the Rakdos red-black, he's away from that archetype right now, but getting that black fixing could allow him to play it with that black land cycler. But there's been mostly red and white cards in between.
I wouldn't be surprised if he just sort of like picks up a couple of green cards now as the green really flows to him. Maybe if we see a really nice green card opened in the next pack or two, maybe he moves over. But we've got the green land cycler, so we have green, white, and
red, and black, splash black,
and black. But we've got the black, white, and green land cyclers.
You also passed the full art basic, which I don't know, I don't like.
I would keep the full art basic every time, and I know Sam would as well. So who knows what is going around the table right now? But we've got Jim off to what looks like a red-white start.
Yeah, I don't think he's happy with this pack.
I agree. I think there were the Roller Crusher ride is obviously great.
Yes.
I believe it's the Delirium and something to do with the X you paid for it.
Yes.
Like Mythic, I have never played with it. I haven't played against it. But those who are out there watching, do look it up. I think this card is really strong, but the rest of the red a little weak.
It looked like second or third tier red Jim was picking up and constantly pulling above.
But the white's not bad.
Yeah.
So we've got an interesting draft ahead of us. Couple of black cards, a couple of green cards. The black and green cards, not terrible.
No.
I think his green is actually gives him a good avenue into maybe moving into green should he open some green hotness.
Yes. And he's really laid the foundation of like a medium mediocre first pack with the option to turn it into a great pack 2.
100%. I think if Jim wants to stay in red, he's going to really have to either aggressively draft it now, because if it was just luck of the draw, no red was flying, bad luck. But if it was being cut to his right, then now...
This is his only opportunity to fill the red part of his deck.
Really fill it out. So, okay, well, we've got the goats, we've got a murder. Not a lot of red in the pack to start with. Okay, we got the red-green uncommon. The Razorkin is very strong, and so is the Fear of Abduction. And in our rare, we have Duskmoun, which is not the best rare. I think he's got a good red and a good white.
Yeah, this will be the make or break point, whether it's going to be hard red or hard white.
I agree, because these cards kind of want to do different things. The white card sort of like trying to stabilize, you're removing one of their things to get it off the board, you're maybe flickering one of your things, you know, once they remove the fear, so you could maybe get some more value off of it. But the Razorkin...
What does this do? It's just a 4/4 haste. When you attack, create the gremlins?
Yeah, and not just any other creature. When you attack.
Wow, he took the Fear of Abduction.
Okay, so he likes his chances in white.
That makes sense, because he was getting more, like, when we're talking the tiers of white he was getting, it's not top tier, but he was getting mid tier as opposed to low tier white in that pack.
Agreed. So
Ethereal Armor.
Pyroclasm, good. And being a removal spell, we know why Jim picked the Fear of Abduction, because it moves something. So here we have, I think, a decent couple of red cards. I don't think Jim's picking Ethereal Armor today.
Yeah, it's a great card, but I feel like Jim is more of a remove your stuff rather than a build my stuff up player.
I agree, but he's really considering it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if at the end of this he picks the Pyroclasm. I think it's the best red card in the pack.
That's 2 damage to everything.
Oh, there we have the Roller Crusher, right? So now we can see what Jim is building.
So it's not a Rakdos card at all.
No.
It's just straight red. I'm dumb. Hello, world. I'm dumb.
In for the Ethereal Armor. Okay, so Jim is trying to put some enchantments on the board and build up a threat.
Because you don't need the more enchantments you have, Ethereal Armor, great. But with like even a medium number of enchantments, Ethereal Armor is a great card to have.
Yeah, you will make a big first striking threat, and that is going to be hard for your opponent to deal with. They can't just kill it right there.
I forgot about the first strike. It's even better than I thought.
It's even better than you thought. I would not be surprised if Jim just slams the Scorching Dragonfire here.
Yeah.
I think it's really good. It's close second is the Unnerving Twins, but Scorching Dragonfire...
oh, but nowhere to run.
He's pulled it to the front. He's considering it. It is very strong. Good piece of removal, but the Dragonfire
wins.
Colors.
It's an instant.
It exiles.
Exiles. That's the big part. In a set where Delirium matters so much, Exile is incredibly relevant.
100%. And you will never thank yourself more for having that card in your deck when the opponent plays the Unstoppable Slasher, and you just get to kill it.
You popped. Yeah.
That's great.
Unstoppable Slasher is a beating of a card.
It is.
I hate that
by
card.
name, by nature, unstoppable. And it will slash you. So here we have another pack, another lot of black coming through now.
Yeah.
But 2 red rooms, the white reanimation spell.
And the Shroud Stomper. Jim's a long way from the Shroud Stomper.
He's a long way away from the Shroud Stomper. I believe this is the uncommon red room. Can't quite remember.
Painted Studio.
I think it's the one that is like pumping things in combat, like +1/+0 and first strike or something. There we go. Oh no, this is the exile.
Exile 2 cards.
Oh, and then it's the attacking creatures get +1/+0.
Yep.
So wow, picks the Shroud Stomper. He's in it. He's in for it.
Cooking. He's ratatouilleing this draft.
This is wow. Jim wants to cook on the Shroud Stomper above what I think is a very decent couple of red cards.
Would that have been a hate pick?
Oh,
I hope.
wow. I don't know. Because now I see Jim pausing at the big black reanimation.
Yes.
But then again, Arabella's in his colors and is really, really strong.
Plus he's got that vicious clown. Hoping to pick up one of those 4-drop make 3 gremlins, haste lifelink.
Yeah. So
And
there's the Vile Marauder, the guy where you sack a creature to cast it, so you really try and reanimate it. But picks Arabella. I agree.
Good pick.
But really interesting spec on the Shroud Stomper. I'd be interested to see if it comes back in play.
Mm-hmm.
He's given himself, there we go, the Vile
Mutilator.
Sorry.
I've drafted this a couple of times and it's never done well for me.
Unfortunately, I think you want to try and get it in the bin so you don't have to pay the cost. You make them pay the cost instead. Most valuable slasher, great red common. I would not be surprised if he just absolutely just dumps that into his deck without a moment's thought.
It's a 4-drop that just makes all your attacks so much better.
Which I think is a big signal from his left as well that red is open. If that's the only red card left in the pack, that's kind of impressive.
Mm-hmm. And he is contemplating with this white 2-drop, the cheerleader, acrobatic cheerleader. But I think it's from me to you, Jim, that's the right pick. We want that slasher.
Yeah, and I think getting the white 2-drops in there is good for him. He's gonna want them, but they're coming around a lot. And he'll probably pick some up later. Still a lot of black in the pack.
A lot of black in the pack.
We've got the Fear of Infinity. Is far away from that, but we've got a difficult choice for Jim. I think we saw one land, one red card, which I believe is the Room Tribal card, where you want to have
Rampaging Soul Reaper.
That's the one where you want to have some rooms lying around, and now you got a 3-mana 4/4, which is great. But
the only good thing about it is
it's the Fear of Infinity.
Jim's a madman.
Jim is a madman.
Give this man 3 Michelin hats.
My thought is maybe he's specking into maybe the reanimation deck. He's sort of like putting him in stuff. Is that another?
It's another Shroud Stomper. He's not going to take it. He couldn't.
He could. Because the Ripper is not that strong, and that's just another whoa!
What? The blue-white room. Everything has hexproof on one half, and the other half is.
Is it a Wrath?
Yes, the other half is a Wrath. Destroy all creatures with power 3 or greater.
Okay. That's good.
Okay.
That's good for him. I didn't think the white side was that impactful.
And this is the wheel.
Okay, so got the goat still in the pack. The goat's not really what he's doing.
No.
But he has got this sort of like side order of a reanimation theme that he's maybe specking on for pack 3.
And it's a power 2 or less in the beginning
with
Arabella.
It's a power 2 or less creature, so I wouldn't be surprised if this doesn't make the final cut. But, stranger things have happened. Okay, Pyroclasm's still in the pack.
That's crazy.
I have a feeling there's that maybe he doesn't pick it though because
all this stuff is teeny tiny.
The small, he's in red white, so he's doing the small stuff. But then again, it's good. I think he took it.
I wasn't sure if he took that or the other red card in the pack.
That's a good question. I don't know what he took.
Oh, the 3/3/2 menace that when you sacrifice something, you put it on it.
Yeah. So he's probably got a choice between the bear and the Skin Ripper here.
Skin Ripper.
Takes the Skin Ripper. No fixing picked up by Jim.
Nothing, except for the land cyclers, but they don't count.
I think Jim's black he thinks his green is better. Or maybe he's just picking random cards at this point, but Black and green once again. Black removal spell.
Black removal
He's
spell.
never seen a removal spell.
Probably
that he
won't
take.
take. Interesting to take the Grasping Longneck as opposed to the Innocuous Rat. Let's see how he puts his cards together in this like
In this
review step.
interstitial.
30 seconds.
So we've got the Fear of Abduction. Strong card.
Yep.
We've got some removal. See if
The Shroud Stomper's pulled in.
he likes it. Most valuable slasher. We get to now hopefully find out if he took the Pyroclasm or not.
Yeah.
Because he really sleight of handed that away. It is
This is a Pyroclasm. Yep.
Okay, so Jim is looking solidly red-white. He's got some good uncommons in that archetype. We've got Arabella. We've got some late game as well. The Fear of Abduction, big card.
And then a Shroud Stomper.
And then the Shroud Stomper.
I think the Shroud Stomper is the beginning of the back of like the not cards.
I agree. I think he's still hurting for playables.
Yes.
The Roller Crusher Ride obviously very strong, but
Throwing in that Wrath room as well.
throwing in the Wrath, I think he's got a couple of directions he could yet go into pack 3. Tough draft.
Really tough draft.
Really tough draft. If I'm to think like best cards Jim could open. Oh,
Let's see. Let's see if
I think if he opens one of the Curious Scavenger, the +1/+1 eerie
yes,
guy,
he's going to snap
I
that.
think he'd snap that off at this point because he'd want to hit the board early, rather than sort of building towards this late game. Okay, what
And
do we
it
got?
feeds a 2/2 is it?
Feeds. Good black-red removal spell.
Dazzling Theater and Prop Room. Oh, the untap all your creatures.
Yeah, this one's hard to
great.
evaluate. Like, yeah, giving all of your creatures pseudo-vigilance,
Is not something you want
Neat.
to pay 3 for.
but it doesn't affect the board.
Yeah.
It sure can sort of really make it hard for your opponent to race you.
Mm-hmm.
But there's not a lot else in the pack for him.
But he doesn't. He's gonna take. No. Okay, good. I don't think he should, because his creatures are generally meant to be small in red white. So the creatures we convoke is like not a card on that card for him.
I agree, and I think he probably takes the hand that feeds here. Yeah,
Yeah. Take it.
he
not be
needs
happy
the
for it.
2-drop.
Needs to
I
eat
think
his
he's a
vegetables.
little skinny on the 2-drops. Fine 2-drop. A 2-mana 4/2 with Menace.
It's great.
Fine, we love that. It'll maybe pick up 2 cards.
What if he never gets Delirium though?
That's the problem, because we haven't seen a Terramorphic Expanse. We haven't
Mhm.
seen much Manifest Red.
Mm-hmm.
We're not getting many things in the
How-
bin. It's a tricky game that Jim is going to have to play to get to Delirium. So we've got the Soul Rager emerge from the cocoon if he wants to reanimate that soul.
There's the white removal spell. There's that.
Oh, this is Hospital Room, and
That's the one that puts counters on, right?
yeah, this is the one that gives you whenever you attack, put a counter on an attacking creature, and it reanimates a 3
Little creature. That's, and also he's looking at that emerge from the cocoon for the Shroud Stomper, but that 2-card combo, it's not going to happen.
Very ambitious if he tries to pull it off. Maybe he's thinking no one's picking this card, I'll get it later, but if I was him, I would be taking the room.
Yep, the room. We agree. Oh,
He really is.
Seas
it's
from
like,
Slumber.
I've got that Shroud Stomper. Okay,
Okay.
smart pick. I think this goes well in his archetype. If he's attacking, if he's aggressive, this card is going to be great.
Yeah.
Trade off your 2-drop, bring it back.
And then get a counter on it when it attacks. Thanks so much.
Yes. So, okay.
Oh, that's-
Savior of the Small is good. And, wow. Okay, so this is the... Wow, that's the rare black room and the rare red room? The mythic
Yes.
red room?
Red room.
Red room.
Red room.
Yeah. We're it's really on theme today for our
horror draft.
horror movie theme. But yeah, the Charred Foyer.
Is that and the Awakening room? Yeah.
And
Ritual.
And then we've got, yeah, so this thing, what doesn't it do? Gives you free cards, and then if you open the other side,
You can
you
play
can
one
pay
of them
it
for free.
This is pretty hot. I think
The black
There's a
room's the one that
world-
brings everything back, right?
Yeah, there's a world where Jim picks a creature here,
Yeah.
but that red room seems so strong, but he doesn't want to do it.
Maybe he thinks no one's
Doesn't
going
add
to
to
take
the
it.
board?
Yeah.
Maybe he just needs to get on the board. Really interesting. So we could have had a Jim with 2 red mythics, but not today.
This is the gym we got, not the gym we deserved.
Okay, another most valuable slasher. Really strong card. Fear of being hunted, an aggressive red card. Fear of surveillance, 2-drop. Okay. Interesting picks here.
Jim doesn't have a lot of eerie synergies, right?
He
He's got-
doesn't. And he's sort of angled himself in this power 2 or less kind of direction. So I wouldn't be surprised if he takes another most valuable slasher, because that does trigger Arabella.
Yeah.
Even though it's a 4-drop, but he
Oh,
picks the fear
Fear
of
of surveillance. I like this. I don't mind that card.
I think he knows that he's a little skinny on 2-drops.
Mhm.
Gotta eat your vegetables. Gotta pick your 2-drops up, rather than pick your endless, quantities of 4, CMC creatures. So that like your curve starts at 5.
You can't have that in a red-white deck, though.
Can't have it in a red-white deck. So here we have.
He was looking at the saw for a second.
Oh.
The glimmer.
That's such a late gremlin.
Yeah.
I would be, wow, incredibly late gremlin tamer. I mean, I think this is only pick 4 of the pack, but the fact
Pick
that
4 of the
no
pack in
one
pack 3.
has picked this up is incredible to me. Escort, I don't care much for it.
You have to have a trick to back
decent.
it up so it lives.
If I was Jim, I would just want to splash the
That-
gremlin tamer. Like, maybe I have a couple of,
Couple of
enchantments.
That's a couple of 1/1s.
That's a
That
couple
helps
of
for Arabella.
Would be really interested to see who's picking up the gremlin tamer.
Mm-hmm.
If you're seeing like a 6th pick gremlin tamer, you feel like Christmases have all come at once.
The turn inside out looks to be the one thing Jim doesn't have much of in his deck right now is tricks.
Doesn't have any tricks at all, I think.
Yeah, I think this is a
I
big.
think it's the
sign.
best trick.
Yes. Kill your creature and I get a creature out of it. Sounds great.
Why not?
But he's taken Volgotha Faithful, the Reanimator, on a black splash. That's our Jim.
I really want to. Jim is cooking one up today.
I don't know. It'll be interesting to see.
There's the emerge.
It's
Does
come
he
back.
pick the emerge here? Red Land Cycler, sure. Appendage Amalgam. God, I think he picks the emerge here.
Yeah.
I think he's like realized that reanimation is on now. Or do they go? Does he go for the Land Cycler? What's happening?
What's Jim doing? Unstoppable Inferno. He's already got one of them.
He's got one of them. He's looking at the emerge. I don't know what's happening now.
It's the beast.
Goes for the Land Cycler.
Okay.
So we've got almost one of every color land.
Yes.
Oh, you just got to
We
pick
don't
up
have
the
the blue one. We need the Megalodon.
Oh. What do we got now?
Alternac? Would you like an Alternac?
You could reanimate it. It's a really strong reanimation target.
But how do you get it in the bin?
He'll find a way.
And so he does. And so he does. Sometimes, in halfway through pack 3,
Yeah.
you decide to grab one card of a color you don't have any of. Oh,
Yeah,
he's got a
he's
couple.
got a couple of green cards. Look, they call him Alternac the once called.
Yeah.
What is this? Oh, that's the
The
theater
prop room. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
Okay.
Attack in the box, bear trap. Is not taking the blue card. That's a very late paranormal researcher. No
Likes
one's trying
the
to
attack
manifest
in the
dread.
box. Does he like it because it's just a
I think it's a
creature?
power, right?
Yeah, it is. Takes the
Yeah,
bear
two-
trap though. Okay.
Okay. Removal.
Or removal. Wow, I'm really excited to see what.
I want to see what
thinks of-
Jim. I want to see Jim's game.
I want to see Jim's game so bad. Did
he wheel another version
from
of
the
Cocoon?
cocoon? There's the green room. We've got the leech. I wouldn't be so. There we go.
It's emerging
How he's getting these creatures
in the
bin?
graveyard. We don't know.
I guess he's got a lot of land cyclers. Just
That's
like
it.
pop the land cyclers in the bin.
Bring
Forget
it back.
about the what's it? The Soul Stomper. What's it called again?
Yeah, the Soul Stomper. That's it.
Okay. We'll take a removal spell here in the final cards of the third pack. We are we've gone on a roller coaster.
This is, yeah,
Roller
roller crusher.
A roller crusher, in fact. Okay, decent white 4-drop. I assume he picks this up.
Yep.
Two of the same cards in the pack as well. Which, you know, it means that it limits. Okay, Saw.
Take the Saw, sure.
Hit horror movie from the mid 2000s.
Oh, it continues to this day. Another sequel's coming out this year.
Oh wow,
Saw 11. It's going to be great.
So here we are at the close of Jim's draft. We have a hybrid red-white, 2 power or less, but also
Altanak,
reanimate.
Shroud Stomper, every Land Cycler.
Shroud Stomper is enormous. I don't know how he gets any of this in the bin.
Yeah.
I think if I was to build his deck, I would go the Shroud Stomper.
Yeah.
Too hard to get in the bin. Run all of the Land Cyclers. Try and reanimate them. He's only got a couple of reanimation spells. One of them's black.
Yeah.
So I don't know if he's gonna, like, yeah, sure, like, you know, Land Cycle your black Land Cycler. Get the black. That enables your black reanimation guy. But tricky. Really tricky.
I feel like some of those picks, like, verging on hate drafting. Like that Altanak.
I think he just saw big creature and was like, I'll reanimate that. I'll reanimate that.
But there were also a few of the say its names going around. And maybe Jim was like, oh, you thought you were going to get this Altanak. Big Bad Bandus is going to stop that.
That's a good point. That's a good point. So I'm really excited to see what Jim cooks up. And I think what we're going to now do is go to a break, and then we'll be passing over to the next commentary crew.
We're going to have Richard and Celeste.
Have a look at whose draft are we looking at?
Mark Dickinson, which is the other half of the first match.
Excellent. So you're going to see Mark's draft, and we'll see you later.
All the best. See you soon.
Yeah, it's too late now, but all suspended cards, there's no instance with suspended.
That makes sense. That works very well.
Because it interacts weirdly with the wording of suspended. Yeah, it's too late now, but all suspended cards, there's no instance with suspended.
That makes sense. That works very well.
Because it interacts weirdly with the wording of suspended.
Stifling Athasa's Oracle trigger, it is priceless. For the rest, the best deals are on Josh and Pat's MTG Bazaar.
Welcome back, everybody. We're at the Magic Mates Cup, our annual draft tournament of champions. We've just seen Jim Bandus, the legendary Jim Bandus draft, and we're about to see our second feature draft commence, which is Mark Dickinson. I'm Sel. I'm one of the founders of the Magic Mates. I've had the pleasure of doing this 4 other times. This is Richard, one of our brightest minds. How are you going?
Thank you. I'm excited. Mark's quite a consistent drafter. Wilds of Eldraine champion. I'm keen to see how he contrasts against Jim's insanity that we witnessed just earlier. I'm hoping there's a little more structure, a little more reason behind this one. And we're throwing it to the first pack. Do you have any thoughts on the format?
I think it's early days, obviously, but I think it is looking very promising. I think, especially compared to Bloomburrow, there's a lot of play to it. There seems to be a lot of build-arounds that can be played, a lot of archetypes, a lot of overlap between the archetypes. So you've got a lot of choices that seem to really matter. I've been certainly enjoying it. I think we'll see that this could, be considered one of the better sets of the last 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, I think it's quite a good contrast to the recent sets. Recently, there's been a lot of if you play 2-drop into 3-drop, you can just keep removing blockers until your opponent dies, and the 2 and 3 drops in this set are quite a bit scaled down, so it's not quite as viable. The removal is not as good at removing blockers. It's harkens back to a bit of a Dominaria era kind of magic.
Yeah, which is certainly a type of magic that I enjoy. I think a lot of people enjoy. Like I said, it's early days. There will be a little bit of fatigue, I'm sure, but everything I'm reading is, this is great.
It's a breath of fresh air.
Yeah, and flavor-wise, I think it's good. I think some people, at first were a little freaked out about how modern it had become. Some of, the references to television sets and everything was a bit weird, but we have seen stuff like that before. Let's jump over to the draft.
So, not sure what rare that is based off the alternate art. So currently we've got Baseball Bat is quite a reasonable multicolor card, but not anything crazy to speculate on yet. Mark's pulling out the land, keeping his options open. Oh, I think that's Unwanted Remake, so nothing too special there. Sheltered by Ghosts, that is an incredible card though.
Yeah, I think the ward really sort of gives it the potential to take over a game, whereas, yeah, the blowouts don't happen quite so much with the ward, and it really is very powerful.
Incredibly swingy card. It's just, yeah, if it stays on the battlefield, you're almost certainly winning.
Yeah.
I think Mark's just taking note of some of the stuff he's passing.
Yeah, and I think white's quite a good color to be in, so good first pick.
One thing of note with these play boosters is that they can be quite uneven in terms of color representation. So see this pack, it's got 4 black cards, so even if 2 people to Mark's left are in black, he could push players to the left of them into black. So often I like to take note of this and try to avoid black when I'm passing a pack that's this heavy on it.
Mm-hmm.
I think Mark's also just counting cards in each color to know what has been picked. So here we see solid 2-drop with Fear of Surveillance. We've got Exercise. Some pretty reasonable green cards. The green-white gold card.
Yeah.
Bookworm is quite a good gold card if you wanted to go that direction.
Probably one of the premium uncommons, like borderline mythic uncommon in terms of how well I've seen it do. With the white first pick though, I do like the Exercise. I think it hits everything and everything that matters. So it'll be interesting to see what Mark does here.
Yeah, I think something we see a lot with these high-level players is that they take the high variance strategies. So while Bookworm is less likely to make Mark's deck, when it does, it's really good.
Yeah, yeah, I back that. A little bit risky. It's possible he could splash his first pick in a green-blue deck. Splashing is quite possible in green. And just the power level on the Bookworm, often drawing a card a turn.
Yeah, also underrated in these slower strategies. It's just a 2-mana 2/3, keeps you alive forever.
Yeah, perfectly good rate.
So we've got Valgavoth's Lair here, which is a fixing land. Fear of Imposters I've quite liked as a counterspell. There's a reanimation spell, Cryptid Inspector. We've got Widow's Walk the Room. Looks like he's... Considering all the cards here, I mean, there's nothing really here for white or for blue-green. Glassworks is quite a good red removal spell.
Yeah, there's nothing I think that would like indicate a clear signal to another strategy. So it'll be interesting. I think the uncommon, like the double blue 3/2 counterspell creature, would probably make the cut in most green blue decks. So that's what I'd be looking at. But Mark might be trying to get a read on what's open, and yeah, it looks like he's...
Yeah, I mean, Rite of the Moth, another high upside card. Great if you play it, and if you don't play it, it's very easy to make 23 playables in modern formats.
Totally.
Here we've got a nice red aggro creature. Osseous Stick Twister has been quite serviceable, especially in the slower black decks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Threatening to gain 2 life a turn, more relevant than you might expect, and sometimes it goes up to 4 life a turn, which is just impossible to race through. And
yeah, with his first 2 picks, I mean, yeah, it's going to make every black deck, I think. It's not that hard to get Delirium in most decks, even without actively trying. And just, as you said, the rate is quite good.
Yeah, my read on Delirium in this set is previous sets, here we see him taking the Stick Twister. So previous sets, you've had to try and get lands, artifacts, and enchantments are quite hard to get in the graveyard. In this set, those are really easy, but there's very few instants and sorceries in the set. A lot of cards that would be sorceries in other sets have been turned into rooms. So with good Delirium build, you'll see people snapping up instants and sorceries the moment they can.
I think this is, by some distance, the most supported we've seen Delirium. Often it was not easy to get, especially in draft. But with the amount of dual type cards set, it really does help a lot.
So threats around every corner, good for a green multicolour deck, which it looks like Mark might be playing. He's got the green blue gold card, he's got a slower black card, so he could be going into a kind of Sultai strategy, which is usually very defensive and slow.
Potentially could also just pivot back to green blue. I think threats around every corner is one of the reasons to be in that. I think it's very, very good. You can occasionally mill out playing this card.
Yeah, this is one that's going to take all the lands out of your library quite easily.
But along with the Bookworm, it's like a really strong sort of engine.
And there's another one, so it could be solidifying into this strategy, but this unwanted host, he's not considering it, no.
I'm
unwilling host,
it's
rather.
surprising to see cards like this like going this late. I think green blues for me
Unwilling
one
vessel,
of the best archetypes, and but clearly, you know, it's not considered that high by the table thus far.
Yeah, so speaking earlier about the difference in this format, the fact that blocking is much more viable, green-blue, which is normally defined by its lack of removal, gets away with it a lot more in this set, where you can just play out some 2/3s and wall up.
Okay, weaker pack here.
Some very filler cards. The Don't Make a Sound has been pretty decent. The Quench with upside of the set, basically. Anthropede, just doing a reach creature.
Yeah, I think I like the Horrid Vigor. Like, speaking of green blue's lack of removal, can be sort of a backdoor way to take things out. Okay, so we're seeing a sort of
Sporogenic
hedge.
Infection.
We're seeing a hedge here.
So this is a removal spell that shores up green blue. So it looks like Mark is going for a Sultai strategy, playing 3-color control kind of thing.
Or it could be, or he could just be keeping himself open to that black-white deck.
Well, all green and black cards except for one blue card, and there's some quality green and black cards here.
Yeah, I like the pretty much all the land cyclers.
Spineseeker Centipede is a great one. It's pulling that up.
Yeah, for me the Centipede is the pick, but I do like especially in green blue the land cyclers, because often you get extra value off your manifest just having a few big things in your deck.
Yeah, and Branch Snapper, I mean, it's a good way to fit 24 spells in your deck as well.
100%.
And you do need something to finish off the game so you don't deck out as well. So here we see another Branch Snapper, but also Resurrected Cultist, quite good if you can get the Delirium train going. Once again, lots of black and green coming. Mark must be thrilled about this.
Yeah, it'd be interesting what he goes for. He's sort of keeping himself open to both strategies, and
so he does like the Cultist here.
Yeah, I guess if you're playing black-white and you're self-milling, or you're self-milling and say, yeah, assault type sort of build, you can get some value.
The toughest part of the Resurrected Cultist, though, is just getting it through 1/1s. I've been agonized by that.
Yeah, but I think that's the big downside for it.
So Manifest Dread, as I was saying earlier, the sorceries are so important for Delirium. Manifest Dread is just, it's so good at getting Delirium almost by itself.
Yeah, I think it's one of the best 2-drops. It, like, enables Delirium. It just also is, like, a good rate. It's like a 2/2 with upside.
So you could see him taking Bear Trap here to fill out his removal, but he's actually taking, I think it's Widow's Walk, the black room that draws cards, and it helps you a little bit attacking in the late game. Not too impressive, though. It looks like this is another one.
I don't really love Anthropocene, but I don't think there's much else there for it.
No, I mean, you need 1 or 2 reach creatures, especially if you're quite removal light. And Cryptid Inspector,
I like that. Yeah, if he ends up in green-blue, which I think he's got the stronger sort of start for, even if it's not strictly just green-blue, I think like Cryptid Inspector does a lot of work.
So this is a very open lane. He's got a fair bit of Manifest Dread synergies, 1 or 2 Delirium cards. He's picked up almost entirely black and green cards, which is great. He's not going to be short of playables.
Yeah, so he's got a few options here. Like, he could be looking at like an Abzan sort of Delirium build. He could still be looking at like Sultai or green blue. And I mean, it's not strictly off the table, but he could play black white. So I feel like I'd be surprised if there isn't like a green base here, simply because it would be so easy for him to play, you know, green XX.
He's already got 2 land
fixing.
fetches. Well, 3 actually. So his fixing is pretty good, and that that reanimation spell, importantly, only requires 1 white, so it's very splashable for him.
Yeah. He's got, he can sort of get the, he doesn't have a lot of ways to get things in the bin, like a bit of Manifest Dread, but it's, he ideally probably likes them more if he's going to go that direction. But,
Yeah, I mean, passing the land cyclers is a bit of a signal that he's not that interested in playing Reanimation. So Paranormal Analyst, a great card. We've got a black-white rare that he can't quite get into.
Yeah, Paranormal Analyst would be excellent in Mark's deck here, and for me, it'd be pulling me to green-blue.
CBC,
another really good card too.
basically Manifest Dread with a bit more upside. Great for Delirium. He's reading Victor there. It's not an impressive card for a multicolor rare, but it looks like Under the Skin is the pick.
Yeah, so this, I guess, if he's like unsure about playing blue or playing much blue, that's the safer pick. I think the blue card has the higher upside, but Mark's not entirely sure yet where he is going to end up, and is feeling more confident in the green, so he's taking the green card, which is still very good.
And looking at the possibility of splashing, being able to recur a permanent is quite good, because he's likely to have some high-value permanents. Maybe a Val Manipulator or something later on.
Yeah, it's like a bit like the blue version of this card, which is like the Mana Wall. Just a really strong card.
And here we see him again doing a color count, make sure he's got a good read on what's open on the table, but I think it's pretty clear at this point exactly what is getting passed to him. Hauntwood Shrieker, that's quite good. A 3-drop that manifests whenever it attacks, and it can cheat on manifest costs.
Yeah, this is one of the premium green cards, and will be excellent in Mark's deck, especially with the manifest stuff that's going on.
The Hauntwood Shrieker.
Yeah, I think did he pick up the 2-mana trick, the Indestructible Death Touch trick? I think he did, right?
I think he went for something else in that pack.
Oh, he did? Okay. Well, he might... Ways to keep this alive and get this through are now going to be, like, of extra value.
Yeah, it's also just can be quite punishing against someone who stalled out a bit. I mean, a lot of players, when they finish round 1 against a deck like Mark's, they'll board out a lot of their early game defense, and you can kind of catch them off guard with this. And if they see it, it's just so hard to sideboard against it.
So I think like Mark's got a couple of decisions to make, but he'd be feeling pretty bloody good, even if he's not entirely sure what, exact combination of colors, like green X, he'll be playing.
Yeah, this is very by the book. I'd be thrilled to be in this position in such a high stakes draft, and he's even got an on-color dual land available to him here.
I think I'd be surprised if we don't see Monstrous Emergence pulled to the front here. I think there's an argument for Break Down the Door. For me, Monstrous Emergence is a little bit more reliable, but
I think the land's quite tempting just because he has so many playables. He knows that if he picks Monstrous Emergence, he's going to have to cut a perfectly reasonable card from his deck to fit it in.
Yeah, I don't know. What's his removal count like, though? I'm not sure if I can remember. Maybe he's got like the 1 white card, which may or may not make the deck. Is there much else?
He's not that heavy on removal, no. So it looks like he is going for Break Down the Door. Exile and Enchantment. It's pretty good. Manifest Dread being an instant, all good things for his deck.
Yeah, I found this card to be quite good. There's plenty of targets in this set, particularly enchantments, and then having the fail case of Manifest Dread, which gets Mark a lot of value in his deck. He's just a really well-rounded card.
So here we see a couple of white and red cards. This is not quite what he saw in pack 1 when green and black were really flowing, but he's got the black-white land he could do some splashing with.
Yeah, so this looks like a bit of a whiff for Mark, but there's like some, there's some angles where he could, one of his cards could potentially make it.
If Shroud Stomper was easier to cast, I think he'd be considering it very strongly. Here, it's a bit of a tough ask. He's already got one Cryptid Inspector, so he could be leaning further into the Manifest Dread stuff. But it looks like the land is piquing his interest.
Yeah, I think he, he's probably keen to splash his first pick, the
Sheltered by Ghosts.
Sheltered by Ghosts, yeah.
It is quite a nice one to splash, adds a bit of removal.
Especially with the big green creatures, you can get some value, like they're hard to kill, and you can get some value off the lifelink. another Manifest Dread.
I've been seeing some people talking up Cracked Skull, which he's got at the back of the pack here, but I mean, Murder is quite a good pickup for his deck, but Cracked Skull's been making the rounds a bit. Maybe you can wheel it if there's enough cards in the pack.
Yeah, I think if if you're interested in eerie triggers, I think that card's okay. I tend not to play it, but it's not terrible.
And it looks like Murder is the pickup. Very sensible.
Yeah. It's a disciplined pick. I would be tempted by the Manifest Dread, but I think he's veering more into like a general, maybe Abzan control show rather than a all-in blue-green Manifest Dread deck.
Yeah, and Murder's still very good for his Delirium.
Yeah. Does he get much value off Delirium?
So he's got the Spine Seeker Centipede, and he's got the Osseous Stick Twister, so 2 pretty reasonable Delirium cards, but nothing that goes too crazy when he has Delirium. But he's still looking at some more Manifest Dread. There's another removal spell, came back wrong. Maybe considering Innocuous Rat, just for some early defense.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if it's not one of his two drops.
And it looks like it is going to be the Innocuous Rat.
Yeah, he's got a lot of power, so staying alive is good.
Yeah, a bit of a speculative pick there. I feel like the Rat's been a bit underwhelming without the sacrifice or ways to buff it up, or just ways to kind of make it a little bit more impactful.
I think I would have taken the Manifest Dread. Each of their own.
Insidious Fungus, quite good. We've got a Naturalize effect that can also ramp you. Very
Monstrous Emergence, which might be a consideration. I don't know if my arc has like that many big things, so this is perhaps a little more flexible.
Yeah, I mean, it's just good coverage, very flexible, good early game. It does seem like he's struggling a bit for ways to end the game. His finishes aren't too impressive. Osseous Stick Twister is a very slow way to end the game.
Yeah, he'd be wanting some of the 5 mana, the Beastly something. 5-drop Manifest, 5/4. Like
it's friendly beastie or something.
A couple of friendly beasties would be nice for his deck, and then maybe another one of or 2 of the land cyclers.
We're going for another Murder. I mean, if you've got the removal and the 2-drops, you can still get the game over with that way.
Yeah, it's never going to be bad, even if it's not quite the card it used to be.
And one big pro of Innocuous Rat is it's bad against blockers, so if your opponent's trying to do anything other than blocking, it performs a lot better.
Vile Mutilator, I feel like in like a green shell, even if you're not doing the Reanimator thing, which I think is like the obvious way to play this card, in a green shell it's not hard to get to 7 mana, so that's a really nice pickup. He should usually have something to throw away. I mean, even like just a Manifest.
Yeah, I think that's going to end a lot of his games this draft.
And that's what you're saying that he was needing, right? So a bit of top end to finish the game.
Yeah, something to close it up. He's at risk of getting into a really stalled board. So here we see the Tutor showing up, which is not very good, but that is a card that gets upgraded a lot by Delirium. Demonic Council is, I mean, if he had some demons to get with it, I'd be more into it. And he did just pick up Vile Mutilator, but it looks like he's taking, I think it's Fear of the Dark.
Yeah, the 5/5 occasionally has some upside.
Some Menace and Death Touch when you, I think it's Delirium. Oh, no Glimmer creatures. And he picks up another 4/1 Cultist. So
yeah,
he's gonna struggle a lot if his opponent has Glimmer tokens. But not everyone has those.
Another Crypt Inspector, which I think it's gonna, even if he's not green-blue, he's got enough Manifest Dread, I think it will do a fair bit of work. I've been quite impressed by the Inspector.
Yeah, if the game draws out, it can become a bit of a problem. Flesh Burrower, the Death Touch helps a little bit with getting attacks through, but I don't think he's having much trouble with big creatures.
Yeah, creatures should generally be big enough just to smash. Okay, so how do you feel about the first 2 packs?
Well, he's got quite a lot of defense, quite a lot of ramp. I think he's going to be really good at hitting his land drops, curving out, removing problematic cards. The only thing his deck's really missing at the moment is just a way to close out the game, besides the Vile Mutilator.
Yeah. I tend to agree. I think you could use a little bit more top end. he'd probably be hoping to, open well. I think he's got a decent amount of power in his mythic 3/3, and he's got a few good uncommons, but in a high skilled draft pod like this, you can't rely on just a good curve or just playing well. You do need an X factor, and I think he's like maybe halfway there. I think his archetype, like black is considered to be the worst color. He has some of the better back cards, which is good. I think his archetype is fine. It's it's middle of the pack, but it's not likely to go over the top of say like a good blue-white deck.
I would speculate. I think he's got a good matchup against Jim. I think I've got my money on Mark in round 1.
Yeah, that would be really interesting. Of course, they wouldn't know what the other person's drafting, but
or Overlord of the Boiler Bilgers. Oh, if only he could play that. These Overlords are all insane.
Yeah, I like them. I think this is one of the better ones. I think everything, or maybe the green one is very good.
Yeah, I mean, the great early, amazing late, there's just nothing, basically nothing in the format of the same rate that's doing the same thing.
I have heard of the likes of LSV just double splashing this in his, white-blue deck, and
I mean, Mark's looking at it.
Behind it.
The other options for him are Bashful Beastie and Final Vengeance. Neither of those are very great for him. He doesn't have much to sack for the Final Vengeance. Bashful Beastie is fine.
Yeah, but it's not the same level. There's also some consideration for just taking this off the table. If he's not otherwise like improving his deck tremendously, I think this card is good enough that you would be thinking about that. But it actually looks like Mark's going back to.
I mean, Terramorph Expanse is a good filler card. Helps a little bit with Delirium.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing is like, Mark has 2 murders. If he wants to splash, he might have even trouble casting his like green and black double costed cards. So a Terramorphic Expanse is just going to smooth his mana a lot, as well as giving him that bit of Delirium upside.
And he's got a ridiculous number of playables. I think he's only got 5 or 6 off-color cards, so by the end of the draft, he's likely to have at least 30 playables. Oh, but the Spider...
Yeah, I was like
Root
excited.
Spinner is great.
I was excited for him with the Alternate, but Root Spinner is even better.
Yeah, that's going to end the game. It's going to keep everything running. The reach is quite relevant.
Yeah, yeah, and it's it's not unheard of to get this thing up to like 5 and 6.
Yeah, he's got the Delirium stuff.
If there's any way to recur it, which I'm not sure if Mark has just yet, but
barring his proper reanimation spells.
Yeah, what does he have? What reanimation spells?
So he's got the black-white gold one with flashback.
Oh, okay.
So he might be splashing for it. It's quite splashable.
Yeah, that'll be interesting.
Right of the mod.
What he decides to do there. That's not a terrible thing to reanimate.
If the game goes on forever, I think at that point, you're just putting your opponent out of their misery.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I think he's incentivized now. Just to any sort of recursion effect is looking a bit better.
It is also kind of satisfying after seeing Jim's all 2 power creatures draft to see him picking up a 2 mana creature with 3 toughness. That is going to be really rude.
Yeah, that'd be a roadblock.
Nothing too exceptional here.
Yeah, like the Watchdog's okay. I don't think like Mark is terribly short of 2-drop. The Growing Dread. There's a world where Mark was straight green-blue, and like the Growing Dread would be really good there, but I think that ship is certainly sailed.
Yeah, I mean, Wary Watchdog is usually pretty good, but he doesn't really need more blockers at a cheap cost. He's got the Death Toucher. It's really bad against Glimmer tokens that he's already going to have trouble against.
Oh, we're real zoomed in. Okay.
And it looks like he is taking a speculative Growing Dread.
Okay. Yeah,
Probably more likely to make his deck than any of the other cards.
Yeah, and he could potentially be denying it to someone else, and the decks Mark might struggle against the decks that could go over the top of him, which would be like a green-blue.
So Patchwork Beastie is pretty good. 1 mana 3/3 if you have Delirium. Helps set up your Delirium. This is another card that can really catch people off guard if they're not expecting you to come out of the gate swinging.
Certainly. It's actually not hard to get this thing attacking on turn 3.
I would be a little tempted by Enter the Enigma just as a way to push through damage. but I don't think he's too worried about the late game, the way he's been drafting.
Yeah, I don't even know how much blue we expect Mark to play here. I think it could just be like a single flash.
One thing I think he's hoping to see in one of these packs is a counterspell. His deck's really set up to make use of counterspells, and he just hasn't seen any.
Yeah, I'm just not putting him on blue. Like at best a splash.
Yeah.
So we'll see. This drag
to the
to
root.
the room is like this
Solid
is
removal spell.
fantastic. Yeah, this is like a real payoff for Mark.
He is hitting the
Being
density
green
of
black.
removal where he can just kill people with whatever creatures he has on hand.
Yeah, answers everything, which is great. Can be quite cheap.
Good at enabling Delirium, though he's pretty heavy on the instants actually. So I think Delirium's going to be quite easy for him. So despite my predictions about the format, it looks like his deck is mostly 2-drops, 3-drops, and removal.
Yeah, yeah. The 4s and 5s in the format are so replaceable that you just really want to be prioritizing those 2s and 3s, particularly the 2s.
Oh, he's getting a little spicy with Malevolent Chandelier. That means he's locking in for a really
I was
long
hoping
game.
this would come up. I think like having access to the chandelier is like actually really helpful. I've played about 30 I've drafted about 30 times now. I've never in my days seen so many games end by even myself or my opponent milling out. And I started drafting the 4/4 and have been really impressed. It is not just like it's not just a way to extend the game and stop yourself from getting decked. You get extra value from it, often from the Manifest Dread element. It can just surprise them as a flying attacker that you flip, or just eating a creature. So yeah, I like that where Mark's at. He probably won't mill out as quickly as like green blue, but it's all right. Okay.
You can almost hear us.
Apologies if you lost us for a bit there. We just had some minor technical difficulties, but we are back. I think we missed the last few picks potentially of Mark's draft, but like we're
Not too much left for his deck. I mean, he already had
Pretty
all
well.
the pieces lined up. Lane was wide open, so I'm sure he just got a playable every single pick for the rest of the pack.
yeah, possibly. And even if he didn't, I think he'll be feeling good. He's ended up with a lot of power and a really big cut plan, which is important. I think he'll be able to have a good game against aggressive decks and can go over top of most other decks, if not all of them.
I will say, I think his deck doesn't have any like real nut draws. I don't think there's anything he could really come out of the gate doing something amazing, as opposed to Jim, where he has the option to go, 1-drop, Arabella. He's got some quite good 3-drops, and then just run people over before they can really get going.
Yeah, and red white, it's it's the most successful archetype alongside blue white, so there is that factor. We are done with the draft reviews, and we will be getting into round 1 pretty quickly. So yeah, just stick with us. We'll have a small break.
Yeah, it's too late now, but all suspend cards. There's no instance with suspend.
That makes sense.
That works very well.
Because it interacts weirdly with the wording of suspend. Yeah, it's too late now, but all suspend cards. There's no instance with suspend.
That makes sense.
That works very well.
Because it interacts weirdly with the wording of suspend.
Stifling Athasa's Oracle trigger, it is priceless. For the rest, the best deals are on Josh and Pat's MTG Bazaar.
Welcome back to the Magic Mates Cup Round 1. It's Miles here again.
And Richard,
And we're here to watch both of the drafts you've seen, Mark versus Jim. Now, me and Adrian had the
experience.
experience of watching Jim draft a deck, and you watched
Mark, much more disciplined.
right. It looked like his draft was much more on wheels. I don't know, like he seemed to have.
It was very open.
Yeah.
And he's even kicking it off with a fetch for an island, so we were speculating on whether he'd be playing blue. Looks like he's going for it.
And then we got the Plains Go from Jim. Now, Jim's game plan is basically aggressive, run you over with small creatures, and Mark wants a late game, right?
Yeah, Mark is, well, he's quite good at playing defense. And yeah, he's got a couple of finishes, I'm guessing. Quite a bit of removal, quite a lot of blockers. I think he's quite favored in this matchup.
We'll see how it goes. Still early game.
So Jim's drawn, he's got a removal spell. I think he's got a 4-drop, a 6-drop, 3 lands. It's a little bit of a tough hand to start out, and here's Mark with a lifelinker.
A Stick Twister. Oh, there we go. It's
Unwanted remake.
Kill it, get it, give
So,
it something else.
He's replaced his 2/2 lifelink with a vanilla 2/2, which is a downgrade. I don't know if he's gotten a full card out of it, but he just needs to be spending his mana or he's going to fall very far behind.
Now, it's a real shame that Mark is using a plain black mat with plain black sleeves, because he currently has a manifested creature on the board.
So you can't see it. Mark controls a 2/2.
Yep.
We don't know what the 2/2 is, but if it is a creature, you can pay mana to turn it face up, and it'll become whatever creature it is on the underside.
And the perfect 3-drop, Cryptid Inspector. He's just drawn it.
Beautiful. A 2/3 Vigilance. Very good here. Jim also missing a 2-drop. I mean, it's possible that Jim is going for the slower plan, given that he's got Unwanted Remake in his deck.
Are you going to ask if they can flip the thank you so much? Mysterious, invisible production assistant Alexandre Prevenos. The Cryptid Inspector hopping in there, just going to grow and become a bigger and bigger threat.
All right, and here we see the Glimmer Seeker. If Jim can get an attack in, he's going to get a 1/1, and then the following turn, if he gets another attack in, he gets to draw a card.
And he'll just get, that'll be hopefully his main way of staying in this game. But he has to get that crucial attack in, and I don't know how he's going to do it through a manifested 2/2 and a 2/3 Vigilant.
No, I mean, I don't remember him picking up ways to tap his creatures without attacking. It does, I mean, all of the cards we've seen out of him this game so far point towards him playing a slower strategy, and Glimmer Seeker is one of the ways you can play a longer game in white.
But he just doesn't have, I suppose in hand he has that Azorius Room Wrath Hexproof.
Which unfortunately would kill his Glimmer Seeker.
Yes. So he does have the play button.
It would kill none of Mark's creatures.
Yes. So, wonderful card to have there, Jim.
Amazing. It's all lining up. I'm sorry, Jim. This is too comical. But he has walled out Mark so far. If Mark doesn't have a way to deal with the 3/3, at least he's not beating down. Mark, as we said, might have some trouble ending the game. So he's playing Say Its Name, so he mills 3 cards and gets back a land or a creature.
And he's got the Spine Seeker is in there, and I think is that Alton? No, what is that?
No, that's Threats Around Every Corner.
Threats Around Every Corner.
So he can't get that one back. I think he's deciding between the land or the Spine Seeker Centipede.
And the Spine Seeker Centipede is a creature and a land, right?
Oh, yes, he can get anything back from his graveyard. So he's getting the Lifelinker. He has Delirium, so that's even going to trigger this turn if he has another land to play it.
Which he does.
So Osseous Stick Twister, he's going to get the Delirium this turn. It's going to set him up for a longer game. Jim can't get an attack in now, and it looks like it's going to take some serious work for him to get an attack in.
Yeah, looks like it's all coming up Dickinson in this round 1.
So I think the card is called Guiding Spirit. Jim's got a 2/4 that gives his creature +2/+4.
Friendly Ghost.
Friendly Ghost. That's going to help him get an attack in. So he's going to get 1 Glimmer token.
And he's got the land to cast it, right? Yep.
Yeah.
So his next turn is pretty much on track. And he's got that Ripper, the one that sacrifices lands. The
Rip Chain, Razorkin or whatever.
Yeah.
I've quite liked it in red decks. I feel like red decks, especially red-black decks, struggle to deal a reasonable amount of damage because their creatures are all small.
I'd be interested to see what Jim's final build was, because he did have that Skin Ripper, the Rakdos 3-drop. 3/2.
We haven't seen any black mana out of him so far, and he's playing a lot of double white cards.
Yeah, so I reckon I think he's gone pretty much straight red-white for this.
Yes, he's given up on his speculative picks. But I mean, that's the value of it. Is you can hit 23 playables, and then you just put them in your sideboard, and in the alternate reality where he was drafting Reanimator, they'd be amazing.
That'd be so good, and we can live in that reality one day, but not this day. This day, it looks like he's going to cast a Friendly Ghost, get the attack in, get the Glimmer token, but that might be the only attack he ever gets in with this 3/3.
Yeah. We might need an update on the life totals, because it looks like Jim took 2 from the Stick Twister last turn. So he is playing the Friendly Ghost. He's going to get an attack in, probably get a 1/1. He's going to get some value going.
There we go. Going in.
With his 5/7, so there's no way Mark is lining up a good block on that.
Yeah, even if he had a reach creature. Oh, which he doesn't. Good. So
Well, I don't think it grants flying. So
Oh.
he could have piled a bunch of creatures in
traded off a bunch of his superior board for
no reason.
no reason. Sounds like a great play to me.
Yeah, and he was already on 22, so he's still at a pretty healthy life total, up to 5 lands. This is where you want to be against a red-white deck. Jim is playing quite an unusual red-white deck. I mean, he's got multiple 4-drops in his hand. He's got a 6-drop. And there's Bashful Beastie. Just a reasonable mid-rangey creature. Mark just having no attacks against this 2/4. I mean, he could send in the Vigilant creature to test Jim. It looks like he's not going to waste our time with that.
Mark, I heard, wants to be home by 6 p.m. So he's not wasting
He's
any
invested.
time on pointless attacks. There we go. And that's the 5-drop Bashful Beastie. Switch it over to Jim.
Oh, he's thinking about discarding a card to the Osseous Stick Twister. I mean, if he has got those removal spells, it might be that Fear of Abduction is more useful in his graveyard than in his hand.
Why? Because you can bring it back?
Yeah,
Yep.
so it costs 6 mana and you have to exile one of your own creatures, so it's quite expensive to cast. It looks like he opted to just take the damage this turn, but there's options. And he's drawn his Ethereal Armor. Unfortunately, he has no other enchantments in play, so it's not going to be great at...
Didn't he have a
damage to
Glimmer
attack.
token from the...
He should. I think we've missed that one. Not sure exactly what rule enforcement level we're on for this, but that's something that's going to matter.
That's something there should be a Glimmer token on the board for Jim.
He might have just missed the trigger and
Yep.
it's just gone forever.
Yep. Jim's obviously very upset with that.
You can see it. He's losing his mind.
Mark also upset with that.
I mean, these...
Is that the Australian version of The Office?
I appreciate that Mark has several Among Us figures behind
Yeah.
it for context. So Jim just sending in the flyer. He's not going to add the Ethereal... Oh, he is going to add the Ethereal Armor, but I mean, a 4/4 first strike, it's an impressive attacker, but it's not enough into this board. Because Jim would have had to tap out, Mark could have safely just quadruple blocked it, taken out Jim's basically only way of pushing through on the ground, and a 4/4 first strike, great blocker.
It's a great blocker. I mean, nothing's getting through that on the board.
Except murder.
Except murder, which he might have just drawn. Who knows?
Who knows? I think he's got 2 murders in his deck. He's got
The fungus, which doesn't do it yet.
no, the fungus is pretty rough on this board.
Yeah.
Once there's 3 creatures in play, it
It's
loses
a
a lot of
much
value.
worse card. Particularly with Ethereal Armor granting first strike as well.
Yes, because
Like, to get that damage on the creature, you can't get that damage on the creature because it's striking first.
yeah, setting your opponent's creature to 1 toughness just not mattering.
Mysterious card added to the board.
I
It
couldn't
was
even.
3 mana.
Oh, I think this is the 3-drop that Manifest Dread when it attacks.
Oh, the mythic, the crazy one.
Yeah,
3 mana, 3/3, Manifest Dread when it attacks, and then you can tap 2 and target
so
permanent you can look at.
it lets you turn your own Manifest face up for 2 mana.
It says target manifest. You can reveal it, and if it's a creature, you can turn it face up.
Yeah, so I think you can look
You can
at your
target your
opponent's
opponent's ones, but your ones, like any manifest, is now 2 mana flip up, which is really good.
Yes. We do see, though, Mark is walled out of the game. He's taking 2 in the air and gaining 2 back every turn, so he's looking cushy for now, but Jim's got a 5/5 flyer in his hand.
Oh, which one's that?
The
The
Fear of
Fear of
Abduction.
Reduction. But does he have and he's got the land, so he could cast it, but what's he going to exile on that board?
Well,
The clown?
he needs another land after this one. It's 6 mana.
Ah, okay. That's
So-
a problem.
Yeah, he's still a little bit away from casting it, but I mean, this is what I was talking about. Mark just can't get past a 4/4 first striker.
I mean, if he's willing to sacrifice a creature, he can, but I don't
Yeah.
think he is.
it's not a great prospect for the longer game.
Yeah.
He is passively winning so far, and I mean, playing against red-white, you don't expect them to take over in the late game, so I don't think he's too worried right now.
He's just letting Jim wind out his clock, run down the cards in his hand, and then Mark's going to just drop bomb after bomb after bomb.
I think Mark's thinking about when the last bus home is. Because we're settling in for a long one.
Yeah.
These two. Jim leaving back some defense, and he's not even casting his Razor Chain Ripper, so I think he might be setting up for the Wrath here.
Oh, that would kill his.
It would kill his 4/4 first strike.
And that's it for now. It would also. It wouldn't kill the mythic.
It would kill the mythic. The
Mythic.
mythic's a 3/3. It would get the Bashful Beastie. But Mark would wind up with 4 creatures still on the board. So it's not really
not ideal.
devastating him. No.
It's not an ideal wipe when you end up having half the number of creatures as your opponent.
No, but the way this game is shaping up, it looks like...
Right. But I think Jim's on 12 and I'm on 19.
I think they're just resolving a life total discrepancy.
I think we did it, and then it changed. Maybe talk to those guys. About what they're doing. Or maybe I'll just...
So yeah, we're selling in for a long game. They're just sorting something out with the judge and
the life totals.
Yeah, and the life totals. I think this Wrath is going to be a pretty pivotal part of the game. Mark might have seen it during the draft. I think he did. So there's a chance he's got it in his mind. But if he overextends in the wrong way and doesn't pick up on Jim having it, Jim could steal the game.
It's only going to take one counter on that Cryptid Inspector and the morph, whatever that is, to be a 3/3, and then you're in actual board wipe territory.
Yes. And I mean, Jim's built his deck with lots of 2-power creatures. So what Jim can do is he can keep playing out blockers and force Mark to commit more to the board if he wants to push through damage.
That's just the kind of calculative moves we'd expect out of Jim.
Every time.
Every time. He might have a few targeted removals here and there. The Stick Twister, does it get +2/+2
so the
static all the time?
No, the Stick Twister, on Mark's end step, Jim has to discard a card or he takes 2 damage. And because it has lifelink, it gains Mark the life as well.
Gotcha.
He can also sacrifice an on-land permanent.
Gotcha. That's why it gains you 4 life each turn. 2 from an attack and 2 from a discard or a thing.
It's very good at getting you into these board stalls, and as you can see, it's keeping Mark's life total very healthy through the board stall.
Yeah, Jim's life is going in one direction, and Mark's is yo-yoing.
Oh, the Chandelier.
Oh, that's...
This is a big play, but Jim's set up to kill the Chandelier in a longer game.
Yeah. This... Every card that Mark plays to the board is 1 card better for Jim's board wipe.
Unless he just gets killed by a 4/4 flyer.
Yes, that's it. You could always just get killed by a 4/4 flyer. That's what they think.
Strong possibility. Yeah, I mean, I was skeptical of Jim's strategy, but here we see him playing a long game with red-white, and he's not falling behind. Well, I mean, he's falling behind in the sense that he's down to 10 life, but he's not doing too badly on board, and he's setting up for later plays as well.
And we're not gonna see those same kind of explosive turns out of Mark that you can see out of red-white. The ones where you lose out of nowhere. I don't think Jim's deck is capable of doing that, but I don't think Mark knows that.
And I mean, an edge that Jim has here is so many of Mark's cards mill him. It gets to the point where he just can't play enough cards to end the game without running out of cards in library.
Now, on the turn that Jim's going to wrath, if he wraths, he's going to swing in with the Glimmer Seeker. That's going to be the giveaway, right?
That is a sign, and it looks like it's happening. There's a lot of tricks Jim could have here that would devastate Mark. Mark's tapped out, and he's got a healthy life total, so...
Mark's just going to take it.
Yeah, I would be loath to block here.
And Jim will get his Glimmer, maybe.
He'll see if he remembers it this time.
Oh, they're talking. Oh, he's taking the damage?
A successful attack. Didn't think we'd see it out of the Glimmer Seeker at this point in the game.
They've missed that trigger again.
Oh dear. And the Glimmer token would have survived, but we're pulling out the Wrath.
Yep.
And Mark's just finding out what it does in this situation. It's pretty devastating for him, because that Chandelier is really It's
and when
exactly
I
the kind of card
lose
he would have loved to
these,
play
this
right
one's
after the
going to
Wrath.
manifest. Yeah.
And I think we know now that the
Um,
creature
manifest happen.
that is morphed is not a creature. Because there were opportunities for Mark to flip it up and pump his Cryptid Inspector, but he never did.
Really, I think he's been tapping out every turn.
Yes.
Um,
yes, yeah.
I mean, there's a good chance he would have
And when the manifest
he would have
happens, I get
found a
plus
reason
one,
to
plus
flip
one
it up
cards.
for his Cryptid Inspector
Mhm.
regardless.
Counter? Yeah, put that on. Cool.
Now,
Mark, remembering all of his triggers.
Oh,
can't say the same for Jim.
my character. Yep. Sure.
However, all Mark needs is one removal spell, and Jim has basically no defense. I mean, so he's got Fear of Abduction lined up if he hits another land drop. That's going to be really good for him.
What does he take off the board, though?
Oh yeah. Okay.
This-
Sure.
The
Do the
Stick
manifest,
Twister or the Inspector is getting bigger now?
Yeah, the inspect. Well, oh, we're just setting up the manifest
Yeah.
reminders.
Gonna go to combat. Yeah.
I believe that's Damon underneath the pumpkin.
And
No, it's Johan.
Oh,
Damon's a 4/4 beastie.
wow! You really revealed the face down card to me.
So I got an attack from Mark with the Inspector.
Setting the 2/2 into a 2/3 and a 2/4, Mark's signaling that he's got something going on.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like maybe the face down is a big creature, or at least he'd like to bluff that it's a big creature. Because if it was a trick, he'd probably be sending in the lifelinker.
Yep. He's just saying, my trick is a static creature. It's a
It's a
flip.
big old 5/7 or
Yep.
something.
I'm gonna pay.
Here we go.
7 mana.
7
mana.
mana.
Oh, it's gonna
It's
be the
the-
flyer.
Into the-
Oh!
Vile Mutilator.
I mean, that's the best way to see a Vile Mutilator come onto the board.
Yes.
There's two worse ways for Jim for it
This
to come onto the
trigger
board.
gets a counter.
There's
Yeah.
there's worse ways. This is
So
still
it's 3,
disgusting. This is
Yeah.
crushing him.
damage. But
Thankfully,
there's no-
he's still
Oh,
got
it's a
one
trample.
creature in play, so he
Yeah,
can take it off
3
the
and
board.
so 7 damage. Go to 3.
If he can line up that 6th land, but man, his life total is getting really dire.
And that,
And then it's,
like, that's the number one thing you want to remove on the board. But Fear of Reduction means when Mark removes Fear of Abduction, that Vile Mutilator's back. And then,
And he's getting another card from it.
yep.
So he's lined up the 6th land, he's going to be able to deal with it. But he's on 3 life, so he takes out this Vile Mutilator. He's still taking lethal. I don't think he has a way out of this. Funny thing, that Vile Mutilator was manifested by Jim's card.
Jim was the architect of his own demise.
I'm betting Jim was wishing he had the 2/2 lifelink instead right now.
Mm-hmm.
I think Jim's just passing through all the possibilities. He can play out this reach creature. I will trade with the Mutilator, but he's just
3 life's not enough.
not catching up.
Now I get some sideboarding in.
Yeah.
They're saying celebrating under the sea for our Scuba King.
Reminds me of my Counter-Strike days.
What?
You
Tell
could
me more.
you could pick a music track and it would play whenever you won the match to the whole server. Oh,
Good times?
fantastic.
What
When
was
you
your
heard the
song?
same one 3 times in a row, you got really upset.
So wait, you like whoever is the top scorer of the server played their song, or the team?
I think it's the individual person.
All right, all
I
right.
never got good enough at the game to
But-
interact with it.
What would they have heard had you been the best?
Just a couple of guitar riffs.
Oh, is that? And we've got a
He won.
Mark is up 1 game
Fairly
currently.
convincingly, really.
Nice. He's got the little token next to
Sorry?
his name. So
Yeah.
this is, I think, a
it
confusing
just-
matchup
there
for
was
both of
never
them to
gonna be a
sideboard.
res.
Jim is probably delighted
Unfortunately.
by the idea that he needs to make his deck more greedy to go over the top of Mark.
Yes,
Uh,
that's a position Jim would love to be in.
Yeah.
What
He-
what do you think he can bring in? Well, we don't have the deck list with us, but he's looking to just try and maybe he's bringing in that Shroud Stomp picked, or maybe he's bringing in that Reanimate spell.
If we see him going to the basic lands box, we know what's going on.
Oh, he's not at the table, so he
I
could
think
be
that
at the basic lands box. Oh, Mark also.
Mark's pulling out some islands. So Mark's got a little something cooking himself.
We're seeing a lot of deck rebuilding going on.
He's taking out his looter. Wow. Oh, he's taking out his islands. I think he's going for a more streamlined plan. It looks like he's going to try and punish Jim for taking a slower deck and just try and go on the offensive, would be my guess.
Very interesting. I'd love to be able to see the cards that he is putting in.
Oh,
Oh, I
we'll
can.
play,
It's a
believe it or
swamp.
not.
And then it's an
A
Changing
forest.
Ooh. Ooh. What next?
Changing colours.
Jim smiling on the outside, crying on the inside, though. Oh, that's their mic packs. That's what lets us hear them.
Yes. So he's just bringing in some, it looks like just some kind of mid-rangey black and green creatures.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's identified that all he needs to do is just not get color screwed, hit his spells on curve. I think he's quite confident about the matchup if he's sideboarding in this way.
Yeah.
that guy
Minimizing
pretty bad.
variance.
So that means probably the Oblivious Bookworm
What
is
are you
out.
gonna do?
I saw it coming out, yeah.
Yeah.
Not much.
So his blues are gone.
Yeah.
And it's just straight Golgari, hit it, and then Jim will have to quit it.
I think we're going to see this game, if he draws the Chandelier, he might be holding it a bit longer,
All right.
Mhm.
knowing that he needs to rebuild in an absurdly long game.
Yeah.
And here he's looking at the Cultist, which is another way to try and close out
Oh, you
games.
want to make one extra
But
change.
that's
The
the
4-1
the-
that reanimates itself.
the Black Cultist that can come back, right?
Yeah.
But it comes back with a finality counter, right?
Just the once.
You get it, so you get it back one more time. So we'll see Jim on the play this time as well. I think he was on the draw
I think
in
so,
that
yes.
one.
That is also a rough spot to be. I mean, on the draw, no 1-drop, no 2-drop.
Mm.
We saw that he didn't really mind that with the build of his deck, but I'm sure he's still got Arabella in there. I'm sure he's still set up to
Yep.
run Mark over if the cards line up.
Yeah. Interesting in his draft that he ended up playing the type of game that would really love tricks, but he doesn't seem to have that many tricks.
No, I didn't see many instants going around.
There
in
was
general.
one turn inside out that
Yeah.
came through quite late, but I think he took something else over the turn inside out.
I mean, turn inside out is tricky because that game in particular, it wouldn't have helped with his survivor.
Yeah, true.
And he's got quite a few high value creatures that he would rather protect than get a 2/2.
Yeah.
So again, he's got 2 lands, multiple 4-drops, Ethereal Armor, the removal spell again, and a 3-drop. So none of the spells in his hand can be cast until he draws another land.
But he's kept it.
He is locked in.
Oh, and
He has Insidious Fungus, so this is great for Mark. If he doesn't have a 2-drop, this is getting him ahead in the game. This is a great way to pick apart Fear of Abduction, Ethereal Armor.
He's drawn that second land, which is very useful,
He's still in it.
but no 2-drop.
No
You could have
2-drop.
had a choice. Draw a second land or draw a 2-drop. Yeah.
And Jim's having flashbacks to his unwanted remake manifesting Valmutable.
Yeah.
Is it worth it?
I think you can take some hits from Insidious Fungus. There, I
think
said
so.
it. As I said, a 1/2's not going to do anything this early in the game. A utility 1/2. Like, Insidious Fungus isn't there to beat down. Spoiler alert, if that's the way you're playing Insidious Fungus, you're doing it wrong.
No. It's purely a play of opportunity.
Yep.
Did you catch Mark's passcode there?
I did not. I wish I did.
Yeah, we got 19.
We'll get it next time. There, we got Jim on 19
First Blood.
from the Fungus.
So it looks like Mark has only drawn forests.
Mm-hmm.
So he's a little bit color screwed. Probably glad he took out the islands, because if you top deck an island in this situation,
You are not happy.
that's horrifying. But he's going to have access to 4 mana next turn, most likely.
Sacrifice it.
And 2 more cards, so if he can find a swamp, his deck is really humming. Oh, another forest. Worst possible.
But he gets a draw at least.
He does get a draw. Can we see a swamp?
There we go.
Alright, Mark
That's how you
is
do it.
on board.
I mean, what's he doing for turn 4 anyway?
I'm not sure. He's got his 3-drop pulled out. He's got the Cultist, the 4-1.
Yeah.
So that is quite a good blocker against
The
Jim's
Vicious
2-3.
Plan.
Jim's drawn the Wrath again, but he really wanted a 4th land here.
Yep.
But he's a little devastated. He wants to cast 2 white spells this turn, but
But
mountains.
he's only got 2 mountains, yeah. So he's got the Unmaking in his hand and the Fear of Surveillance, right?
And Ethereal Armor. So he would love
Oh.
Ethereal Armor here. That would turn his clown into a 6 power first striker.
Unfortunately,
But
it's not looking like that because you're gonna need plenty of power Oh, actually, the first striker doesn't matter.
First strike, pretty good.
First strike, pretty good, famously. He's going to go for the board build, making his... The Ethereal Armor is going to be good with Fear of Surveillance on it. It's going to be even better.
Eventually.
Yeah.
Not making an attack with your 4-3, unfortunate, but Jim... Oh, he's going
he's
for
going
it.
the attack. There we go. We got the trade.
Mark's very happy with that.
Michael?
Do you think Jim is too?
Yes, that's fine.
I mean, I think Jim did it out of necessity.
Yeah.
I don't think he's thrilled about it.
But now he's got a... Next turn, potentially a Vigilant 4/4 first strike.
Complete combat dominance. Oh, and here's the spider.
Spinner.
An artifact creature in a land. Oh, he really wants to bin the chandelier, but he also saw how last game went.
Yep. Beautiful token.
Oh, and he's keeping the chandelier. He's got, I think, 7 lands rolled up, so he might have to just play out a 4/4 flyer. Hope it goes the distance. It's not so good against Ethereal Armor.
Yeah.
I think with the benefit of foresight, he would like to know that he needs to deal with this first striker at some point. But Jim might just be chaining 4-drops together, doing some very normal things.
Now, I just want to take a moment to acknowledge the stupid eyes on Brood Spinner. I think Brood Spinner's art was almost so good, but those eyes just make it so stupid to me. Unless they're not eyes and I'm reading it wrong. I don't know.
It's
not a win for me.
It's something when the card feels like it's taking the piss out of itself.
Exactly. I like to take the piss out of the card. I don't want the card to take the piss out of itself. Let me do some work.
And we see the Razor Chain Ripper.
Yes.
So 5/3 reach. Jim struggling to use his 2/2 against 2 2/3s.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Not great.
Your go.
Now we're looking at the chandeliers come down. So
I think it's Rip Chain Razor Q.
Rip chain, yeah.
At least it's walling off the chandelier. Dreadfully low amount of attacking this game.
Yes. For a red-white deck, the only creature it's attacked is a 1/2 fungus. It's not your typical magic, we'll say.
No.
Good thoughts? Mm-hmm. 2 cards. From the ghost? Yep.
Welcome back.
I'm scared.
Sorry, the just had some more tech. Oh, what's that? The Vile Mutilator.
Mutilator.
Board that has cleared up a lot of Jim's stuff.
Oh my god. When I saw Jim picking up creatures off the board, I was like, oh, Jim's finally attacking. Nope.
No.
No.
He's been vilely mutilated, losing 2 creatures in that. First the Fear of Surveillance, and then the Razorkin.
Rip Chain Razorkin. Yeah, unfortunately, sometimes you can line it up so that you only sack one thing to it. Not this time.
No.
Oh, Jim down to a 2/4 flyer against 10 in the air.
But
But he's got the
what's
wrath.
that in his hand? Bing bang boom. We love a wrath.
Wow.
Sorry, Mark.
So this dude and this dude.
Unbelievable.
Get destroyed, right?
Yeah.
Destroy? Yeah,
And we're back to a board stall
Yeah.
because the spider has
Spider
reach. If Mark remembers.
2/4, yeah.
Looks like Jim's remembered for him.
Yeah, that room has come in clutch.
And once again, taking out the chandelier is just so good.
Yeah, because the chandelier locks in your late game, right? Just being able to shuffle cards back into your library, that just ensures you don't mill out. Plus, you make sure you have the dream cards stacked to perfection.
However, I don't think Mark's too upset. He's going to make 4 or 5 1/1 flyers this turn.
Mm-hmm.
Later, he can bring back his 4/1, which is good against the 2/4. Jim, he's got his Ethereal Armor to lock out the 4/1, but he's really got to use his cards wisely.
Yeah, Jim's cards can do like 1 or 2 things maybe.
Yeah.
Like, and they're very specific things to do. Mark's, I find his cards are more flexible, you know? Like, they're better. Like, this Brood Spinner has been holding off, and it's going to turn into a bunch of attackers in the end game.
Yeah, I mean, these Sultai decks, sometimes you just keep spending mana until your opponent dies, and as long as you keep spending mana, usually your cards are doing things that you need to be doing.
So Friendly Ghost with Ethereal Armor is going to be a, what, 3/5? No,
A 4/6.
4/6 first strike flyer? That's
Yeah.
pretty good.
He's getting in a little damage. I see Mark didn't want to do... Oh, he is going
He's
for the
gonna
block
block.
and sack.
Block and sack. How many things is he going to get? 4 insects?
Artifact, creature, sorcery, land, maybe an instant? So I think
Yeah.
5.
think we don't have.
Oh, and
so
an
let's do
enchantment.
this, okay?
5.
5 1/1 flyers. Oh, and Mark's going to be drawing for a while.
I mean, not the best art we've ever seen, but it gets the job done.
Work in progress.
Yeah. Maybe the insects are so small you can't see them.
So he's got the... So Jim's got the Glimmer Seeker now.
Okay.
Gonna be a little hard to trigger that one on such a cluttered board, but we'll see.
Untap.
Certainly walls off the manifest for now.
If he did attack him with the Glimmer Seeker, I mean, Mark could multi-block it, right? What have we
Probably.
got to lose? His board.
I think his decision hinges a lot on whether he has Murder in hand for backup.
Yep.
Losing 3 1/1 flyers to a combat trick is
Not great.
pretty bad for him, especially because he's in a position to race, which it looks like that's exactly what he's going to do.
Here we go.
So
But it's flying.
he's also representing that the manifest is something.
Manifest?
Yep.
And Jim's just saying, you know, I gotta make you have it. Maybe he's got the turn inside out in his
Playing
hand. We'll
3.
find out.
Flip it.
I don't
It is
recall if it's in his pool.
3-drop.
Is it a 2/3? Oh, it's a 3/3.
There we go. There's a trade. Is that the centipede?
The Spine Seeker Centipede.
Spine Seeker Centipede.
Okay. So, we trade?
So
Yeah.
Mark is kind of showing here he didn't really want to turn up the Centipede because it's got Vigilance. So
Yep.
he could have turned it up pre-combat and just gotten in an attack and set up to block.
But I mean, he's still got Jim for 5, right?
Yeah, I think it's switched.
It's also pretty
Yeah, so
bad
I'm
for
on
Jim
13,
to have
sorry,
lost
you're
his
on-
Glimmer Seeker
Glimmer
there,
Seeker.
because if he could make the Glimmer, he could exile it to Fear of Abduction,
And then
unlock that.
What's your stick twister?
That would be quite relevant.
and there's a
You
stick
have to
twister
discard-
for Mark.
I'll
So
take
that's
it. Discard
gonna
a card or- okay.
Start doing the trigger at the end of turn.
No, sorry, I'll sack
Looks
it.
like Jim's
I've got
happy
it.
to...
It's
Oh,
sack
he's going
the
to sack
land.
his...
You're
Sack
sacking
the
that.
room.
That's fine. It does nothing.
He's going to shrink
Okay.
his Friendly
That
Ghost,
becomes
though.
a 3/5.
Hmm.
Yeah.
But, you know, what can a 4/6 first striker do that a 3/5 flying first striker can't?
Few things besides attacking for 4 damage.
Yeah.
It might be that Jim has decided he just needs to play defense now,
Yeah.
and he's not interested in attacking with it anymore.
I think Jim is actually on 10, and Mark is on something else. There we go. 10 to 12. 10 to 13. So, pretty close.
Pretty close on life totals.
Put that in.
Here we've got the Bear Trap, and he's just going to take out the Stick Twister right now before Mark
ball.
can have anything fancy. And this time Jim leaving up white for his removal spell. Not that he wants to use it on any of the creatures here, and he is just
Yeah.
looking to play defense now.
How about I upgrade one of your 1/1 flying insects into a 2/2 something from your deck?
Oh,
That sounds like a bad deal, right?
I mean, if Jim had, I don't think he drafted Pyroclasm. If he had
He does,
Pyroclasm here,
he does
Go to
have
combat.
Pyroclasm.
oh, that is
I'll block one.
great.
Yes.
So if Jim can top deck a Pyroclasm, he's going to get this game moving towards decking territory, and that's going to make his unwanted remake really good.
I think this is also Battle of the Bankers. I don't want to dox these fellas, but I think they both work for the Big Four.
Whoa,
To rumble in the jungle, Battle of the Banks.
got big investment behind them.
So, Mark went in with all 4,
Well, he sent in 5 and Jim ate one of
ate
them.
one of them.
So Mark's just trying to push damage, not too concerned about value.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if he remembers that he's got the cultist he can bring back.
Oh, with Delirium.
Yes, very easy to forget about that.
I reckon he's looking at his graveyard right now.
He's giving it a squiz, thinking, maybe I could have cast a 4-drop this turn.
But instead, getting you closer to death. Like, everything's gravy for Mark right now.
I think that's a second unwanted remake that Jim has just drawn.
Yeah, that look.
Jim's in a hell of a... So,
Yeah.
he can mill Mark by 6 cards right now. I don't know how many cards Mark has got left. I'm sure it's more than 10.
Mm-hmm.
But it's
But
got to be in
Do you
Jim's
see the
mind.
card in his hand?
Oh,
It was
more mill.
under the skin.
More mill, but he's going to get back the Brood Spinner and make stick
Yeah,
more 1/1s.
we can always make more 1/1s.
Yes.
Not so good. Jim is really wishing this had been closer to the board state in the first game where
Yes.
neither player could get an attack in. That,
What do we got? It's unfortunate.
oh, Jim's Friendly Ghost having 3 power with first
Thought
strike,
it might be that.
not enough here.
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
and
so
now-
this
oh.
happens- Okay.
Mark's
so
going to manifest twice,
thing
right?
first, right? So yeah,
Manifest for the
manifest
beastie dying
threats.
and manifest for the other.
Starting to run a little low on cards, but
And the other
he
one?
can recur his Chandelier now. If he can get Chandelier in play and activate it 2 or 3 times,
Then he's
that's
gonna
game,
be okay.
game plan gone.
And,
And Jim's going to halve his life total now. Only having 1 creature on the battlefield. Like maybe he maybe blocks one of the flyers and then yeah, he doesn't want to use an unwanted remake on one of them as well.
No, I mean, that's barely accomplishing anything.
That's bad.
And it looks like he is just going to block one of the flyers.
Take 3, go to 3.
So Mark's got, I think, 15 cards left in library at least. So
How did you do that?
I just counted the cards in play.
Okay.
I mean, I asked Mark.
Okay. We got that straight from Mark, yeah.
So Jim's pretty far away from the deck out plan. And I would not be surprised if Mark goes for his Chandelier now.
There we go.
He's pulling it out before even manifesting Dread. This might be...
The plan.
Manifest Dread.
He's doing it a little out of order, but I don't think he could flip anything here he would rather have.
Threats around every corner is now a creature. Land in the bin.
Making sure Jim doesn't see the threats around every corner for game 3.
I don't think there's going to be a game 3, Richard.
It's looking a little grim for Jim.
Yeah.
Don't have many ads here.
There we go. We've got the
I'll get rid of
Unwanted remake.
remake.
This is really funny.
Yeah.
Mark just saying,
Okay,
you could do that? Alright. Is this an innocuous rat?
Wait,
Mark, I don't know if you should... I guess so.
Yeah, I think.
Come on.
Yeah, so
Oh,
I can
that's
manifest it
hilarious.
twice.
Innocuous rat.
Right.
That's...
Okay. So you destroy
But
it.
he doesn't get the double
you can
trigger,
manifest
right?
drag.
Because he didn't... Oh, he did flip it up. Okay, he flipped it up for the extra amount.
This is hilarious. Jim just giving Mark a free creature.
Been a decade.
I mean, Pyroclasm here would look pretty decent.
Yeah. I think that's his one out, right?
I've got one
Yeah,
out.
I feel like he could have saved Unwanted Remake to deal with the post-Pyroclasm Chandelier,
Mm-hmm.
That wasn't it.
but
Land.
he's got Fear of Abduction and nothing else, and Fear of Abduction is barely doing anything here.
Well, it
in my-
would remove his one blocker.
Yes. He's putting Mark to the test. He's saying, you want to take 3? Alright, you can take 3.
So I'll take 3, yeah. Yeah,
And just
And
showing
fear
him.
of the abduction.
He said, look, I didn't
one.
want to show you last game.
sure thing. So
Show
this
me
one
what's
takes
under your
off.
manifest.
Yeah.
Good game.
And we
there
have
we
the
go.
match over.
Home.
Well, then
Ah.
Blessed be the sea. Blessed be our mark.
Well, we said it was a tough matchup for Jim.
Yeah, it pretty much went the way you called it.
The way we thought it had a strong chance of going. Not to put too much doubt on Jim, but
But his deck was not equipped to handle what Mark was bringing to the party.
no, I think Jim would be at his best when he can just like line up a crucial removal spell, beat down with his fire, just like not encounter so much removal, and I mean he did a great job of just fending off Mark's board when Mark was trying to get aggressive.
But Mark's board just kept growing and growing. Like
It got
there wasn't
ridiculous.
much you could do about that.
I think if Jim could upgrade his Wrath into an actual Wrath,
Yeah,
it would be
so
a real
much better.
game changer.
And if he'd drawn that Pyroclasm,
Yes.
drawn the Pyroclasm, I don't know if he has many ways to gain life. He's got the Cultist, the 3/3 Eerie Cultist, which is a life linker, but there's not much. Once Jim goes below a certain life level, he's not getting back up to it. And red
Not
white is
easily.
not the best at stabilizing.
No, it's not a color combo you want to be playing from behind.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was cooking a little bit. I think you have to respect in these high level tournaments you can't rely on just getting past high quality cards
Yeah.
with colors, because these other drafters, they'll switch colors, they'll take them.
Yeah. You'll just switch and jive, do whatever you need to get the cards you need to win the match.
Yeah.
Now, what's happening? Mark's hung for an interview?
Oh, excellent.
Perfect.
So we're going to hear some words from the victor in a little bit.
Yep. Well, actually, his name's Mark, but he did a really good job in that first round. And I want to know about what his draft was like and see how confident he was in the game.
I had heard from another player, he was already bragging.
Really? That's the Mark we know and love.
He was set up. I mean, I've had some great games against Mark. He actually beat... I was the last player he had to beat in order to get first place in Wilds of Eldraine.
Really?
And I was like, I'm not going to make it easy for him, but he made it easy for himself.
Because when, like, he is a very disciplined picker and a very disciplined player as well. Also, a big poker player.
Yeah. He's a relatively new face among Magic mates. I think this is the first cup he's qualified for.
Yeah.
So he's really rising through the ranks, a bit like Chris North.
He's been here for a while. Like, he's been here for a few years.
Oh, okay.
But, like, he's not every week he's there. He's got other things like scuba diving to do.
People with lives.
I know, right? Yeah, get him out. But I'm very interested to see all the other decks today.
Yeah.
We're now building. I saw 2 blue-red builds that are going to be coming up. I'm not sure if we're going to get to see them on camera. I hope we do. But those 2, Mark and Jim, like 2 very different drafting experiences as well.
Extremely different decks.
Yeah, just the way they navigated the draft and the options they had. I don't think Jim had the same options that Mark did. Just, I don't know what was going on in his seat.
Yeah. It was a bit of chaos.
Mm-hmm. I'm interested to... I'd love to get chat with Jim later on, but here he is, the man of the moment. It's Mark.
You over?
Do you want me to
Yeah.
in here?
Come on in, have a seat.
Hello, hello.
Welcome aboard.
Hmm. Hey.
So, hello, Mark. Congratulations on your win.
Thank you.
How did it feel? How did those matches feel to you?
Fairly easy. I didn't really feel like I was in a lot of trouble for a little bit, but it was good fun. I think my deck's good. Like, so when I was drafting, stayed fairly open. Felt like I found the open colors. Black green really did feel open in my seat. Felt like I don't have the strongest rares, but other than that, I'm pretty happy. I've got basically all I want. Ton of Manifest Dread, and then some good synergy with it.
The unwanted
Bit of
remaking on your
Yeah.
first on your beastie, then on your innocuous rat.
It's a bit unfortunate that like he's playing a removal spell that's Manifest Dreading for me, which is exactly what I want.
Hey, opponent, thank you so much.
Yeah. So
I'd love my clan on a silver platter. Thank you.
I'm sure on that last one with the innocuous rat, I just knew he'd lost, and so he did it for a bit of a joke, really. But on my manifest.
Yeah.
But then, but yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate that removal spell's not going to work very well against me when I really want to do that.
You seem to have a really good, resilient deck as well. One that can rebuild. In both games, you faced off against Jim's Wraths.
Yeah. Well, even in the end there, I still had the cultist thing that can come out of the graveyard in the graveyard. I didn't play it on the last turn because I figured maybe he's got another Wrath.
You never know
hold
what
it back.
He does,
and he has 3 Wraths in the deck, right? So that was probably quite smart. But so there was no real need to overcommit at that point. But yeah, I mean, the Brood Spinner just does a lot, right?
The Brood Spinner is not a beast because there's plenty of beasties, but it is a card that can hold back early aggression. What matchup are you most worried about in the coming matches?
None of them.
Oh, really?
We'll be all right.
You think your deck is...
I think I'll win it all.
All right, here we go. Win it all, home by 6?
I got to get home by 6. They need to be fast. We need to get through them quickly. We need everybody else to hurry up. And,
how are they going? What are
hopefully
they...
so I can just win.
How are the rounds looking in there right now? Do you know what they're at?
No, I've come out just after mine, so I didn't see the others.
Is there someone coming into this, was there anyone you were really scared to play against?
I think Sam is really good. I often lose against him.
Yeah.
Damon in the past has, I think I had an 11 loss streak against him once. I counted. I was really upset about it.
Was that 11 games or 11 matches?
11 matches. But I've done broken that, so nowadays it's much more even. I don't know. Yeah, Sam I think is one of the better players there.
Sam's
Chris is very
good
too. Chris Lynn. He's scary, and then Yoan also previously has won a cup and everything. So there's good players.
All right, well...
But I'm going to beat them all.
I know. I know that. Beat them all, home by 6. That's the plan.
Yeah.
All right, well, best of luck out there, Mark, and we'll catch you next time.
Cheers.
And now, everyone, we're going to have another little break while we tweak some cameras, get ready to get through the rest of round 1, and see you very soon.
Yeah, it's too late now, but all suspend cards. There's no instance with suspend.
That works very well.
Because it interacts weirdly with the wording of suspend. Yeah, it's too late now, but all suspend cards. There's no instance with suspend.
That works very well.
Because it interacts weirdly with the wording of suspend.
Stifling a Thassa's Oracle trigger, it is priceless. For the rest, the best deals are on Josh and Pat's MTG Bazaar.
Welcome back. So we have for you a delightful round 2 setup, and we have got Sam and Alex? Sam and Yoan.
Yeah.
So they are rolling the die right now. We are about to get started. Both of our players are right now won their respective round 1s.
Yeah, this is semi-final. I'm very excited for this one. We've got 2 very controlling decks, capable of going long. I think it's going to be a real test of the players. No one's going to have a nut draw, I would suspect. It's going to be about, winning the games later, like deep into turns. And I am incredibly excited. I think we should have a really good match here.
I don't know if anyone can actually hear this, but there's a little mock interview being conducted by Sam and Yoan here. And I believe Sam's on blue-red and Yoan is in...
A Jund deck.
Is he black-red or like a green? Yeah.
It's green, black-red. I'd say the base is probably more green-red with the black being a splash, but it's pretty straight Jund. There's a lot going on there, and yeah, the power levels I say would be pretty comparable. It's going to come down to, lots of small decisions, I would suspect. Okay.
Exciting. Okay, so we're going to see a lot of tight play, a lot of interesting decisions, probably a lot of really strategic thinking, like, do I try and get on the board early or do I answer early threats? I don't think Sam or Yoan have a good idea of what each other's deck does, so there's not a lot of previously acquired knowledge that they can bring to the table. Should be really interesting to see. And to make everyone's life easier, we do have different colored sleeves, which is very nice.
Yeah.
Going for the cut. Into the fist bump. Here we go. And I think Yoan's on the play. I could be wrong.
Yeah, I'm not sure how it's determined in the semifinals. Is it just die roll again?
I believe it's all a die roll.
Yeah.
So we're randomly determined. With figuring out the life counter. Sam separated his 7 out into 4 and 3. Do you have a favorite way to separate your 7?
Usually it's the 4 and 3 actually. Yeah.
I've seen 6 and 1.
Oh,
Some people like to go for the 6 and then the 1
they're
extra.
dancing with the devil. That is not to my liking.
So we got the life counter set up. Sam's got his cards. He's had a little bit of a look. Yoan's getting ready. Yoan seems to be a fan of 4, 2, and 1. But anyway, in we go. Two lands from Yoan. Red, green, looking strong. From Sam, I see a grip of islands and a couple of white cards that we're both keeping. We're both good. Okay, we're off to a roaring start. Duel from Yoan, basic island from Sam, and straight in there with the the Wicker Folk, I believe, the Wildfire Wicker Folk from Yoan, cracks in for 3 with haste. Really fast start from Yoan. Sam's flashes in the Bear Trap, and then Sam drops his
red basic, and wow, I didn't think Johan's deck was this fast.
Yeah, I think it's a little deceptive. He's playing his good Delirium, red-green cards, which happen to be kind of aggressive. I wouldn't expect this to be backed up with combat tricks and things like that. I think we, at some point Johan will slow down. Actually, he said to me he's going to trick people into thinking that he's an aggressive deck, get them on the back foot, and then go over.
Gets the block.
So
Wickerfolk in the bin. Ah, is this the is this the Survivor? No, this is the Dork. This is the O4. Yeah.
Yeah. So Johan will be happy that he's already got access to all his colors, which is always something of a concern.
Okay, plays the Rager.
Deck.
Rampager, Rager. The 3-drop that is a 1/4, but then turns into a 4/4 if you have 2 rooms.
It's the rooms card. Sam's deck is heavy on the rooms, so I expect this 1/4 to become a 4/4 at some point. Interestingly, there are 2 Izzet drafters in the draft pod, but very different decks. Sam's heavy on the rooms, and Alex, the other drafter, much more so into like much more of a control build.
So what have we got here from Johan? The
rare
Gorger?
Yeah, so 2/3 ETBs create 2 1/1 flyers. If you have Delirium though, they get plus insects and something else get +1/+1 and Death Touch. So
so this could get out of control.
Yeah, this is one of Johan's better cards. He told me that he opened this in pack 2. One of the reasons he's splashed in black, and yeah, just even without the Delirium, it's a great rate.
Seems like a strength to strength start from Johan, but a little hiccup on lands, I believe.
Interesting.
Blows it up straight away. Johan getting closer to Delirium. Sam pops in for 1. He's not blocking with all of Johan's flyers, so fair enough over there. Keeps a single red up. Not many single red tricks in this format that blue-red would play.
Yeah, not blue-red. There are, yeah, maybe in red-white you'd have some concerns, but I don't think Johan would be too worried about anything here.
A lot of black cards in Johan's hand, so gets down in for 2, and
this is a pretty nice
brings it back. Brings it back, makes a horror. So this is the room. From off screen, the horror token is tossed onto the battlefield. There's the Swarm Weaver there.
Interestingly, it looks like Johan's gone for the value play of both sides of the room to get the 2/2 token, and whereas he could have played the Swarm Weaver, I believe, because he's got 2 black sources, so he could have brought it back and played it, but he's going to eke out value where he can, which is an interesting approach. I might have been tempted to play, get four flyers on the board. That's a pretty quick clock, but Johan knows what he's doing.
100%. So Sam's definitely played less cards than Johan. So Sam's probably looking to catch up. Don't know exactly what Sam's deck has got in store for Johan. If he, like Jim, drafted a Pyroclasm, things could look really bad for Johan. But I don't know what's gonna come out of Sam's hand right now. He's having to think about it though.
Yeah, I don't think he has a Pyroclasm. His best draw is probably the I don't know, like Titans, the cycle of mythics. Enchantment creatures.
The Overlords.
The Overlords. He does have the red Overlord, so that's probably his best bet to sort of stabilize quickly here.
Okay, picks off a flyer with the red-blue room. Can't remember if this is the rare or uncommon red-blue room.
It's not the Smoky Lounge, which is, I think, one of the red-blue. So I think it could be the rare when it deals damage equal to maybe the cards in your hand, is what I want to say.
Johan considering his options. He's got a lot of options. He's got a few, it's like the black Sack-a-Thing removal spell. We know he's got the Swarm Weaver. lot of directions that Johan could take this game in right now. And it seems that, yes, Sam might be representing a bit of a counterspell here, but Johan's still on the front foot, and Sam's got the bounce off of the 2-2 with his 1-4. He's got one room. If he can get another room down, then we've got a 4-4 instead of a 1-4. Okay.
Johan continues to grind.
The devious mirth, I believe, or the disturbing mirth.
Yeah.
I think this card is manifesting dread on ETB, and then you may sack it to draw cards, or
I think you can sack an enchantment to draw.
That's right. You sack another enchantment when it enters to draw, and then when you sack it, you manifest dread. So, wow.
Okay, so Johan getting aggressive here.
So this is, I believe, the 4-drop 5/4 that when you attack with Delirium, you get a Coiling Oracle trigger.
Yeah, and Johan, he's only got 2 cards in his graveyard, but he is only 1 type away from Delirium, so any instant or sorcery would do it for him next turn because he has the artifact creature.
And no counter magic from Sam here, but
yeah,
Johan's got one hell of a board, and Sam's going to need to come up with something fast.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if Sam is waiting on double red in any way, or is at least sort of held back.
Okay, big land cycler, the big blue Megalodon.
Yeah, so that is going to go some way towards stabilizing, and okay, I was gonna say.
Okay, easily dispatched, sacks the thing, manifests dread.
This is like a
land. I think he saw 2 lands there, and wow.
Yeah, this is a bit of a bloodbath. Johan obviously doesn't know what Sam's got. There is like the double red.
And back comes the Swarm Weaver, a couple more flyers, and I believe we now have Delirium.
Yeah, I think so.
So Sam's in trouble.
Yeah. I think Johan's would be if I was Johan at this point, I would be like, I probably wouldn't even be adding any further to the board. I think he's so far ahead that all he needs to do now is not get blown out by, say, like the 5-mana Wrath in red. But that's, yeah, I think Sam's pretty much got a.
So the Wickerfolk Thresher, which is attacking now. I don't know if we've already resolved its trigger, or if it's still figuring out attacks. No one's thinking, organizing his mana, shuffling the cards, passes it back. So I don't know if he just saw a land or drew the card when we weren't watching, but Wickerfolk Thresher, if you have Delirium, this thing, not only is it a 4-mana 5/4, but this thing's going to draw you cards, it's going to ramp you, and Sam does not look happy.
Yeah, it's I'd say it's one of the better uncommons and makes it any green deck. Yeah.
So the Swarm Weaver adds power with Delirium?
With Delirium adds power and Death Touch.
Okay, so...
And it's worth noting it's not just the flyers, like for example, the 2/1 that gets you a land, that's an insect I think, or yeah, I think that's an insect. There's actually quite a lot of insects and spiders that get buffed in green.
Okay, turns makes something unable to scream, which crucially takes away the Swarm Weaver's abilities. I believe that is also a flying blocker from Sam.
Okay.
So not amazing for Johan, but also still not great for Sam. Sam's still gonna have to deal with this 5/4, and
we've only got one room unlocked still, so.
At least he's not just dead in the air this turn, but Ooh-wee. I'd feel a little better for Sam if Johan was out of cards, but Johan has still got 3 in hand and he's clowning down. We are coming right into the red zone. I wouldn't be surprised if this issues a concede from Sam. That's the Thresher trigger there. Puts it in hand, not a land. And Sam's got 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 damage coming at him. He's got 2 blockers. 4 of this damage is in the air. So 3 of this damage is in the air. And it looks like Yuan's going for something.
He's probably wondering, like, do I want to show another card? I think when you're this far in front, playing against a good opponent, it may be...
Kills it, and we're done. Yep. Okay.
He's not
Extremely dominant game 1 for Johan.
Alardeas de ejemplo, de juntar corazones, un
Right
experto en
out of
conexión.
blasting with the hasty 3-2 for 2, and just didn't slow down the whole game.
Yeah. Oh, my max dropped. Yeah, that was a blistering draw. Like, as you could kind of see, how he has, you know, he can have an aggressive start, but he's just got like a lot of capacity to grind, and yeah, that I think that round was more one-sided than I was expecting. Of course, you know, it's fresh new 7 cards for each of them. It's going to be completely different this time. We have jumped over, I think, to our other semi-final here.
Is this Mark and
Damon?
Chris, or is it Damon?
It's Damon. And Damon, I know, is really unhappy with his deck. I think he's playing a couple of the teddy bears, and I know he's playing the go cards, and he doesn't really, you know, he doesn't like it all. But Damon is, he's arguably the best player in terms of
100%
skill in game, but he's always going to be a threat, and this I'm curious to see where we're at with this match and how it goes.
Agreed. Yeah, it seems like Mark has taken the front foot. He's up on board. I don't quite understand what Damon's pile of cards over here is. I think that's like a token with a couple of things attached to it, maybe an equipment and an aura.
I suspect the Glimmerlight. I'm not sure what else. I know it could be multiple Glimmerlights actually. I know Damon's a big fan of a card and does have some of them. Interesting for Mark, he's got his 4/4 flyer out, which I just love. So rare that the cards like that get a look in the modern era of Magic, but there it is.
Hey, 6 mana 4/4 flyer. You can first pick it. It goes in every deck.
Yeah. Artifact, colorless, doesn't lock you in.
So a bit of removal from Mark here. Puts the dog in the bin. Damon gets a surveil.
I do apologize for the focus. We'll do our best to guide you through. I think we've got a Patrick Beastie on the battlefield as well for Mark. Maybe a Manifest token too. Damon, of course, is on survival. He's got, you know, it's an aggressive build with an Altenac. That's probably his sort of lone top end. He does have a way to recur the Altenac, which is how he was able to win his game 1 in the quarterfinals.
Wow, so Damon's on 4 life now. So dead in the air to the Chandelier. And it's looking very favorable for Mark. But that being said, I would be loath to write off Damon. I've seen Damon come back from much worse. So he's got 6 mana. He's got 2 creatures. What can he do?
Oh, okay. So
so he's got the vehicle, the UFO.
yeah, is it? That's the flavor of it. Is
I
it like
believe it
something
is
you
meant to be a
fancy?
UFO.
Fantastic. I love that. I didn't.
Takes the lethal threat. Crucial play. Okay.
Yeah.
And he's live to the crew on it with his 2 creatures.
That was a big play.
And does he play out anything else? Okay, tapping 2 mana.
Hellbent?
Based on the crossed arms. Oh no, okay.
2 cards.
Oh, and we're
we're
back to Sam and Johan. I'm sure we'll catch back in with Damon and Mark in due course, but here we are for game 2 of Sam and Johan. So Sam's going to be on the play, I can only assume, and now Sam's got to hope to rip hot, play well.
Yeah, maybe just cast a few more spells. I think one of the, the struggles he had there is that he had a couple of times where he didn't use his mana that efficiently. Meanwhile, Jan was like hitting everything. And
I think what I see from Sam here is 5 lands and 2 spells.
well, these are tough.
And I
tough
think
indicators.
if I know Sam, he knows that he can't afford to play a slow game against Johan. So maybe he has to ship it back and hope for something a little bit better. But from what I'm seeing, I think he's keeping it.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like, normally be looking to toss something back like that, but there are, a couple of rooms that let you scry, or say if you got the meat locker, then that could be a way to sort of draw back into some action. So it will be interesting to see what Sam actually has here.
I also just want to say, the camera does wonders for Johan. Johan's looking so good today. Really great lighting, very cinematic lighting.
It is.
Putting it away.
Yeah,
Looks like another good start for Johan if what I'm seeing in his hand is correct. I think he's got the 2-drop once again with haste. Sam passes on to, and I think he's going to get whacked once again. Yep. It is a repeat of the previous game. Sam's drawing, seems to draw another land. I think that's probably one of the last things he wanted to see. Does he have a turn 3 play? Taps a blue. Is this a bounce? No, turns into a toy.
Okay.
Okay.
It's it's kind of nice to be able to keep that thing out of the graveyard because it is a very good delirium enabler.
Okay, the hand that feeds. Make sure you don't bite it.
Okay.
So less. Ooh. Okay. Well, four in this format. There's a lot of things that cost 4 instant speed. I think we might have the 4-drop draw 2.
Glimmer Burst.
Glimmer Burst. We might be seeing
that's
Glimmer
a
Burst.
big
This might be the Tuck. And here comes the Thresher once again, putting a lot of pressure from the Thresher on Sam. This might get tucked, I believe. No, okay, it is
It's like
Glimmer
a Glimmer
Burst.
So yeah, this card has grown a lot in my estimation. I first thought of it as maybe like a 23rd card, but oh, sorry, was it Vanish from sight or was it Glimmer Burst?
But that was
It
Glimmer Burst.
Yeah. I just thought of it as like a 23 card, but now I'm realizing that anything that creates an enchantment is quite good in this set, and it's now a card that in most of my blue decks I'm happy to play 2 of without much thought.
Yeah, 100%. Like the 4-mana instant speed draw 2 has been good for a long time. Picks off the Thresher. Does get Johan closer to Delirium, but big threat off the board and keeping Sam feeling a little bit safe for now.
Yeah, so this is going better.
Another enormous threat.
Okay. Yeah.
A lot of pressure. Counterspell from Sam.
Okay, this
A
is more like it.
crucial
We have a
counterspell from
match.
Sam. Sam is feeling amazing about that, I can only assume. Takes the 2 from the hand that feeds, but 2 enormous threats dealt with.
Oh, it's a lot of cards, and I can definitely see at least some action for Sam. So we have a match. Johan would have been devastated to see that get counted.
So Sam's got his draw card engine on the other side of the door there. Sam's wondering, okay, I've got a grip of cards, Johan's got 2, I've dealt with a lot of threats. Can I afford to go a little slower, develop a little bit more value, or do I just really need to add to the board? Taps 4, opens the door.
Yeah,
Draws the extra card, passes the turn.
this is as good a window as any he's likely to have. So
I agree. The pressure is a little off. He's just dealt with a hasty threat. So in comes the hand that feeds. And I believe this is
Toy maker?
the toy dog? Or the
Is this
the
like
the one that makes
piggy bank? I think.
Oh.
It ties into a treasure. So, yeah, it's a nice delirium enabler.
Sam hitting every land drop, which is what a control deck loves to see.
Importantly, though, it looks like Johan is like slowing down a bit. Like
In comes the paper. In comes the 3/3 defender, adding to the board. So Sam's got extra cards coming. Johan does not. So Sam's really hoping for a couple of slower, sluggish turns from Johan that allow Sam to have the time to turn the corner on him. Even in that amazing lighting, Johan is looking a little more stressed than before. And I can't quite see what's in his hands. I think he has 2 lands and a spell. So he's now got spell, land in hand. Passes the turn back to Sam. This might be it for Sam to turn the corner. Looks around, sees it's safe to look at the card, looks at the card. I can see a room in hand for Sam. I think if Sam can just keep drawing all those extra cards, adding to the board, overwhelming Johan with value, we might see this turn around very quickly.
Yeah, like Johan's got a couple of good draws. He's got 2 of the red-green rare where you can discard your hand and draw equal to the number of card types. But even that doesn't really compare to having an engine going turn after turn, and he needs to draw at least one copy of that spell. So, and right now his graveyard's actually not very well stocked.
Taps 5, plays the other side.
Gearbuster the Valley is the card I was talking about.
Ah, yes, yeah. So he plays the other side of, I think, is that the other side of Glassworks, or is it the I can't quite tell. It looks like the other side of Glassworks. So he goes for the Shattered Yard.
That is a...
Sam's settling in for the long game. He's saying to Johan, I don't need to remove any of your creatures. I will do that when you play something good.
Yeah, that's a statement. That's a statement play from Sam, and it shows that he's feeling comfortable.
He's feeling comfortable. He wants to settle into a long game where he'll just chip in for 1 at the end of every end step. Sam has become a man of the end step. Whether it's drawing cards or dealing 1 damage. Here comes a big fat threat that the Glassworks does not touch. So Johan's in here saying, I got bigger stuff still, but Sam's holding on to priority a little bit, or are we going to combat?
Looks like this might be sticking.
He's thinking. Don't know if this has hit the battlefield or if it's still on the stack. Nope, that's going away. So that's the quench of the format. And flashes in the bear trap at the end of the turn. Sam is off. Sam is off to the races. Those extra cards are... Oh, draws the other blue-red room.
Turkey Lounge?
I think it is.
Yeah, so that's gonna... could potentially make a 6/6 flyer, depending on how quickly Sam wants to pop it off. Which will close out the game pretty quickly.
And it will. So, a lot of value being generated by Sam. Johan is unfortunately in top deck land. But Johan's got strong cards in deck.
Yeah. I don't think Johan will be loving his position though, just because Sam has managed to establish himself pretty well.
Taps 5. I think we're going to be seeing...
The other side of the draw 3, discard 1. I think it's Drowned Dino, it's a little hard to see.
It is too, yeah, that's it. Yeah, it's the Sift.
Look, I just want to say one of my favorite commons. I think it's a card which look a little innocuous, but for me, I'm now picking it above most of the other blue uncommon route.
Wow. Okay, plays the flyer. I believe that's the 1/3. And Sam's board's looking healthy. and draws an extra card for the trouble. Pings Yoan. All right.
I'm trying to think.
Yoan's still
Yoan
playing off the
has-
top, and I believe he drew another land.
He's got at least one spell.
Hard to say. I think the red spell in Yoan's hand might be the 4 damage red removal spell. Just based on the art, can't quite tell. He's looking for delirium, maybe.
Which card is that? Not the glass books, right?
Okay, we're killing something. Oh no, this is... Oh, this is the X spell.
Yeah, this he's gonna draw maybe looks like 4 cards, maybe.
2, 3,
Yeah.
4. So Yoan is gassed right back up and into back into the game. The red green X spell, I believe. I forgot what it's called. Something yeah, that's it. Peer past the veil. So he's discarded his handful of a land, and he's drawn 4 cards, which is fantastic for 4 mana. So what I can see is the Bone Shards type spell. I think he's got the Black Room that gets something back out of the bin. So Yoan's got game yet, but I think only 1 swamp in play. So heavy on the black spells. Not enough black lands to maybe back them up. Having a little count. 3. Thinking. Sam's looking smug. He's looking smug. He knows. Oh, Yoan distraught. Distraught. There are 2 emotions. Yoan and Sam. Counts the deck. Wants to know how long this can go. Okay. So, Yoan's wondering how much time he's got left. Sam's sitting there going, I got more cards than you. Got more creatures than you. What's the play?
Yeah,
Sam
that's
clearly
interesting.
taunting him. 16 in library from the table just came through. So if that's 2 cards a turn, I don't know if that trigger is a May on the back of the room.
I'd be guessing it's not if Yoan's counting. I guess Yoan may also be considering, does he want to kill it? Because it looks like if he's got Final Vengeance, he could exile it. Oh, no. Take that back. He can only get rid of his own enchantments as the sacrifice. So
a lot of thinking for Yoan to do here. Interesting to see where he takes it. Does he just get rid of one of the threats? Sam doesn't have any high profile threats. Got a 1/3, got a 3/3, got a 2/1. Nothing obviously, needing to be gotten taken off the table right now. So
yeah, I think the if, depending on what exactly he's got in hand, if he's got 2 removal spells, I'd be tempted to take out the 1/3 flyer. But presumably Sam's either going to be like unlocking rooms or casting enchantments, and it will kill him pretty quickly alongside the is it the ironworks?
oh yeah, I don't know what this is. One of the red rooms. Is it his own Shattered Yard? No, I don't think it is.
Yeah, something else.
I think it's the other side of Ticket Booth.
Okay, do you remember what that does?
I can't quite remember.
Nor do I. I know one of them give double strike, but I think that's quite an expensive one.
Oh no, yes, so the Tunnel of Hate, I think. I wouldn't be surprised if that's it. The art looks slightly different, can't quite tell. But he definitely didn't pay 6 mana for it. So I think it might have the right age. Sam trades it all off, basically, though. I know there's one of the red rooms that gives +1/+0. Yeah, that I reckon is what it is. So the Defaced Gallery came through, pumped all his creatures. Sam traded it all off. Sam thinks he's got the long game, but by Yoan's reckoning, Sam's got 8 turns left. So who knows if Sam has his own chandelier to help reset the graveyard, but excited to see what's going on because now.
Nowhere to run come down, which has popped off something.
Oh, I think it cleaned up his 3/3 on the ground.
Okay.
Or his flyer. So, decisions to be made by Sam here. I think he just like, you know, extends back out onto the board. I don't think there's any reason. So he's got his 3-mana 4/4s now, which is quite a threat.
Yeah.
And pops down another.
Bit of Smoky Lounge to make his flyer, yeah. So this would be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, I think.
Is it equal to the number of unlocked rooms
yeah.
you got?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so he's got a 5/5.
I think importantly, Johan, he held on to his Final Vengeance, didn't he? So
He held on to his Final Vengeance, so he's got one
chance for
removal
one
spell
of
in
his
hand.
Spells.
And he's got a handy little O2 to sack to it. And I think...
Okay, so
goes straight to the Exile. Exiles Fear of Burning Alive in a Forest. And is thinking. I believe he has until next turn to play them. He can't play the Fear this turn. Fear would cleanly mop up
might possibly have a judge call here.
one of Sam's creatures, and we do have a judge call.
Not sure what's happened.
A little bit of a question here. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on presently. Johan looks a little smug about it though. Plays the land out of exile. So maybe judge call over.
And we're presuming that Johan's got delirium at this point, right?
Oh, 100%. So Sax is nowhere to run, gets rid of the 5/5. Fear of Burning Alive will come down next turn to mop up the 4/4. And smack him for 1. Or is it permanently in the exile zone now?
Yeah.
Can't quite remember.
I don't know how that card reads.
I think he's put it on top of the room to probably indicate that it is still, yeah, until the end of your next turn. So
Makes sense. So Johan's done a pretty good job of swinging things back his way. I'd say now it's firmly in the balance. I think Sam's probably slightly ahead just because he's still got his engine going and he has a couple of rooms still to unlock. But ostensibly, Johan's stabilized. A lot of cards there for Sam.
a lot of cards for Sam. Sam knows Fear of Burning Alive is coming. Maybe a counterspell coming for Johan. And Sam doing a lot of contemplation.
Okay, apologies if you couldn't hear me for a little while.
Gets him for 4. He ain't blocking, because that thing's gonna die. Taps for 5? Well, that looks like 6 mana. He's thinking about opening a room. Taps for 8? Taps for 9?
Okay, with the land cycler.
Opens a room in land cycles. I don't know what room he opened. I think he opened the other side of the Smoky Lounge. He opened the Smoky Lounge part of the Smoky Lounge.
Not do a whole lot, but it does give him a bit of free mana. Future turns.
This comes down. This will nug Sam for 4. It'll mop up the 4/4. But Sam's got the bigger creature still. And Johan did spend his whole turn doing that.
He doesn't seem to have a follow-up, or is he still thinking?
I think crucially, Sam's got a little bit of the clock on him. He's drawing 2 cards a turn, and he needs to crack in. He needs to get some damage. He needs to finish the game. He's been doing a really good job of dirtling around and making you know, short work of Johan's creatures, but hasn't been getting in the damage.
Yeah, this Dagamore Megalodon though is going to start doing some work. Johan's not up against it just yet. He's got a couple of potential chump blocks, but he's going to have to find an answer, and he's used a lot of his black removal. So it is a little hard to see how he deals with the 5/7. Okay, we just had an update from our other table. Damon and Mark are headed to game 3. So we'll see if we get the chance to catch some of that.
So Sam having a big think here. Don't exactly know what is in Sam's hand. I think Sam's probably, if he's got removal, he's probably got it in a bounce capacity against the fear of Burning Alive, and that's not really what he wants. That's more damage. It's another removal spell, and he did draw another one of the Room Tribal 4/4s, so he would like to play that and have it survive. So I think this is the bounce room. He's taking his chances. Ooh, the moment. Just reads it. Puts the door back. Closes the door for a little bit. Has a look. Oh, okay, bounces the dog. Taps the dog.
So that was Meat Locker, I guess?
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Interesting. Whoa!
Big turn.
Okay, Overlord of the Boiler Bilges has come down. If you thought Fear of Burning Alive was good, this one's better. Kills the Burning Alive, cracks in, and now Johan's up against it.
Yeah, it was a really nice turn from Sam, and I don't know what small chance Johan had before. I feel like it's gone out the window now. He essentially had 2.
I think I see a removal spell that will actually handle the Overlord here.
That's a start. He's technically dead next turn though if he doesn't also answer the 5/7 because of the room that's...
The room is killing him, so I believe that's 5 damage. Does kill the Overlord. Overlord in the bin, and a concession from Johan, okay.
Go to game 3. Fire. That was a much closer affair, but still, I feel like Sam really kind of had it under control from about turn 4 onwards.
It was back and forth. Sam had a really dominant position. Johan drew 4, which was huge for him. Really allowed him to swing the balance back into his direction for a little bit. But Sam's value engine was too much. He had the removal. He had the creatures. He drops the Overlord. He has a mythic rare Overlord that's going to be hard to beat.
Who do you fancy?
I mean, like, I got to go for my man, Sam. But Johan's lighting is so much better. Like, Sam's got really sort of, like, clammy, like, you know, glistening. Look at this. It's beautiful. It's such a beautiful shot. I can't get over it. He looks like he's in a movie. It's even framed with him with some talking space and to his left. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
So Johan for the visual aspect, but Sam for the game. I'm rolling for my boy here.
Okay.
And
I think I like Johan's chances on the play. I think he's got a couple more options in terms of beating down versus going more controlling. And Sam, without knowing what Johan has in hand, has to make the difficult decision. Okay, am I going to remove the early threats? Or am I going to hold my removal for potentially some more dangerous stuff later?
100%. And I think Sam just needs to pray that Johan doesn't hit him with one of those ultra aggressive starts like the first game. I think Sam is really hoping now that Johan either goes for the mulligan, you know, has a more, you know, relaxed, slower start, not just coming out of the gates with the Wicker Folk once again. So we'll find out, but this could be anyone's game. I don't think it's settled at all.
Of the two players, who do you think has the better chance against Mark?
Ooh.
Say it was Mark, because we can't comment too much on Damon's deck. Better say it was Mark, who we are familiar with.
That's interesting. Okay, so against Mark's deck, I feel like Yoan and Mark's deck are kind of similar, but Mark's deck seems to generate a lot of value on board, whereas Yoan is a bit more aggressive. Hard to say. So here we are back with Mark and Damon, while we wait for...
One Mark and Damon, yeah, just confirming we're in the final game of this matchup. Looks like Damon's had a pretty fast... Ooh, no, he's on 4 health though, but it looks like he's managed to get on board.
No, Damon's on 18.
Oh, we've got our old life total, I apologize. Yeah, so pretty fast start there for Damon, and okay, we'll let you know how that goes, but we're back with our feature match.
Ooh, dodgy looking keep for Sam. I wouldn't be keen on it. Single island, gripper spells. That being said, I think once again, Yoan has been treated to an absolute banger. I think Sam, to his dismay, may be facing down the Wicker Folk 2-drop once again.
Yeah, that is one of the better cards to play on turn 2 in this format. It's a bit of a damned if you do, damned if you don't card. If you can, you know, deal with it, that's great, but you are putting an artifact and a creature in the bin, which is pretty good for most red-green decks.
He's stressing. I know exactly what's going through his head. He's got some early action, and if he rips hot to land, it's gold, but if he doesn't, the game basically ends. So he's gambling on the top few cards of his deck. He's thinking about it. What happens if I do? What happens if I don't draw it? I've been through this many times with Sam. Yoan's feeling good. We got a bit of chicken head action from Yoan. Sam shows him.
Oh, okay. I think we've got a mulligan. It's just
he's mulliganing, but he wants to explain his reasoning to Yoan. Very interesting.
I like the mulligan there. It can be tempting to, you know, to hope you run hot, but chances are that you are going to have a hard time. And against Johan, look, I don't think Johan's, as red-green decks go, I don't think Johan's is the most aggro, but we've seen that he certainly can put a clock on.
That's absolutely true. So Damon continuing to play cards, and Mark continuing to not have cards on his battlefield. We've got a really strong-looking board presence from Damon, and can't quite tell what the life totals are, but Damon might be sealing away a quick 2-1 against Mark.
So this is coming from the sideboard. It's the featured character of the set. Do you remember her name?
Zamone, and cares about prime numbers.
Yeah, which is really fun, flavorful card. I know that this is not a card that Damon was starting. We actually discussed it. The merits of splashing. He has the capacity. His concern, he told me, was that with only one island.
Mark once again doxing his phone code for the world to see. And Mark going to 7. In the early terms of the game, super aggro start from Damon. We're probably going to have to cut back to Sam and Yoan soon, but Damon looking really strong.
It needs to be answered now. Like, it's several premium threats. You could argue 4 threats that need an answer very soon.
So another mulligan decision. I can see the Overlord. I can see 2 mountains and an island. Pretty great keep for Sam.
Okay, yeah, as mulligans go, that is a pretty nice one.
So down comes the mountain, in comes the island. Do we see another Wicker Folk? Yeah, we do. 3 games every game. Turn 2. The Wicker Folk gets him for 3. To be dealt 3 on every turn 2 of the game.
Sam will be happy here to be able to get something on board that trades.
Something on board that trades, but if Yoan picks up a little bit of removal here and keeps the beatdown going, Sam is going to be playing catch up. But all Sam has to do is get a bit of removal himself, and the beatdown is over. So who knows? I can see the 5-drop removal in in Johan's hand.
Like I was saying earlier, I think Johan's obviously he's got some aggressive cards, but he doesn't actually skew that aggressive. So his removal, I think, has to be generally he's going to want to hold it. Doesn't have to be. He's generally going to want to hold it. I don't think he'll use it unless he has many other options here. But he is going for the Ironworks, I think. Glassworks, Ironworks. Oh no, he's looking at
the
cards.
one with the cards.
The one with the cards.
So interesting black spell. Nowhere to run off of the exile. I think that's a swamp in hand for Johan. So Johan does have it. Sam passes the turn. Right
So
back to it.
A few counters now. So it'll be interesting to see if Johan tries to play around anything here. It could be a nice play. It's like putting that swamp down. Playing the nowhere to run. Oh, but we haven't seen.
That's not the swamp, so that was an. So he
was a
can't
swamp.
play the nowhere to run to push through the damage, and he doesn't have 5 mana for the big Razorkin there. So he's gonna play something. He's gonna open the other side of the room and pass the turn.
Okay, so he's being patient here. He's playing around counters, which is, what good players do. He may well be playing around that spell for a while.
Right back to Sam's turn. Sam does not
So no
play
play.
anything. Hits a land. I think the Overlord may be coming down. I think it's going to be really hard for Sam to say no to picking off the only threat and then starting the timer on the Overlord. But, he's seen a lot of removal from Johan. And a lot of removal that I think also hits at enchantments. So, tricky decisions for Sam here.
Yeah, what have we seen much that hits enchantments from Johan?
But that being said, all Sam has to do is wait for one more land, and he can play the Overlord with the Creeper, because the Creeper lets you pay
Well, that's a good
enchantments.
point, and that would have to be tempting.
Goes for 3. Taps it
Not
down. Okay.
Oh, this is and he's still got up his Quench. Forgive me for not knowing its actual name.
I believe it's make no sound or don't make a sound?
There
Don't
we
make
go,
a sound.
So that's a really nice turn.
And in comes the piggy bank. So Sam, I think, is feeling pretty good now. If he can slow Johan this far down, and he's got the Overlord in hand, all he has to do is
So something's
play it out. Okay,
He's cycled.
goes and cycles. So he's got the 6th land. I think he just jams it. I would not be surprised at all if he jams it. Sure, he doesn't know that Johan's got the 6 damage removal spell in hand.
Yeah, I mean, like, worst case, you're still removing something, right? And if he doesn't have an answer, you win the game.
Yeah, 100%. So I think he's just going to play it. He's going to maybe just, crack off the Wicker Folk after tapping it down. But that being said, I know Sam's a big fan of just, like, making your opponent waste their answers. Sam's still got a 2-1 on the board that he would have to tap to play out the Overlord. I think he just drew another land, so he does have the 6 lands naturally.
Does he
Lot
play
of-
his land
lot of
for
options.
the turn? I think he might have, like, he might need the Creeper just...
Yeah, he needs the people to
Do it
cast
this
the Overlord this turn, but I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't go for it. It's a little early. None of those threats are premium. One of them even gives Johan a treasure. And Sam obviously has realized that he hasn't hit his black source yet. So putting Johan on black just to get rid of an inconsequential threat, I don't think is the go. So don't know what he's gonna go for. He goes for it. Okay, he goes for it, picks off that.
Yeah, he's going to avoid giving him the treasure, even though take out the creature that still has...
But little does Sam know that Johan's gonna snap it off immediately. This has to die, and it's it's a 2-for-1 for Sam. Sam has gotten 2 cards out of Johan just for casting 1. Yep, and away it goes. So
Sam's not happy. I mean, you never want to lose your mythic.
But
I think,
these are the risks you take,
Yeah.
and I think Sam's deck is very adequately equipped to continue on in strength from here.
Yeah, I mean, I think he'll be sweating it. It's a high stakes game. I would say that it's a good spot to be this late in the game, piloting a blue deck. Typically, you're going to have more capacity to draw out of situations, but he knows Yon is packing quite a lot of heat, and he's unlike the last game, he's at best at parity on board. So
Nice turn. So just gets in for 2, passes the turn with 6 mana up. Got to be making Yoan sweat a little bit here. Takes the 2 straight back from the piggy bank.
I think that Yoan will be happy with what he's seeing here, though. I think he's correctly identified that one of the counter spells is the 2 mana one, which he can at this point mostly play around.
So there's the Glimmer Burst from Sam,
Okay.
which is a really great play for Sam here. Puts Sam ahead on cards, gets him a blocker.
Yeah, and importantly, Yoan's not doing a lot. He may be sandbagging a couple of cards until he can get them out of quench range or don't make a sound range, but
Crucially, Sam could have made the 1/1 before blocks and blocked the piggy bank, but I think he really is hedging his bets on the value of Yoan not having black.
yeah, We're just getting an update, I think, from our other table.
So
and
Damon did take it out on the other table, 2-1.
Our first finalist. Congratulations, Damon. Doing it despite not being happy with his deck.
Yeah,
That's
well-
the most Damon thing ever.
Maybe that's the power, is never be happy with your deck and you'll always win.
Okay, returning to this, who do you favor from this point?
I think if I knew Yoan's card in hand count, Sam's got 4 in the grip. He's hit all his land jobs. Yoan has not. But twice he's gonna pass it back just like that.
Just thinking about it.
Ooh, I'm nervous. 3 cards in hand for Yoan, 4 for Sam. I feel like it's so close. I think with Sam on the lower life total, I think Yoan's slightly favored, but Sam's got a lot of removal. Sam's got a lot of cards that he can play. He's got a lot of card advantage. I wouldn't be surprised. I want to favor Sam from here. Plays the 1/4 and
Yeah.
passes it back.
I don't know. I feel like because we've got the other side of Meatlocker still to pop off. We know Sam's got a lot of card draw. It seems like he's gonna sort of force
Another-
Johan to play it slowly.
Another
with his
dork
counter
from
spells.
Yoan. So Yoan drew a little bit of a brick there.
Yeah, these mana docs are being a bit.
Okay,
costly.
so Sam has got Quench, Unable to Scream, and Mystery Third card.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, but don't make sound, unable to scream, which he's probably holding for a bigger threat.
And I see in Yoan's hand the red land cycler, and I think he might just be really tempted to just pop it on down.
I think he will. He's after game 1. He knows that Sam has a don't make a sound. He's held up mana nearly every turn, so I think personally, I think it's very unlikely Yoan tries to cast that until he can pay for that extra cost.
We're looking right over Sam's shoulder at Yoan here. We can really glimpse the full emotion of the scene. Yoan glancing around the battlefield.
Yoan realizes this is a big turn. He can't afford to be not beating down for too much longer, if at all. Like he's going to need to stick a threat. The question is, what will it be? He of course now has access to black mana, which is huge for him. He could be looking at his Insect Lord.
So 2 counters and a removal spell.
Mm,
So Sam is just in charge. I wouldn't be surprised if he uses the hard counter on this one.
yeah,
Yep.
he kind of has to.
That one's got to go to the bin.
Okay, so Yoan won't be thrilled by that, but he will be, he will be thinking, okay, well, we're getting closer to the point where I can start sticking threats.
And I think the dork's just going to come on down here. I believe that's a black card in hand for Yoan. aside from the Land Cyclone and the Dork. Don't know what it is though, but I wouldn't be surprised if Sam is banking on Yoan having way more black cards in hand than he does. Snaps down the other Dork. Sam is untapping. I think Sam would love a room here. Not a room. Don't even know. Oh, that's a bear trap.
If he does have enough mana where he could potentially untap the other side of Meat Locker and hold up his counterspell, which would be an option.
But even still, I think Sam's afraid of attacking and putting Yoan on black. Well, maybe it's just time to...
2 black sources, right? At the moment.
Okay, Manifesting Dread. Oh no, sorry, this is the Sift. This is the Sift. So a lot of cards for Sam here. Thinking of whether he wants to discard that land or he'd like his 8th land drop. Discards the land. Sam is flush with cards. Clown's in for 4. Yoan's probably just going to take this. Yep, marks it. And passes the turn with Don't Make a Sound up. And yeah, really up to Yoan if he wants to still go for the big spells. No, spends his mana. Okay, so the floodgates are open for Yoan here to drop the bedhead beastie, I believe it is called. Or
Yeah,
the bedhead.
I feel like he's being
thief?
a little baited here. Like Sam's got his unable to scream. If Yoan's just gonna play big dork, that's kind of like that's kind of perfect for Sam. He can unable to scream it. While continue to sort of plow ahead with card advantage.
And a legitimate threat in the
In the 4/4, yeah, he's got a clock. I don't think Johan has much of a choice though than to try and stick it. He needs something that can like turn the tide here. I'm not sure what his other cards are, so of course, you know, there might be other lines, but
drops his 2nd mountain for the game, so he doesn't have to tap his dorks to play the beastie, but yeah, if he just plays it and then has it swiftly removed, or at least turned into an O2. Not great for Yoan, but Sam definitely looking in a slightly better position here.
I think at this point, Johan's probably. I think he knows that Sam's on at least 2 Don't Make a Scream, so he probably is thinking through what happens if that, you know, that happens to his beastie. Is there a way where he can be a little less vulnerable to like 1 removal or bounce spell? Also, we're paying some mana here. If I'm not, am I? Or is he attacking?
Is he attacking with the O4s?
Which I think is awesome.
There's no way.
I think he is. I mean,
I refuse to believe he's attacking with the O4s.
I don't know what he's doing if he's not.
Is he just really trying to put Sam in the brain blender, just being like, "Hey, what do you think I've got?"
Well, I mean, like there's only good blocks for one of these. I think he does need to put some damage on Sam.
He does need to put some damage on Sam. I don't know what he has in hand to actually do that. I know he's got the +1/+0. So these are attacking for 1 each. So these are not O4s, these are 1/4s, but Sam's just gonna weigh up like, you know, do I try and double block? Do I try and eat a dork at the risk of him playing a trick and like 2-for-1ing me? I've got a 4/4, I've got removal, I've got counter spells. What's the worst that could happen? Okay, just lets it happen.
I like this
Takes
from
one.
Yoan, though. I mean, if they're not necessarily doing
Plays the beastie, okay. Sam's grinning now, though. If that's all that Yoan had, Sam is like, deal. Island for Sam. I think he's just going to absolutely snap it off, without a question. Probably with the island that he just played. Will he use the island that he just plays, or will he use a different island? That's what I want to know.
I like using the fresh island.
You like using the fresh island?
I think in recent years the meta has shifted to using the fresh island.
Uses the fresh island.
Yeah.
So that is an O2. And Johan's board was looking a touch scary. Now it's not. He has a 2-1, an 0-4, and an 0-2.
Johan would have had to have realized there was a good chance of this happening.
Sam clowns down 6.
Interesting that he has chosen to take this. I would have been tempted to chump the larger threat.
2 mana hit from Sam. 2 mana for a 3/3. Really nice on this board, especially when you get to keep all your mana up.
Yeah, so
Pass the turn. That's a very confident pass the turn from Sam. When you get the 3-fingered pass the turn from Sam, you know things aren't going great for you.
this is good insight from the horse's mouth.
Which I dare not look into.
Would you say that the tides have shifted towards Sam?
Depending on how Johan draws from here. If Johan really draws hot, I know he's got Fear of Burning Alive. I think he's up to Delirium. I see Artifact, Creature, Instant, Land. And so Fear of Burning Alive really puts Sam in the danger zone life total wise and picks off the premier threat.
Tough spot for you.
He doesn't have Land in the Bin. He does not have Delirium. So even if he has Fear here, it's not great. But then again, Sam's got the Quench.
Yeah, so I think if Johan can go land, like play a land, he can pay for the Quench. Of course, Sam's got like quite a bit of mana open. Like he could be on other like counters beyond just the Quench, or don't make a sound. To be more precise.
2 forests for a
Okay.
fight. Not a fight, for a punch.
Yeah.
For a punch with a 2/1.
Sam could just let this happen.
Am I getting this right? Is that just a punch for a 2/1, or is the piggy bank a 3/2?
It's just.
Ooh!
So he's going for Bear Trap.
He's gone for Bear Trap, showing him the 2-for-1.
Shields are going to go down here though, if he wants to pop off this Bear Trap, which it looks like he will.
Or does he just want... Does he want Johan to feel the fear? Lets it happen. Wanted to see if Johan would get scared. But Johan, being a seasoned player, knows, like, show me the activation.
Yeah, that is interesting. To flash it in then and not cast it suggests to me like a change of attitude. Oh, it's because it wouldn't do anything. It's because of the way Monstrous Emergence works.
Oh, as you cast.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe a little bit of a almost punt from Sam.
He's giving up a little information, but it's not. I doubt it's going to be groundbreaking.
He's feeling it though. He's feeling it.
He's a perfectionist there. He doesn't.
He's
like
feeling it. He doesn't
give
like that he
everybody-
missed that. Luckily, not at a critical juncture of the game. This is okay. Well, Johan coming in.
I think we'd debate that.
He's smiling. He's grinning.
He's like, I may not win the battle, the war, but I've won this particular battle.
Johan representing mana. I think from what we've seen in his hand, he doesn't have tricks. He doesn't have removal. So
Sam deciding whether to jump.
Sam's looking at taking, what is this, 3, 4, 5, 6. He's looking at taking 6 here, and he's only got 1 blocker.
Interestingly, the unable to scream 5/6, well, you know, has become a 0/2 game.
Cracks that off, so gives him access to black.
I'm really impressed by Johan's ability to like keep his eyes on the prize and get in the damage where he could. He might be thinking, hey, look, I've got a 0/4 and a 0/2. Like maybe I should just keep these to block or jump. But He's using him to get in the damage where he can, because he realizes he can't play an indefinitely long game against Sam.
I think Sam takes 2 there. Yoan passes the turn straight back. And that looks like another unable to scream from Sam. And by all accounts, Sam's thinking Yoan looks pretty dead. What has he got? I have counter spells. I have a menace. 2/2, a 4/4. Doesn't attack with a 1/1.
Yeah, I think
Puts him to 2.
He's seen some hasty threats from Johan, so I back the keeping the 1/1.
Plays another peeper, passes the turn. Okay, wow. Very, very tight turns here, and Johan's drawn a red spell.
A lot on the line here for our finalists.
Heap on the line.
At least 2,000 Australian dollars of prizes up for grabs.
Oh! Is that actually what he's drawn? Oh, okay. So, yeah, if Johan had drawn Grab the Prize, Sam could die out of nowhere if he takes too much damage. So...
One of the issues is this still, you know, would be putting Sam on the don't make a sound, and so even some of his, like, some of the more useful threats, like his 4 mana, his 5 mana 4/4 haste, creates a 1/1, and his Fear of Burning Alive are difficult to cast safely.
So, yeah, there's got to be a lot going through Johan's head. Fun fact, could I just like make fun of Sam real quick? That bottle, he buys bottles of soda water, and he empties the soda water out because he doesn't like soda water. But it's the cheapest 1.25 liter bottle you can buy, and then he fills it with water.
That is, yeah, min-maxing your life.
That is
in a way I fully agree with.
So casts. What does he cast? Oh, Fear of Burning Alive. Wow, he had it. Quenched by Sam. Ooh, he could pay for it though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
He could. Oh, did he play another land? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
He did. So he could pay for it. Sam gets the Surveil at least to take him off any other cards. 2 damage apiece.
I'm counting 7 lands and he hasn't tapped his 0/4, so I'm not sure how he's gotten to 8, but it might be something I'm missing.
Oh, the treasure.
The treasure.
He used the treasure.
Good spot.
Passes the turn back to Sam.
And is he on Delirium? God, he's down to 2.
He's not on to Delirium, so he did not kill anything.
My gosh, this is a good battle. Both players deep in the tank.
As you can see from the footage, we've developed a little bit of an audience. I think he's missing a crucial land or a sorcery to meet Delirium, but he's only got artifacts, creatures, and enchantments, I think.
He will be disappointed that despite having 6 cards in the graveyard, which in this format usually gives you Delirium, he doesn't have it, but at the same time, you know, he's been able to land his Fear of Burning Alive, which has at least given him a chance.
At least give him a chance.
Who do you like from here?
I think Sam's got the tools in hand to possibly win next turn. I don't know for sure, but that being said, like if Sam can't seal it away next turn, I think Johan's empty-handed at this point.
Still has a
Goes in for 1. Goes in for 1. What a madman. Goes in for 1 with no mana open, saying, would you like to throw away one of your creatures that could kill me? And the answer from Sam is yes.
That, for me, is a really interesting play.
And he kills him with the burn spell.
Who had the burn spell? Sorry.
That was... so Sam had the ETB sack a creature, deal 2 damage to any target.
Oh, in hand, and...
Look at Sam is reeling right now. What a sight. Sam wins
Battle.
the tightest game we've seen today.
Jeez, yeah, that was an all-time. Oh, it was an all-time. We've seen some really good games here at the Magic Make Cup. Across, I think we're in our 6th edition of it, and that one for me is right up there. And that's
So,
what I actually hear from.
We're gonna get Sam in for a little bit of an interview. I'm really excited to hear what his thoughts were, especially how he played around not him having black. So many interesting questions. What a game! Like if you're gonna have a game 3, it's got to be like that.
Oh yeah, and you know, from the start, I had a good feeling about this match. I think with the way they put together their decks, there was a good chance it would go long. But even, you know, it's even exceeded my expectations. It's fantastic from both players.
Oh, 100%. I'm continually impressed at Johan's ability to, like, push forward this aggressive footing, regardless. Like, you feel like he's always in front. And he really sort of tests you.
He's a difficult player to suck out. Okay.
So let's welcome our other finalist, Samuel Ma.
Yeah.
I've got a mic.
Oh, you got a mic?
Yeah, no, this is great.
You had to be saying.
This is not allowed. So Sam, first question. How annoyed were you when he played the Wicker Folk on turn 2 every game?
The third time I was like, why are you doing this to me? What did I do to deserve this?
We watched Johan only draw hot 7s.
Yeah.
And you like agonized over that mole.
Yeah.
Was that the round 2 mole or the round 3 mole?
It was the round 3. Did you see what it was?
So I saw single blue
Yeah.
island, and you had a bunch of rooms, bunch of blue spells, and 1 red spell.
Yeah, so I had the blue Scry 2 room. Sorry, Savale
Oh,
2 room. And the shark. So I could have just gone island, Savale 2, find a land, play the land, cycle the shark, get my other land. Beautiful. We're off to the races. But if he just goes like Wicker Folk 3-drop, I'm dead.
Yeah, 100%. And he did.
And he did. Yeah. Yeah. So I agonized over it, but I realized I can hit my land drops and then die. So it wasn't even worth it. So the hand I mulled into, I think was okay. Like just being able to put a 2-drop down to block the Wicker Folk that he obviously just magically wills into his hand was
every game.
Was kind of cool.
It's dumb.
Yeah.
Strong. The second time we're like, oh, he's got it again, and the third time we're like, okay, what's going on here?
Just,
can we get a
hack?
Can we get a judge call every game?
Yeah, it's not okay.
So the other thing I want to ask you is,
don't make it hard. My brain is scrambled.
How I noticed you were, or at least my conception was, he didn't have black lands.
Yes.
And he had the piggy bank.
Yes.
And you seemed very hesitant to put him on black by giving him the treasure.
Correct.
That was purposeful.
Correct. Yes. Yeah. So because I saw he was missing black, and he's got several black bangers.
Yep.
I really tried to not let that piggy die. And then he played the 2-mana dork, and I actually even thought about turning it into a toy.
Oh wow.
To keep him off black, because he was sitting there with 3 cards in hand and making really mediocre plays. So one of them had to be the Swarm Yard Scarecrow stupid card. One of them could have been Final Vengeance, and then the other one was probably a 6-drop.
Yeah, okay.
Was kind of what I was thinking. And so the longer I could keep him off that black mana, I thought the better off I was going to be. So I was going to have to block it at some point, because I was getting low, and he has Fear of Burning Alive in his deck, so I couldn't get too low. So I was probably going to have to block it the next turn anyway. So in the end, I decided it was a bit of a lost fight. I'd held him off. And I let him have his black mana, and I held up my counter spells for that turn. Managed to snag the Scarecrow, and just held it out.
Yeah, really impressive. Also, other thing I want to get your insight on.
Yeah.
You run out the Overlord.
Yes.
You pick something off.
Yes.
Are you thinking, look, if he removes it, he removes it. I'm 2 for 1 dim. I'm the value king. Off we go. Or are you like, I need to ride this to victory. I'm hoping he doesn't have removal.
It was, well, so the only 2 removal spells he'd shown me that could kill it were Final Vengeance.
Yeah,
he
which is
couldn't
black.
pass
Yep.
because I'd kept him off the treasure, and the 5-mana deal 6.
Okay, which is the one he had.
So if he didn't have that 5-mana deal 6, only card in the deck I'd seen that could kill it, I would have just ridden it to victory and I would just win the game right there.
Yeah, if he didn't have it, it was so over for him.
Yeah. I've played my guy, removed one of his threats, and then he has to spend his entire turn removing that, and then I'm basically back to just where I was before anyway. So there was part of me that wanted to hold on to it to see if I could like bait out that removal, but if he was sitting there with Final Vengeance in hand, unable to cast it, and I gave him time,
yeah,
that wasn't going to work
that's
out.
a really good
so
point.
the upside there was really high, and the downside wasn't even that bad. I had other win conditions, so.
Also, game 2, how afraid were you of milling out?
That was Yoan's win plan.
Yeah.
He was asking me a couple of times, is that a mandatory draw? And he counted my library at one point. I wasn't too concerned because it's not like I was milling out. I was going to draw my deck. And if I draw my deck and can't kill him, there's something wrong with it.
Okay.
So, yeah, I drew a lot of cards and then overwhelmed him with card advantage. So I wasn't that stressed. That was his plan, and as long as that was his plan, I was pretty happy.
Also, I'm like really loath to tell you, but Yoan's lighting was way better than yours. Whenever the camera was on you, you looked like a greasy, clammy creature from beneath.
Oh, that's not the lighting. That's just
Yoan just
versus
normal.
me.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm a sweaty nerd. He's an elegant Frenchman. Like, there's nothing we can do about that.
So you're off to the finals.
Oh my god.
Against Damon, I believe.
Oh my god.
Who is a personal challenge of yours. I don't think you've beaten Damon before.
Excuse me? Speak for yourself.
I haven't either. You have beaten Damon before?
More times than he's beaten me, in fact.
Oh, okay. Well,
the real question is whether we draw, even though we don't have time.
Because we got a lot of people. We got a lot of people on the table who are like, I've never beaten Damon, can't beat him.
Yeah.
So, good luck in the final.
Thank you.
We'll be cheering for you, and hope to see some good games.
Beautiful. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's too late now, but all suspended cards, there's no instance with suspended.
That makes sense.
That works very well.
Because it interacts weirdly with the wording of suspended. Yeah, it's too late now, but all suspended cards, there's no instance with suspended.
That makes sense.
That works very well.
Because it interacts weirdly with the wording of suspended.
Stifling a Thassa's Oracle trigger, it is priceless. For the rest, the best deals are on Josh and Pat's MTG Bazaar.
There we go.
Hello, Damon. Welcome and congratulations on making it to the finals again.
Thank you. I'm as surprised as you are.
Yeah, you've sounded very nervous about your deck.
Yeah, look, sometimes you go into a tournament and you're like, my deck is good, you know, like I feel like I got a reasonable chance, and I've just had many times where I've looked at my deck and I kind of know that it's sort of skating on thin ice in a few different areas, and I need to get quite good draws, quite lucky. It's just like, yeah, it was a tough draft, so.
You got to make things line up. Yeah, these drafts get really tough at the Magic Mates Cup.
Yeah. The draft itself was really, it was just like I wasn't seeing enough removal to do the deck that I wanted to do, but I also wasn't seeing enough aggressive creatures to do an aggressive deck, so I kind of ended up in the middle, which, as any drafter will tell you, like you don't want to mix two halves of a deck. I was trying to do this like cool green-white reanimator deck, but I only ended up with like one reanimation spell. I could have picked up two more. Yeah, it's awkward. And I mean, the funny thing is that in round one, I ended up using the reanimation part of the deck to win. And in round two, I used the aggressive part of the deck to win. So hopefully I don't draw one of each.
Yeah, you just got to draw the same
draw the half
of the
yeah,
deck.
exactly.
If you could build two 20-card decks, you'd be much happier.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so I expect I probably have to be both fairly lucky and fairly aggressive in mulliganing to a hand that's going to work.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's look, I mean, I think I've been in the finals twice before with better decks. So it's kind of awkward that I'm like in the finals again because I really wasn't expecting to do well. So I was kind of now that I'm in the finals with like the worst deck that I've drafted. I guess it's a good story if I win, and if I lose, it's okay. So it's probably good.
It's good either way. It's good either way. And you're probably less nervous than you were the first time.
It's true. Yeah, I'm much less nervous. I mean, Sam's an amazing player, and his deck looks really good. Not that I'm probably meant to have seen his deck, but no, I think as Alex, amazing host who organises this every year. Great shout out to Alex. You did an amazing job. He gets to say that someone else again new will be victorious in the cup.
Yes, both you and Sam have not won any Magic Mates Cups yet.
No, indeed, and maybe I'll just put it off again. Just keep racking up the. Maybe I'll get the greatest number of finals appearances.
You're charging it up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you gotten much practice in on this set?
I have. So, which is kind of funny that my deck's really bad, but I feel like I'm probably most practiced for this set. I've jammed a ton of games. Been playing best of 3 on Arena, so the sideboarding's been really relevant, which is also ironic because my sideboard is terrible. So yeah, I feel like I'm very much up on the Duskmourn set. I'm looking forward to the Arena Open next weekend, actually. So I feel like I'm double prepped.
Yeah, that is also exciting.
Yes, but yeah, I think the set's great draft format, really flexible. You can kind of do what you want, breath of fresh air. So I would definitely encourage people who haven't drafted Duskmourn to give it a go. All colors are pretty viable.
Yeah, it feels quite different to a lot of the recent sets.
Yeah, they did an amazing job balancing it. Like, it's so hard, it must be as a set designer. But in this set, black is slightly worse in some regards, but pretty much I was going through the decks I was happy to play in my head, and pretty much everything except black-white, which was kind of what the draft was trying to force me into. But pretty much anything than that, I'm pretty happy playing, so yeah. Green-white being my second least favorite.
Well, that's the thing with draft. Sometimes you just get stuck with it.
Yeah. No, it'll be interesting. I mean, I was in between Sam and Yoan, and I think we have both of their decks on camera, so we can see how I should have drafted my deck afterwards.
Well, we've had recordings of a lot of different people's drafts, so we're getting all angles on it, and I believe Sam and Adrian are going to cover it in their YouTube channel, Draft Punks.
So Sam basically has to win now, right? Because yeah.
I mean, I would love to watch Sam commentating his own loss.
His own loss to my terrible deck. Yeah, it's true. It's a win-win.
Watching your draft being like, and there's the card he beat me with in game 1.
Well, we can only hope.
We can only hope. All right, are we ready to go?
I'm ready.
All right. Well, best of luck.
Thank you, Richard.
Hopefully, I'll see you lifting the trophy.
Yeah. Well, you'll see me lifting it one way. I can either give it to Sam or... Yeah. All right. Look forward to the game.
All right. Let's get into it. So, we're just going to get the players set up real quick.
You can go play.
Welcome, Alex.
Hello, and Damon, by the way, thank you for the shout out. Really appreciate. So as the players are getting ready to play the final round, I just wanted to take a minute to speak about the prize pool today, especially what's the most, I guess, what people want the most, which is a voucher for 4 boxes at Chromatic Games. Now, why I'm mentioning this one is because this has been mostly paid by the Magic Mates themselves. Though this $1 every week when you're coming, we had $935 this time, which was almost enough for the 4 boxes. I want to thank Andy as well at Chromatic Games for adding whatever was left so that it would do 4 boxes. So that's what the players are fighting for today. The rest of the prize pool that you can see here is coming from Josh and Pat's MTG Bazaar. Again, a partner of a long time. I really appreciate their support. We are playing today in First Games Marubra, another sponsor of the event. And yeah, so look, it's been great. This match between Sam and Johan was hectic. I hope that we can get just as good with Damon and Sam. That would be great.
That one was tense and exciting.
Yeah. I'm going to leave the seat now for Adrian, and I'm going to click the button, then we're going to play. All right. Thanks a lot. Cheers.
So this is Chromatic Games in Ashfield. Basically, all of us play there every week. On Monday night, we have draft tournaments. The pods are grouped by skill level, which is quite good because it means some of the less serious players don't have to play against Sam and Damon every week. It's quite a friendly crowd, and if you're in Sydney, come check us out. And of course, if you're around Maroubra, come check out First Games Maroubra as well.
So bear with us for a little bit. We're going to have Sam and Damon getting ready for our final, the feature final. It's going to be incredible. It's going to be tense. So in the meantime, do go and check out all of the social medias for Magic Mates and our sponsors. I'm sure they'll be happy to hear from you and
How many fans?
Many fans. I saw some activity in the Twitch chat earlier, so do keep commenting if you're in there. If you're watching this after the fact, or this is in some sort of Draft Punks video that I'm editing in the next week or two, comment and tell us how.
Or if you feel like heckling Damon and Sam for whatever reason, we have our Magic Mates Facebook page.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, heckle them. You know, if Sam loses, you can tell him how much he sucks. If Damon loses, you can tell him, it's like, you'll get him next time.
I think they both sounded of the opinion that Sam is favored in this matchup.
Damon has been basically smack-talking his deck all night.
He sounds very nervous.
Damon is not a fan of his deck, but you don't get into the final for nothing.
No, and Damon's a very tight player. He's very good. I mean, making it to the finals 3 times is really telling.
So, here we go. We're shuffling up. We're ready to go. Sam on the left, Damon on the right.
So Damon's on a bit of a green-white creature deck. A bit hard to describe. He's got some 2-drops, but he's also... I think he might be playing some Reanimator stuff.
Yeah, I saw an Altenac, I believe.
Yeah, he's got Possessed Goat, so he can discard stuff to that. He's got 2 of those. So how his deck performs, he's, you know, it's going to determine a lot by how the cards line up, whether he gets the right opening hands.
Finger guns from Sam, 9mm. And a real warming up of the dice from Damon. That dice is going to be melted into a little puddle. And 3 from Damon.
Well, knowing Damon, Sam
Damon
always chooses even.
An aggressive indication that Sam is going first.
No mistake to future viewers.
No mistake. So, Sam's feeling good. Ready's the fist bump. Bam! turns Damon's knuckles to dust. And off we go. Sam's a fan of the 3-4. Damon is also a fan of the 3-4, but the individual pickup.
You gotta be really sure you got the right number.
4 lands and some spells.
2-drop, 3-drop, 4-drop.
Yeah, I think Sam's gonna be pretty happy with that.
He gets a rummage on turn 3. That's pretty good.
It's great. Yeah, it's great. So off we are with the island, and
Damon must be happy with his as well.
Yeah, let's
Oh, I think we're rewinding. David
oh, hang on. No, he may not be happy at all.
Oh, Jesus.
So there's Altenac.
We have the 2-drop dog, the 2-drop survival guy, and then a 5-drop and a 7-drop. I believe Altenac is 7.
I think he is, and really flexing on us with the basic land choice here.
Very nice basic lands. So, oh, he's got a nice 3-drop. He's got his gold card.
Miles are back with the planes, and Sam is dropping the 2-drop. We have the irrelevant gremlin. Do we have a 2-drop from Damon?
He's got 2 to choose from, so I can't remember the text on his gold 3-drop. I think and he's got another 2-drop with the Teddy. So he'd like to push through his Survivor card, give it flying. It doesn't look like he's going to have a great way to do that, and he might just want to push for more damage with the dog. Yep, and maybe set up for a little reanimation stuff.
The dog is in surveils to the top.
He likes it.
He likes it. And pass the turn back to Sam. And I think Sam's turn is pretty much on rails.
Well, he just picked up the counterspell. He's got a little consideration.
Okay.
But I think holding up the counterspell with Glimmerburst open is a much better play.
Big fan. Yeah, big agree. So we play the flyer. We get a rummage. We're discarding a land. We're drawing a card, which is a mountain, and pass them back. So if Sam wished, he could trade off the 1-3 for the 3-1. But I don't feel like that's how this game is going.
Well, if he wants to get a little fancy, he can trigger Eerie on Damon's turn and block with a 2/4, and that would be really
very true. So
he goes a little shields down, but I mean, it's not like it can go that badly for him. So it looks like he is setting up for that, taking the 3 damage.
So plays the gold card. Sam is drawing the Overlord.
Oh my goodness. Alright, maybe he doesn't have to get fancy this game.
I would not be surprised if Sam just drops the mountain, snaps off the uncommon, the green-white card, and just asks Damon what he's going to do about it.
Yeah, I mean, green-white's got the answers, but you have 1 turn to have them, and then Sam is pretty happy to just sit back on his counterspell.
100%. And I believe that is the Tuck and the Glimmer Burst.
Oh, so he doesn't have the counterspell, he has the Tuck. So he's not even that invested in leaving mana up.
But he's having a think about it. He's wondering if he really wants to just, get out there first. But, might as well get the damage in. He's leaving a point of damage on the table by not having the enchantment enter first.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. But maybe he's just not going to do it.
Well,
maybe he might be going for the Tuck.
I mean, one thing with the Boiler Builder specifically is 4 turns and 2 mana. It's pretty likely that he hits 6 mana before all the impending counters come off.
That's a really good point. And in the meantime, he's got Glimmer Burst to draw into the lands. He's got the Tuck, which he's just cast, on his turn.
I guess he just doesn't want to risk a protection spell or some other way to get a trigger off of it regardless.
So Damon wondering where he wants to put it.
He might also have a read on... Oh no, Damon hasn't missed a land drop yet. So Damon doesn't have any lands left, so he might be loath to put it on top and miss out on potentially drawing a land next turn. Considering he has Altenac in his hand. And it looks like he is going to put it on the bottom.
And I don't know how the life counter is being updated, but I believe this puts Damon to 15?
I hope not 5. I think 15, yeah.
Yeah, because he took 2 and then he's taken 3. So, still got a 3-1. Equivalent amounts of damage being exchanged. And did he top it or bottom it?
He bottomed it.
He bottomed it.
He wanted something new. So I think he's seeing that he needs to go a little bigger. And preferably slam a 4-drop before Sam can get his counters and nonsense online.
Gets down for 3. Sam's still not blocking.
I think he's thinking about lining up that 2/4 on 3/1.
Okay, gets a basic. That's the centipede.
The Spine Seeker Centipede. Very nice one. We'll see if he's getting a swamp here. That would be...
Gets an island. I don't actually know. I know what it's for. It's for Duskmoun.
Oh.
So I don't think he has Duskmoun in hand, but he is putting himself life to drawing it. That's his basic for turn. And then back to Sam, I believe. So
Duskmoun, did you know that almost all odd numbers under 15 are prime?
Math facts with Duskmoun. So land for Sam. Sam is...
He's got 6 lands lined up.
He's got the 6th land in hand. He's just going to represent the counterspell while holding up the Glimmer Burst.
No rush to block with the Gremlin.
No rush to block with anything.
I guess the rummage off the Gremlin trigger is going to be quite valuable after the Glimmer Burst. Because he's looking a little heavy on lands.
I think he'd be loath to discard that. Because I guess... No, so he gets to see the cards first. So he's probably going to draw a land. He'll rummage away a land, yeah. So Sam's going to be flush with cards. Damon's hitting the lands. Not a huge threat presence, but the 3/1's doing damage.
Yeah, and this 2/4 lineup is a really good bait against Damon because he can get out of it with the removal spell, but that's 1 less removal spell for the Overlord.
Very true. I don't even know if he has any in hand.
No, he might not.
I think he's got some creatures. He's got a bear trap.
Bear trap would be nice.
Bear trap would be nice.
Oh no, but that's...
Doesn't get rid of the Overlord though. And
So
the
he's got his 5-drop manifesto.
So I think we're going to see an acrobat here.
Perhaps.
Very delicate touching of the cards. Doesn't want to disturb them too.
Attacking this turn, or he wants to tap Sam out before he attacks.
And there's the acrobat.
Sam says that is extremely acceptable.
You may have it. I'm going to kill it. And then Damon, has a wee think about it.
It gets quite tricky because there's a lot Sam can do at different times, and playing green-white, you just don't get to participate in the same way that blue players do.
Plays out the teddy bear. Leaving the conspicuous 1 white mana and Sam's like, I will Glimmer Burst now to go and find my 4 spike. There's a nice little gym token for everyone.
Jim hanging out.
And Rummage. So he did draw an extra land. So yep, the Rummage is going to be great for Sam.
Got him to spare.
Got him to spare. That looks like a spell.
Board is nice and clogged up.
No attacks on Damon, and Sam, I think, is just going to clown on down.
This Overlord is really tipping the scales. There's, like, from Damon's point of view, the game so far has just been like a lot of tense, close. Maybe I can attack, maybe I can't. A lot of it's going to be irrelevant.
Yeah, I think Damon is trying to represent the hexproof trick here, just to keep Sam on his toes. But down it comes. Down it comes.
No lying about it now.
Goodbye. That's in the bin. And now Damon gets to decide what he does with the rest of the turn. Trigger on the flyer, gets in with it for 2.
Amazing.
And does Damon have an answer? He's got Altarnak.
Oh, he does have an answer. Ripped it off the top. It's pretty nice.
Ripped it off the top. Expensive spell. Will get it this turn. He would. It would be a disaster if he waits for it to be tapped.
Oh yeah, he would love to do that to save mana, but there is no way.
Is it a 5-drop or a 6-drop?
It's 5 mana normally, 2 mana if the creature's tapped.
So
Seize from Slumber is I mean, it's what he needs. It puts him back at a kind of parity. He can get a good attack in with...
the game's not just over. Yeah.
He can't attack with the dog yet, but he might be able to get a little frisky, find some ways in.
First card in the bin for Damon. But yeah, it's the answer he wanted, and he's thinking about it. He's like, do I let him untap with it? Do I let him untap with it? And the answer is no. You just can't.
I think Damon's just finding an excuse to do anything else, but
yeah, he's got to do it.
Away into it at this point. So Damon's got a creature and an instant currently.
Creature and an instant, and Sam's once again cheering. Love the 2-for-1, and the Ripper can come down and take out a creature here.
Gets a little bit done.
You know, sack the Glimmer to get rid of the 2-1 before it comes a 3-3.
I think he's also got 2 copies of the 1/4 that gets bigger. Rampaging Soul Rager.
But no rooms on the board yet.
No rooms on the board, but Damon doesn't look like he has great attacks into 1/4, so he might just slam 2 of them down and just wall up.
That's
Keep
true.
hitting him with the flyer.
That's a really good point. So Sam taking his time on this one. I wouldn't be surprised if he does go for just play the 2 1/4s, but it'd be mighty tempting to just exchange a token for one of his real creatures.
The other upshot is if he keeps getting rummages off this Irreverent Gremlin, it's really gonna let him keep hitting gas. You know, keep rummaging away all the extra lands.
100%. I feel like Sam's got actually like the kind of deck that can make use of a lot of lands.
Yeah.
Gets the rummage. Crucially a 1/4. You don't get that rummage if you've got 2 rooms.
You gotta cash it in now.
So Sam draws a room, I believe.
Setting things up.
And does he just play the extra 1/4? I wouldn't be surprised if he does. I think you've totally nailed it. Like wall up, play it, and then if you got the mana, if he rips a land next turn, he can open both halves.
Yeah, I mean, for mana efficiency, he'd like to play the Glassworks, but there's nothing he cares enough to kill.
Yeah, he's just gonna play the other 1/4. And there it is. Hey, look, I've got 2.
And an attack for 1.
Attack for 1.
Hell yeah.
Nice little flick of the card into the red zone there.
Yeah.
He didn't push it, he just tapped it in.
He was like, see this? Yeah.
And that's attacking you. So, Damon's got a board of creatures that cannot attack into the 1/4s.
He has a 9/9 in hand, which he would really like to put in play.
He would really love to put in play, but I don't think that's happening for a while, especially if he continues to fail to draw lands.
No, I mean, he's got a better shot than a lot of people at forcing it through counterspells because he can just keep trying to recur it.
True. Single blue, single green, very deliberate tapping of the lands here.
He's got some options.
There's the Glimmerlight. Make a 1/1. Gotta go looking for it first. Can't find it. There we go. There's Jim.
There's Jim.
So the board's getting gummed up.
Yeah, it's not quite how Damon wants things to be progressing because he's not really making inroads. He's just kind of setting up for future things.
But he does get his 4/2 and asks Sam what he'd like to do about that.
The Surveil alone, pretty relevant.
Pretty relevant, and 4/2 is a little bit of an awkward stat line for Sam's board because if he wants to double block with the Rager or the Rampage, I can't even remember what that card is called, but he's sort of exposing himself to a trick. He's either got to chump it or just cop the 4, and I don't know how Sam feels, how confident he feels about his ability to race. Or he trades it for the Gremlin, but the Gremlin, it's sort of like, it's really threatening to gain him a lot of value in terms of good cards that aren't lands.
A little bit. I mean, he's churned through enough lands. I think he doesn't have much he wants to rummage away at the moment.
That's true. Like, and you could argue it's paid for itself at this point. So maybe he puts it away, gives him the Surveil, and maybe you could argue like ties up another one of Damon's mana if he wants to re-equip the Glimmerlight.
Yeah, I think one of Sam's big considerations is he doesn't want Damon to Surveil, and he doesn't want... You never want to trade for an equipped creature.
Takes the 4. Okay, so Sam on 10, Damon on 9, and
probably playing out his cheerleader, which, if he can enable it, is going to be pretty relevant here.
Pretty relevant. I mean, Sam's got the Flying Vigilance creature, so maybe not tremendously relevant. There's the land.
So he's down to the land and the big sack guy and the glasswork.
So Glassworks, again, is not doing a lot, whereas the sack guy can handle the cheerleader. Not that the cheerleader is attacking anyway at this point, I don't think. Maybe Damon straps the equipment to it, then attacks with the cheerleader, but he still just bounces off a 1/4, or he puts, the 1/4, the 1/4, and the 1/3 in front of it.
This is classic board stall because, like, there are so many cards both players have that are just kind of irrelevant.
Yeah.
Like, you don't really want to play the glasswork side on this board. You don't really want to play the sack guy when there's nothing that great to kill and nothing that great to sack. It might just be play the ping side of the glassworks and just waste time.
Yeah, 100%, and Sam did it in previous games.
Yeah.
So, or at least previous game. But we're getting a lot of, prognostication here from Sam. Sam's really having to think. What do I do? What do I cast? What's he got?
Yeah, because if Sam doesn't put a reasonable clock on Damon, then he does have to start trading for the dog and then trading for whatever else gets the equipment, and it gets a little worse for him.
If I was Sam, I would be really tempted to play the ping side, get that first room open, just attack in the air for 2, get him down to, that's 3 damage for the turn, so get him down to 6, open the other room, remove a blocker, and then
go a little crazy.
Because he's got a menace creature still. you know,
He'd have some 4/4 Soul Rages.
he would have some 4/4 Soul Rage, and his board's a little troublesome for Damon. But then he doesn't know if Damon's going to really have a high quality crackback on him. How much removal does Damon have? So he's lined up 5 mana. I think we're going to see the ping.
I mean, one of the other things is
No? Okay.
the main thing Sam knows about Damon's deck is that it's weird. So
True.
he's probably thinking there's something weird that might happen to me if I let the game go on too long.
We called it. So he plays the ping side, triggers on the flyer, gets in for 2, puts him to 7, and then 6 at the end of the turn.
A very simple, reasonable clock.
Now, apparently, Sam came in and mentioned that he did forget a lot of those triggers last game. So we're going to be on the trigger police today.
Yeah.
So would really love to know what Damon drew here.
I think it was just a plains.
So crucially, Sam is representing the Quench. So
Oh, that's true. And Damon's seen it.
he's seen the Quench. He knows the Quench is real. I really wondered to what extent Damon plays around it, or to what extent it even matters. Because there's a lot of things that like Damon can probably do, but I don't know how many of them are very impactful. Especially when Sam's gonna be like, "I'm gonna remove a creature next turn. I'm gonna attack with 4/4s."
Yeah.
And eerie triggers on room openings as well.
It's pushing enough damage to finish the game out pretty quickly.
It is. So I do believe. So 10-9 on screen. Maybe that's accurate, and we had a slightly incorrect life total.
No, I think that's outdated.
Okay. So wouldn't be surprised if Damon is on 6 at this point. We'll get an update from the table in time.
Also, this is just kind of underscoring the awkwardness of a green-white creatures build in this format. Damon's got 2 creatures with death triggers.
Pushes
He's
up
not
the
making
menace
stuff.
blocker. So
It's time.
it's time, and it's the trade-off and surveil. I guess Sam is thinking, I might have you next turn, and whatever you say surveil to the top might not help you.
Yeah. I think Damon really wanted that surveil, try and set up to, I don't know, get Altenac going, get something going. He likes it.
It's on top, and the Glimmer Light is now floating around, not doing anything. Taps 4, crucially playing around the Quench for
No,
the
Surveil
Machete.
And then Manifest Dread.
So I wonder if we can have a view of what he's put in.
And also how close he is to Delirium.
Because he may be there now. Token from the table, good to see.
So Damon's got 5 creatures to Sam's 4. Sam's lost the Menace. So Sam's not going to push through more damage than the Flyer. Damon's getting close to Altenac, and if the Teddy dies next turn, then that really helps Damon hit his 7th land drop. I don't know how relevant Altenac is this game, but it seems like Damon's best shot.
Re-equipping the Glimmer Light on the Acrobat. Rearranges the cards, and I think we're going to see him pass the turn.
Yeah.
Once again, representing the white hexproof trick, which I respect. I think that's quite clever. Would like to know what Sam draws here. The big dinosaur.
The Megalodon.
The Megalodon. Now, I think Sam would have liked a land there. Really good shot of Sam's elbow there. And because if he had a land there, he could go Glassworks Guy for a sneaky 2 damage to the face if you block wrong.
Yeah, a little bit of extra. Now he can only do one thing this turn.
Now he has to choose: play the Megalodon, sneaky 2 damage, or play the guy and maybe remove something.
I think Damon hasn't fully sold the Hexproof trick, because if he had it, he would have probably put the Glimmer Light onto the Manifest so that he'd have a good block on the 4/4 Soul Rager.
Fair point.
But maybe he has Unwanted Remake.
So Sam's thinking through the lines, using the hand, pointing at cards. Yep.
Thinking about things. He's probably thinking a lot about whether making his Soul Rages 4/4s is relevant.
Yeah, he's probably thinking, like, can I just wait another turn? Do I just, like, you know, put down the real big beast and make Damon's life even harder?
Settling.
Or do I go for a more aggressive line? And I think he's going for it, so he knocks this out. Damon gives a deft look. Oh, that was the flyer.
Wow, it could have been a 6-power flyer.
So that could have... Did Sam remember his Eerie trigger?
So each of those Soul Rages is lethal this turn. So Damon's gotta do something about them, and he doesn't have great blocks, especially with all his 1 toughness creatures.
Yeah, so he's got 4 toughness in... So he's got 5 toughness in front of that.
So that one's a good one. He's kind of wishing he had the Glimmerlight on the Teddy, because Sam's like priced in to kill whatever has the Glimmerlight on it.
Yeah. And also to not kill the Teddy. But then again, like, each player draws a card. Maybe Sam goes, look.
Maybe Sam gets a 4-drop.
I reckon my cards are better than yours.
Or, so, wait, Damon's on 6. He's about to take... Oh no, Sam would be able to put him to 1 if he drew a land this turn.
True.
So that's not quite enough to matter.
Not quite enough to matter, but he's got a flying creature with 1 power.
Yeah. I think he'll find a way.
I think he'll find a way. Didn't attack with the 1/1 Dorker. I think he's trying to keep that back on sack duty.
And also, not die if Damon does something wacky.
Damon does have a lot of equipment hanging around the joint. Damon's still figuring out how he wants to block, what he wants to block with.
It's pretty hard to block any other way.
So chumps, and Sam gets rid of the Acrobat.
The gym token is gone, and Damon is down to 3. Well, 3 at the end of the turn. Oh.
Have we forgotten that the gym token dies?
Oh,
Sam remembers. Okay.
No free gyms. We did
No,
get a land.
No free gyms for Damon. So, 2 creatures for Damon. A lot of equipment on deck. And by a lot, I mean 2, but...
Oh no, it's not a land. I think. Oh, it's the Chandelier? Struggling to pass that. So no Alternate this turn.
No Alternate this turn. Ah, okay, he's got the twins, so he gets to Manifest Dread. Sam gets to... Sam gets to represent his counterspell deftly, keeping Damon guessing.
The state of Damon's graveyard, I'm not sure how close he is to Delirium.
Yeah, I would like to hear from the table if he does have Delirium or not. But
well, we'll find out once that Spineseeker Centipede shows up. Because could be getting in for 5 Vigilance.
That's strong.
If Sam can't trigger Eerie next turn, that buys Damon another turn.
Thinking of equipping. Where's it going? Yep. What's it there? Damon is on 3 though.
He's really struggled to kind of engage with what this game's been about so far.
That's true. And as the game stands, if Damon can't get rid of the flyer, he dies.
Yes, he doesn't know that he's guaranteed to die, but it's very likely.
So in he goes, not vigilant yet.
So no Delirium.
Just chumps it. Oh, gets it in the mix.
He has not been sold on the Hexproof trick.
He's not been sold at all, so bounces off.
I guess the part where Damon let him kill his 4/6 flyer, he was like, yeah, you don't have it.
And passes the turn, so Sam's probably feeling maybe a touch nervous, but also pretty fine. Gets him for 1.
It's only the first game.
Puts him to 2. 2's him in for nothing.
Wraps it up.
Just a pretty steady game plan, it seems like. He put the threats down, he activated them,
Textbook.
Drew cards, put down blockers, sort of nullified a lot of Damon's board state. and Damon was playing 3/2s and 2/1s and 3/1s, and those 1/4 3-drops just kind of line up really well against Damon's deck.
Yeah. Not even letting him trade off his Teddy for the Death Trigger.
Not even giving him
No
the
delirium?
privilege.
Unbelievable.
No delirium, no nothing. So
yeah, I mean, talking about this format being different to recent ones, blocking is so good, and green-white decks often really struggle with board stalls.
100%, especially when like a lot of the green-white survival cards, they get their value from going to combat. If you don't have a way to get those creatures tapped in the post-combat stage,
yeah,
then it can be really tough. Sam's lighting getting a little better in this game, which is good to see. Having a little chat. You can see the audience in the background.
There's a lot of excitement about this one.
A lot of excitement. This is the match, and Sam is into it up a game. So, very exciting for Sam. Love Damon's lighting. This camera is just, whatever this camera is, it's phenomenal. Really, really pops.
Just get a sponsor from the maker of this camera.
You should. What does Damon's sideboard plan look like, if anything at all? We don't know.
I mean, I think one of the first things to come out for me would be some of my creature removal, depending what kind of state it's in, because like, you've seen Sam play a bunch of removal and interaction and instant speed stuff. You don't really want to be stranded with that stuff in your hand. Like if Damon actually had Unwanted Remake in that game, it wasn't very impressive.
True, yeah, 100%. I think, yeah, I don't know really the ins and outs of Damon's deck, but didn't see much, if any, removal at all.
No, and there's a chance he just boards out some of his low power creatures after seeing 1/3 and 1/4 and
yeah.
these incredible blockers.
And especially like 1/3 in the air with Vigilance, and it keeps pushing in, getting slightly bigger every time he plays an enchantment or unlocks a door. So, will this go to 3 rounds? Will it finish in 2?
Damon is a lot more favored on the play. Being on the draw that game, he missed a lot of damage from it.
Very good point. Sam's staring into his eyes, trying to suss him out. What is this guy about?
Eyeballing him.
Absolutely staring him down. Look directly into the camera, please, Sam. That's what I want. Right down the lens. That's what I would be doing. If I was, I would just like, I would stare right at the camera.
The zoom stare.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, if Damon had anything defensive in his deck, he can't really afford to be playing it at this point.
I also believe, unfortunately, this is as a same sleeve matchup, or a very similar sleeve matchup.
Oh, yes. Well, at least it's not on plain black playmat.
Yeah. I mean, Sam's side of the table is very dark.
Yeah.
But... Ooh, high eyebrows from Sam.
He's feeling excited. He's feeling good.
He's feeling good. And...
Oh, Damon going for the 3/4 this time.
Going for the 3/4, but he stacks them vertically, and Sam goes for the horizontal stack. And he slides in from the right, whereas Damon picks them up individually.
I feel like there must be less than 10 times in these players' lives that they've drawn 8 cards and had to mulligan as a result. Like, it's such an embedded fear.
I agree. This looks like a banging 7 for Sam. I can see 3 lands. I can see a 2-drop. I can see a removal spell.
There's 3 lands, but you kind of don't want 2 mountains.
I think he'd take this.
Oh, but he's got the shark, so that's
that's the shark. Okay.
And then he's got Unable to Scream and the Glassworks. So 2 removal spells, the shark, and Creeping Peeper. It's reasonable.
It's very reasonable. And looking a little less awesome on Damon's side as the Shadow of Death creeps across the screen. Another land for Sam. Foil. Drafted land. I believe he drafted that today.
Hell yeah. For the collection. For the culture.
Back to the dog. Surveils planes into the bin.
And one thing with Sam in this position, or another land, is he kind of doesn't want to be popping off his removal spells on these early creatures. Maybe the dog, but there's a lot of other ones he would rather just wall out with a 1/4.
Both players flooding out of touch. There was a plains
Fair
below
bit.
that plains, but I think Damon's got stuff to do. I think Damon crashes in on this one, and I think Sam just
trapped
makes
in
it.
the screen.
Sam fully on the pen trick, pen in hand, demonstrating his readiness to take 3 damage.
I mean, is it a trick if he's just communicating what the state... Oh, no, he did block. Oh.
Oh, so the pen trick for real?
For real.
I'd love to see it.
And now he's just writing down a note for himself.
Do that again, that was fun.
Yeah.
He writes to himself.
It's Damon's 3-mana 2/2.
So Damon gets a 3-mana 2/2.
I mean, Damon having a land in his graveyard is actually kind of good, because if he rips Alternac into a reanimation spell, having a land in the graveyard lets him discard it, even though he doesn't really care about getting the land. But he gets a discount on it.
Sam passing the turn. Conspicuous 2 blue open. So there's
Very
Damon's
effective.
gold card. Can't for my life remember what it's called.
I have yet to read it in my life.
An aggressive activating of the life total counter.
Bang.
Which still hasn't updated for us, but that's alright. We know
We know in our heart of hearts.
in our heart of hearts that no one's taken any damage yet, except now, where Sam's on 18.
Yeah, I mean, if it's a gold card in a modern set, I just assume it's good for me if I can cast it.
I agree, yeah, like gold card,
I'll work it out once it's in
uncommon
play.
symbol, probably good.
That's
Shows it to Sam, much like you would show,
a card no one's ever read before.
yeah, just like, what do you think of this? Sam representing a counter, but we don't actually think he has one.
No, I mean, Damon has got such an anemic clock, he can't really bait Sam into doing anything.
A little view of Alex there.
Some chips.
And Mountain for Sam. Glassworks for Sam. That is going goodbye.
He didn't want to read it up.
Sam does not fear the single white mana anymore.
No.
So, still getting it for 2.
Very acceptable clock.
And we're going to see an acrobat.
This is going to be a very
That's an acrobat.
measured game, as both players are kind of trying to work out how to get somewhere without spending all their spells. Because they've both got not that many to work with.
Agreed. So, pops the Glimmerlight on the acrobat. Sam finds another land.
Whoa.
Lot of lands in hand.
Can't even cycle his 6-drop.
Can't even cycle his 6-drop.
So Damon's got a removal spell and the twins. So Damon's actually in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, I would say Damon is distinctly favored here.
He can add 4 more power next turn. He's going to get in with his acrobat, and by the time Sam can actually get the shark down, Damon just removes it. I think this is a really tough spot for Sam.
I agree. Especially if he keeps drawing lands like that.
Drawing lands with a frown.
So I wouldn't be surprised if he makes the 2-drop unable to scream, because a clock of 5 is probably not what he's looking forward to.
It's tough, because he knows Damon, playing green-white, has probably got some big stupid creature that he really wants to get, and that's currently his only way.
Yep. He's looking at it. Who's he showing?
But he knows he can't play it the turn after this one, because he's going to be casting the shark.
He's showing a cut to someone. We got a little bit of a judge call, and he's asking a question.
I think he's getting clarification on what happens if you put Unable to Scream on a creature
And
with
then
flying
equip it.
counter.
Oh, with a flying counter.
Yeah. Good question, right?
Oh, good question. My gut feeling would be that it would lose the counter if it got the counter before. So if you got the counter after you made it unable to scream, it would then become flying.
So my memory from Ikoria is that ability counters beat Unable to Scream.
Oh, okay.
So it would be a 1/3 flyer. Because they happen on a later layer.
Singling out that island. Ooh.
Gotta pick the right one. So yeah, that would incentivize him to Unable to Scream now, but
Okay, just goes for the unlock. Goes for the unlock. Maybe just sort of like saying, I can take the damage, let's draw a 4-4.
Yeah, I mean, 4 damage a turn is not crazy.
That's true. That's true.
As far as being on the draw, he's not dying very quickly.
Manifesting Dread with the namesake for Damon.
Kinalooksky.
Oh,
no! Oh, you did not want to show that one. Alright, so at least we know that Damon's got a 5-mana 4/4 face down, which is very good here.
Who knows if Sam caught a glimpse or not? Trigger here, flying, very good. Just says fly on it.
It's just a fly.
And Sam would really love to draw not a land.
Yeah. I mean, he's kind of priced into playing the shark this turn. It gets removed, and then he gets smacked for another 6, 5.
I could see a world where he tries to unable to scream the face down.
Irreverent Gremlin's not great here, which I think was his draw.
Yeah, you got it right.
So, yeah, I mean, Gremlin plus Scream, he's still taking a fair bit. Scream's only removing 2 power from the board, but he does now know that he can Scream the 4/4.
That's true. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see the shark here. Oh, okay. Interesting spread of the lands.
Considering his options.
Taps a single blue.
Ah, so he is going for it.
That is unable to scream. Interesting. And then probably plays out the Gremlin?
I think he's getting the judge ruling explained here.
So at the moment this would be a 1/3 with flying.
I believe so, yeah.
That has no abilities.
Yes.
Except for flying.
Except flying.
And plays the Gremlin and pass the turn. Okay.
I think it's a similar principle to why a +1 counter on Tarmogoyf works.
Yeah, right, yes. Okay, so is that the UFO?
No, I think that's the Seize from Slumber. So 5-mana instant. But, I mean, Damon can just send in here. Sam can't really block with the Gremlin, or he just loses it to the 4/4.
Not that he knows that. Not that he knows that. At least we don't know if he knows it or not. Does Damon know if he knows it or not?
I think Damon knows that he knows it. This is not the format for the friendly I'll pretend I didn't see that exchange.
That's true. I'm wondering what Damon's got in hand here.
So he's got 2 removal spells. I'm not sure the third card. I think it's just kind of a mediocre creature. Oh, it's the twins.
Ah, okay.
So these are all pretty good cards
Yeah,
here.
twins are great here. I think Sam's going to be gonna find it hard to keep up with all the blockers.
Yeah, Damon's looking quite in the lead here.
There we go. Improvement of the vigils here. Yeah, so we've got
the 4/5 flyer.
So we got trapped in the screen. We go into combat with the face down.
Oh, it looks like the cheerleader doesn't have flying.
Sam looks at the shark.
He's like, man, I wish I was blocking.
Stares at the shark.
And here's a question: did you remember the Glassworks trigger?
Ah,
I didn't see him make a motion.
That's a good point. And
it's not going to matter, but it is something you can tell him about later.
We obviously don't have accurate life totals either, but just look at the battle of minds occurring right now.
I think Sam's having an internal struggle.
I think he really wonders what. I don't think he's either really putting on a great act and going, what's under that? Like, I don't know what's under the manifest. What could it be? I'm really thinking what it could be. What are you representing with it? Block? So he didn't see it.
Maybe. I mean, he could also be saying, you know, maybe you've got a sick 5-drop. I don't want you playing instead.
Interesting.
Or maybe I want you to be scared of my removal spell. But no, here it is. Yeah, this is very much more green-white speed. You know, setting the terms of engagement. Sam hasn't had time to deploy his cards.
Another land. Devastating. So Sam has one card to play, and that is the shark.
There's no way around it.
Just gotta play it.
He's going to represent turn inside out, just in case.
Yep, good, smart. And then, fortunately, Damon is going to absolutely clown on him with the trapped in the screen.
Which of my multiple removal spells should I use, or should I even bother?
Or should I even bother? But no, I get the distinct feeling that shark's getting trapped in the TV this turn. Or not. 1 single green. That's 3 mana. That looks like a screen. Oh!
Oh, he wants to use the more expensive removal spell.
Get out of here. Okay. And in we go.
Alright, so that's 1, 2, 6 damage.
Big damage. Don't know how low Sam is now. There we go. 13, 12.
So Sam has got... Which room is that? The meat hook? Meat locker?
Oh, good
but I
question.
don't think it's in his deck.
So... Gotta play that 7th land, Sam. Or are you gonna play the spell first?
It's gonna make Damon think about it.
He's gonna make Damon think about it. Will Sam remember the ping? Because the room's kind of like he's put it really out of the way. He hasn't put it in the middle.
I
we are unlocking.
So the other side of meat locker, doing the draw 3.
He's doing a sift. Land. No, all gas.
Man, he would have loved that on the turn before he played shark. A removal spell and a draw 3.
Big
exactly
agree.
how he liked it.
So drops the land. How much is the tap down side?
3 mana, so...
It keeps that tap down. The
He's
hurt...
trading water.
The hurt is still coming down, but he's not dead.
No. I mean, if Damon draws a land, he gets a 4/5 flyer. If he gets a spell, it's probably castable. He's got another 6-drop.
Okay, so a little awkward for Damon. He probably just plays the machete here.
Yeah, it's just solid.
I doubt he would try and go for removing the ping room. Don't think that makes any sense.
None at all. He can move the Glimmerlight for whatever that's worth.
He can move it. He can move it onto something just in case he's, afraid of, I don't know, 1 damage.
Pretty straightforward here. He puts Sam to 4, puts a 4-power creature into play. Keep saying, can you keep chaining stuff to keep trading water? And I mean, Sam's got 3 spells in hand now.
Sam has got 3 spells in hand. Sam is ready to rock and roll. I can see a room. I think I see a 4/4.
That's a blocker. I mean, the Fear of Immobility is still tapped down for another attack after this. It's not like Sam's expecting to die that quickly. If you can deal with this Manifest.
Untaps the land. Sam, fist on the table.
I mean, Damon's got to have some consideration to, is there a red sweeper or something? Can things get a little crazy from here?
True, yeah, he's wondering like, do I get totally owned by Pyroclasm?
What happens if he plays the Overlord?
What happens if he does he just have it? We're manifesting Dread.
Lego Damon's Saucer.
So the vehicle and is it a land?
I don't know.
So unfortunately the vehicle going away forever.
Yep.
Just depends on where you put it.
Not even a recurable card type.
In the bin. Wouldn't be surprised if Damon now has Delirium. And
where's the Glimmerlight gonna go?
yeah, two land cyclers and a removal spell, which like all Damon's gonna do is draw that land, or at least cycle one away for it. But the hurt is coming for Sam.
I guess the other consideration Damon had was whether he wanted to
Ooh.
one of those, play the land, and then do the equipment.
Okay, so an unable to scream for Sam, which
That's
is
pretty good.
Strong, helps mitigate a lot of the problems he could be meeting in the coming turns.
Although the funny thing is, the only good target for it is already stunned.
This is true. Yeah, like he's either spending it this turn for a creature that is already unable to attack.
And I think he's got a bounce spell. So you were saying that the sorcerer is not coming back. Well, it might be going to Damon's hand anyway.
That's true. No, he binned the sorcerer.
Ah. I mean, Damon's already got another removal spell lined up, so he might be getting whatever else is under that manifest. And importantly, Sam gets to know about it.
Sam does get to know about it. So, a lot of thinking.
Yeah, I do not know any of the other spells. So there's Unable to Scream, there's the Bounce Room.
Is that the Bounce Room, or is that the Surveil 2 room?
I think it's the Bounce Room, but I don't know.
4 mana.
It does look like it, like the Surveil Room. Yeah, it is.
So that's a manifesting of some dread, I believe.
Yep. I'm going to manifest a 3/3.
We got a land, and we got a... I think that's a creature. I think
Yeah,
that might have been
that's
a
the
paper.
3-mana, 3/2.
Oh, okay.
Maybe? I think I saw 2 blue mana symbols.
So... it's got a counter on it. It is...
Oh, so he's got Bear Trap as well.
Supreme among... And what's the 3 mana card?
Probably the 1/3 flyer if I had to guess. So the Bear Trap's actually pretty good against this, Manifest Dread. And it's actually important that Damon hadn't moved the Glimmerlight over to it, because he could have gotten it up to 4 toughness.
Draws a thing to get him that final land.
Ah.
But unable to slam a big fat threat this turn.
I mean, the question is, does he fetch the land, remove the blocker, and just swing out, push in what would be lethal, and even if Sam has a removal spell, he's putting Sam down to 2. And I think that's what he's going to go for. And just say, you know, I've got you low enough, there's not a creature you can play that I have to remove. No, I guess this is not the game for Island for Damon.
He's wondering. He's having a think. I wouldn't be surprised if he still goes for it. Show us Island, Damon. Or does he want to play that double green trample threat? You probably want to play that.
Nah, you'll just draw a forest.
Okay. Gets the forest. Forest is in hand. It's in play.
Do you know what the blue spell in Damon's deck is?
It's Duskmoun.
Oh, right, of course.
So... Damon thinking to himself, I should just remove the 1 blocker and win this game.
Potentially.
Think of the glory.
Well, you also have the possibility of you just swing with the Menace guy, and then Sam has to have something. And then once you've seen that, you can make a more informed choice.
That's a good point. That's a very good point.
Because yeah, if he knew that Sam had Bear Trap, would he go for it?
He's going for it.
Probably still worth it, yeah.
Trapped in the screen.
We're also going to see a rare experience, an instant or sorcery exiled by Trapped in the Screen.
Yeah, that's fun. And it's the tuck. It's the tuck spell.
So I think we're going to get a ruling from the judge on what happens when Trapped in the Screen gets removed, and it's an instant under it.
Oh wow, that's a really good question.
I think it just stays in exile.
chuckle from the table. So, Sam assumedly dead to rats.
From what we can see. So we're going to see the bear trap. Sam goes down to 2. Fear of Isolation is going to be untapping.
Oh, what did he get?
It was the 4/2 reach that gains 2 life.
Oh, okay. So, Sam on 4.
I think Sam's down to 2 at this point.
Oh, okay.
Because he took 2 on an earlier turn. Damon's got so much equipment
Ooh.
and stuff lying around.
Okay. I believe that is the Smoky Lounge.
Can't smoke him. A little too slow for this board state.
A little too slow for the board state, but he can interact.
It's really tough because he's got a removal spell, but it's sorcery speed, and that's really bad against all the equipment.
That's true. That's true. This may come down to a game 3. And yeah, Damon looking strong right now.
So he has to play all of his spells because he has to remove something and present 2 blockers because of the menace equipment.
Yeah, true.
He's got no luxury. He does have the tap down left on one of his rooms in play. So he can make use of that.
Oh, yep, that was gonna untap.
Oh no, sorry, it's not the tap down, it's the surveil. So yeah, very hard to do anything other than just maximize blockers.
Oh, this makes a guy, of course.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's enough. I think he's a dead man.
It's not... Oh yeah, I mean, being on 2...
And there's equipment lying around.
You give menace to one of them.
Give menace to one of them. It's kind of... And what, 2+2+1 in menace?
Yeah.
Not just menace. And
this might be Damon taking the trophy. I mean...
Well, at least sending it to... At least sending it to...
Oh wait, no, sorry. Sam won the game.
He
Yes.
did.
Okay.
He did. Plays the island. Draws and plays the island. So here comes the machete. Just goes on anything. I'm surprised we're even going through this. Maybe Sam's hoping that he'll misplay a little bit.
Well, we need the judge ruling.
Oh, judge.
Menace
Judge.
plus, loses all abilities.
And is the hand gonna shoot up from Sam? Hey, judge.
Oh, and he's even got delirium.
Oh, he's delirious. Yep. Yep.
All right.
We're done. Okay, so we got a
Game
game 3. We got a game 3. With Sam on the play, which is bad for Damon.
Yes, and we've had less back and forth than the last match, I think.
Much less back and forth. I think you could put that one down to a really big flood out from Sam, just no action when he needed it.
Yes. We finally got the card draw from
moving things, wants to put down blockers, but there are a lot of times where he just spent not a lot of time doing not much.
Yeah. I mean, both players kind of spinning their wheels, but at least Damon had some creatures in play, you know?
100%. Yeah, and he rode them to victory, and he had equipment to make Sam's life really difficult. So,
and this is one of the risks with such a creature-light deck like Sam's. I mean, he drew removal spells, he drew some great rooms, but all he really wanted was just a 1/4.
Yeah.
For most of the game.
Yeah, 100%. Like one of those 1/4s, which would have been a 4/4 at the end of the game, would have done a lot of work. So we'll see how Sam goes in game 3. See if Damon can pull it out.
Yeah.
It's exciting.
Sam has yet to see Alternac or any of the really wacky stuff in his deck.
That's true. He doesn't know really what he's facing. He thinks he's just facing the dorky little 3/1s and stuff.
I mean, every time that island shows up, you've got to be wondering.
Yeah, like, what is that? So, anyone's game. Anyone's game. This is the decider. Someone will win.
And Sam's on the play.
Sam's on the play. You know, we've got arguably strong starts from Sam, arguably strong starts from Damon.
Yeah. I mean,
Could be anyone.
Damon's deck is less explosive, but more consistent. It's, you know, it puts puts cheap creatures out there, and it asks the question of Sam whether he can do anything about it.
Agreed. So, oof. Who would you put your money on right now?
I think Sam's the man.
Okay,
I think
you
you'd
reckon
agree?
Sam's the man? I want to believe, but Damon just has this like unconventional beatdown.
Damon is a great player. I mean, he's showed confidence in situations where I would just give up and be like, you know what, I can't win this match. Let's play a new one.
So yeah, I want to believe that it's Sam. I think it's really dependent on his ability to like get on the board and stabilize early.
Yes, I think he wants a creature-heavy draw. He wants to rip the removal spells later in the game.
Yep.
He doesn't want to get stranded too much. Well, he probably boarded out his counter magic being on the draw. He might have boarded it back in, but he kind of doesn't want to get stranded on all these weird and reactive spells.
That's true, yeah. I think he wants to get on the board for Damon's early threats. Once again, Sam might just be a victim to his opponent playing the same 2-drop on turn 2 every game of the game.
Yeah. And the equipment making his removal look so bad.
Yeah, I think that's the tricky part, especially when Sam's got a deck full of, bounce spells, enchantments that turn your thing into an O2.
Yeah,
or
all the sorcery speed stuff as well.
Yeah, or like just 4 damage randomly at sorcery speed. So, so we got
the Reanimator is coming out.
Reanimation spell coming out. Altenac is out of its sleeve.
So it wasn't there in game 2.
It was not there in game 2.
Neither was Shroud Stomper. I mean,
and
I can see Damon saying...
Is Attack in the Box coming in?
Hell yeah. I mean...
Very interesting.
It's a dodgy card, but at least you can send it into a 1/4 once.
That's true, yeah. Like, it takes care of the 1/4s. And maybe that's enough.
Yeah.
So, Altenac staying out of the deck.
So I think Damon's just trying to go full aggro. He's saying, I don't want to play a long game.
What else we got coming in? Attack of the Box comes back out, and is that the 2/4...
2/4 grants indestructible
guy? Oh, the 5-drop tapper.
He said he's seen it. I'm not going to surprise him with it again.
Because I plan on manifesting it. I will manifest it.
I'm manifesting it in my mind.
I'm manifesting it into my hand and onto the battlefield. So, we've got an exciting decider here.
Yeah.
Damon's shaking.
He's so close.
He's so close. So is Sam. This is very impressive stuff from both of them. We will have a winner today. And we're about to find out who it is. So Damon with a pretty...
that is awkward. He's got an island and a fixing land, but it doesn't let him cast all of his spells.
Yeah.
So Valgavot's Lair, he only gets 1 color out of.
Whereas Sam has 2 lands and some expensive... No, 3 lands. Okay, so Sam, I think, is pretty happy.
Yeah, Sam seems to be in a solid spot. Oh, and if he did put it on white, he's kicking himself now. Oh, but I think he put it on green. So
and here it comes.
Hell yeah.
The same 2-drop. 3 games. Never didn't have it. Sam's like, why does this always happen to me?
I mean, every game it deals like 9 damage.
Yeah. Sam writing something down.
These 2 mana 3 ones were like... I had a weird beef with them in Brothers War because there were a ton of them. They were pretty good, but there were also a ton of 1/1 tokens, and so sometimes they were just complete garbage. And it happened all the time.
Sends it in. Sam's going to take 3, down to 17, and it's a tale as old as time.
Oh, this would be a good turn for Zymoan, but...
No, thank you. That is going straight into the bin. So Sam gets really good value out of the counterspell. And it's back to Sam to drop a land and do some more damage. Ooh, very suspenseful drawing of the card.
That was a big upside on that cancel, because if it didn't have the alternate mode, I think there's no way Sam is holding it up against the 3/1.
So 3 in. We've got the 1/4. That's a toy. See you later.
The assault has been blunted. Damon's Rare is
good turn 4 from Sam.
Yeah. He even got an eerie trigger that didn't matter.
He did. He did. There's a world where a greedier Sam sandbags it for the eerie trigger. Single blue and a white from Damon. I think the Teddy is coming down.
I mean, Sam hasn't seen anything big out of Damon yet, but
oh, it's the acrobat.
He has to have noticed last game that Damon was just sitting there with cards in hand. So,
looking for Jim. Jim's there. He is.
There's Jim.
Untap from Sam. Really interested to see what the rest of Sam's hand looks like. If he's got action, it's looking pretty good for Sam.
Yeah, I like his position a lot. I mean, anytime you untap with a creature, your options are just so much better.
100%.
And Damon doesn't have anything that scary in play.
He really does not. I think Sam's thinking about just getting in with the 1 damage here. He touches his lands gingerly. Ceased from Slumber and the white land cycler in hand, as well as the machete. Strong hand from Damon. Can't cast any of it though.
I think he's got a 4th land.
Oh, he does have a 4th land? Okay.
Yeah, because he bungled the Zymoan last turn, and
That's
now
right.
he's got 2/2 drops. So
he can play the machete, and the machete's strong.
Yeah, the machete's a really good way to start trading up your creatures and make it through the late game despite playing all 2 drops.
So something else is becoming a toy, like that.
For the collection.
Gets in for 2. And passes the turn. I think I saw a Glimmer Burst.
Very nice, very nice. And he's unable to screams are so good in blue.
They are, and I think Glimmer Burst is ideal here. I think.
Oh, yeah.
Like gas up, put down a 1/1.
The rudest part of it is Damon might be like, oh, I can equip the Glimmer Light and get in for 2, but no.
But no.
It's not going to go so well.
And I think Sam would go for that now. I think he'd be keen. But even then, like, Sam could just go for the, like, bounce off the attack. And, like, what's Damon really going to do about that? Or is Damon going to try and make his fun flying 1/3 again? Which he can do.
No, it's too late. It can't gain the flying counter anymore.
Oh, of course it can't. So,
he's got
3
the
mana. Okay, the escort's in. Sam's...
He's handing it over to Sam. He's saying, please counter this?
Would you like to counter this? I'd love you to waste a counter spell on this. And puts the light on it. Shine a light on me. Untap from Sam.
Oh, no Glimmer Burst. So he's just got the shark and a land.
Is that another unable to scream?
Sorry, just making sure we're not spoiling the players.
Plays the land, in comes the shark. Passes the turn. Did he attack?
That is a good question. I think not. I think we missed that one.
Well, maybe he did, and we missed it. But
that shark's locking it up.
That shark's locking it up. That being said, he has the land to kill it.
That he does. That he does.
And I think he's gonna get rid of it. But yeah, he's got attacks with the indestructible guy now.
Yeah, and I mean he's in a spot where Sam's kind of out of gas, and he can start trading up. He can keep making profitable attacks. He can technically get in with the Jim token, which I guess he might as well. If he just gives it indestructible, but whatever. No, he's getting in with the dog. Hell yeah. Look, there's a world where Sam chump blocks, maybe.
I mean, he just, like, come on. What are we doing, Damon?
Look, he's in the tank.
Yeah, I'll block it. Okay, take 3.
Yeah, I read the cards. He's got the Peeper, I think, and...
That's a counterspell? That looks like a quench.
It's not a great spot to be in.
Oh, no. Okay, Peeper and a 3/3. So empty-handed, and we're on the board.
We're on the board. He's like both trading up and down because you hate trading with these equipment creatures, but you love double blocking.
Yeah, but also like he Here possibly comes just like a big threat. I think Damon just slams the big flyer here.
Well, I think he's still on. Yeah, he's still just on 5 lands. So he can't get the
Oh, of
flyer,
course
but he
he
can
is.
get the machete. And I mean, the machete is arduous to move around, but there's so little else going on in the game. He has the time for it.
4. We're counting. Love to count.
All about counting. So it looks like he's probably not sending in the escort.
No, I think the
3/4 is
escort
great
gets
attack.
traded with pretty easily.
Oh, but if he has the quench here, this is good.
I think Sam's empty-handed.
Oh, right, of course, yeah. All he can do is pray.
All we can do is pray. Damon manifesting some dread here. Unknown card into bin, unknown card into play.
I mean, this is kind of the state we were talking about, where both life totals are high. There's a million creatures in play. All Sam needs to do is draw some rooms that do things that get his engine going.
I think for Sam, look, if he lifts the Overlord,
that is just game over.
It's game over. We're done now. Plays the goat.
Hell yeah.
Lift the Overlord, Sam. Let's see it.
Flip it.
Oh, okay. It's a 1/4. It's not the worst card he could have drawn. Land would have been devastating.
It's contributing to his multi-box.
It's true. Yeah, just a little not attacking with the flyer. Interesting.
Oh, he did get in for one.
This turn?
Yeah.
Okay.
You remembered.
That's good.
Yeah, so I think he's pretty favorable on blocks. I mean, he's got so much garbage lying around, and 1/4 is so hard to kill.
Yeah, the question is what that manifest dread is. Does he get in with it? Does he make Sam sweat? Does he really make him wonder if it's worth double blocking or if he just lets it through? Could be a lot of damage.
Yeah, Damon has quite a lot he can spend mana on, but he can also just slam the 6-drop.
Did he find his 6th land?
He did. And I think that's his route to really closing out the game before Sam can rip something. Because as nice as all this machete re-equipping business is, it's such a slow way to get through.
It's true. So Damon definitely looking favored at the moment. Yeah, Sam just hasn't been able to get like up and over the creature hump.
Yeah, I mean, if he rips the meat locker here...
Oh,
right?
whoa!
I actually like this, because if he's giving indestructible to his machete creature, like, that's a big pain.
That's true. That's a really good point.
I mean, the problem is, this play is very much pushing damage, and Sam's at such a high life total.
Yeah, I think Damon's probably thinking that, like, you know, worst case, I'm trading off my 3, like my indestructible guy for his 3/3.
Yeah. And this is also kind of what you have to do playing green decks, is you're so bad in a board stall, you have to make less profitable attacks just to, like, push damage and try and end the game.
Looking at the goat. Is the goat... I don't believe the goat's ability is an instant speed ability.
It is instant speed.
It is.
But he would have to discard his land.
True.
So it pumps the goat up to a 4/4, so it still trades with a lot of things on double blocks, but I guess he figures that Sam's really invested in killing the escort. And so the goat's probably just going to poke through for 1, and then he just plays the land in the 6-drop.
Yep.
Especially, I mean, Sam doesn't care that much about just taking 1 from a goat.
So we've got the 3/3 and the 2/1 lined up to double block this guy.
I mean, we're not even thinking about tricks, but there's so many tricks that Damon could have now. Even another Seize from Slumber could be big.
And that's blocks from Sam, so Sam taking 5. Orders the 3/3. We're going to damage. Take 5.
I think Damon's happy to make any progress without spending mana on this turn.
Yeah, agreed. And then in comes the big flyer.
The biggie.
So Sam's in trouble now.
Yeah.
Sam needs to rip very hot.
Yeah, so he's down to 9. He's looking at
Ooh.
up to 7 in the air next turn. Which room is that?
I believe that's the bounce room.
Oh, that's pretty sick.
If that's the bounce room or the surveil room, I don't know which one, but the left half had a 1 CMC ability, so. Crucially, I think he can open both sides to make his guy a 4/4.
And it would also draw him an extra card. So the bounce room would be amazing here. And I think it's not the bounce room because he would have just slammed it. So he's probably thinking about the manifest room. Yeah, so you manifest Dread, Scry 2, Surveil 2. Hope to rip something. I think he's got to do some serious thinking about what he's hoping to draw.
Where do we go? We're going to land and what looks like a quench.
Fly is a problem.
And then we're surveilling. Surveilling away.
You can't even get cheeky and swing in with the 2 eerie triggers because it's just got a good block on it anyway. Oh, so there's the meat blocker and I think a land. So the meat locker's sick, but he's still kind of just treading water. He locks down the 4/5 flyer and then he still has to draw something.
I mean, it's his best chance. Like, there's no world where he like bottoms both of them. I think he's gonna play the meat locker.
Yeah,
Holy dooly. Do we know what Damon has in hand?
I think he's empty-handed.
Okay.
So both players, no cards in hand. We don't know the face down. So despite how many creatures Sam has, he still can't actually block all of Damon's ground creatures. Oh, he can, but only just.
Sam having to think.
So, yeah, I mean, if he plays the meat locker, he's only getting in for 2 a turn in the air, but it buys him a hell of a lot of time and cards to find an answer. Unfortunately, both his unable to screens occupied.
True. Yeah, I think like he couldn't really not play them, but now the big 4/5 flyer is around. Is it a 4/5 or a 5/5?
A 4/5.
4/5.
He's testing it.
Wow, how short.
Good little smirk. You gotta let him know.
Gotta let him know.
Did you see that? It was free, Sam.
Does he have the trick where I give it +3/+0 and manifest dread?
But he's got no cards in hand.
He's got 1. No, he doesn't.
Empty-handed.
Is he?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. He surveilled. Yes.
Empty-handed, knows the top card of his library.
But he's got a sift coming off the top.
Yeah.
Which is an eerie trigger.
If he keeps a land, he can actually unlock the other side on the same turn as well.
True.
Which would be good, because otherwise he would just die to the flyer without chump blocking.
Yep.
Oh, and actually with the machete, yeah, you can't even chump block it.
That's true. and also die to it.
Yeah. The problem is he's still going to 1 here if Damon chucks both his equipment on it.
And that looks like what Damon is doing. Really interested to see what Damon drew here. The fact that he didn't look at it all and just went to his board kind of tells me that might be a land.
Strong chance.
But he has declared that he's activating Glimmerlight. And it's going on the goat.
He's ready to discard.
And in he goes. He's saying, I will discard a card. What are you going to do about it? So, tricky game for Sam here.
Yeah, Sam's really not getting much traction on blocks here, because he just is trading his creatures down for these equipped creatures. He has to do these, like...
That's a double block.
Well, it's going to be a 5/5 if you discard.
Of course. So he is not put adequate blocks on the machete creature, because that does have menace, and I'm sure Damon will remind him of this at some point.
Make it very clear.
Which will, I think, resolve with Sam putting his head in his hands and oh, how did I forget? And
how is this game so cruel?
I'm really on struggle street here.
Oh,
do I chump?
We're going to the pen. Is
he has gone to the pen. He's looking at his life total. He's going.
Gonna...
I'm on 8. Head in the hands. I called it. Has not remembered Menace though.
No, I don't think Damon's remembered Menace. I mean, this block is just, it's taking away so much of Sam's toughness. He's just like, it's making his future double block so much worse. Alright, it must be garbage because Damon's discarding it.
Yep.
Yeah, because he takes out the Rampaging Soul Rager, he takes out the 3/3 Manifest. Sam's down to 4. Goodbye, trapped in the screen.
Okay, a little bit of an error there as we realize that that creature actually had menace, but
doesn't change the outcome.
I'm not the judge.
And then I guess he just chucks the Glimmerlight on his Glimmer token. There's not really much else that matters, considering his 4/5's already lethal.
So Sam's really going to hope that off of his sift, he's seeing something really impactful.
Yes, and he has to keep a land if he wants to unlock the other side. So it's not like he's getting, you know, necessarily 3 spells off of it.
Yeah, this is true.
If there's even a land there to get.
Okay, well.
You don't have to look, you can leave those lands tapped.
So we know what he's got in his hand. It's his head. So this could be it. This could be the anointing, the crowning of a new champion. Or will Sam hang on?
Damon breaking his streak.
Even longer. Damon never having taken the trophy home.
No.
A 3-time finalist.
3-time finalist.
0-time winner.
Oh, we're seeing the really conservative play. He's just going for the tap down. So he said, I don't want to die instantly if my top 3 doesn't have a land.
Okay.
Oh no, sorry, because he lost the Creeping Peeper, so he can't make that play anymore. He needed it for mana.
Ah, of course.
My mistake. So yeah, this was the only play available to him. And that's crushing. He's making such little inroads.
So really want to know what Damon's drawn here.
I mean, he can just go for lethal, because he puts Menace on his creature, gives the Glimmerlight, and then he has a 4-power Menace creature.
Oh, really good point. And we have forgotten about Menace.
Yes. Does Damon know what Menace does?
He's putting it on the 1/1.
Yeah, I think he's seen it.
It's on the 1/1.
See, it was a calculated play. He didn't remind Sam because he didn't want Sam to remember.
Oh, here we go. Oh, I can foresee problems now. But really, that was an error in Sam's favor.
No.
Oh, they don't know. Oh my god! Or do we just not know that card? Can you bring up that card for us?
Maybe it doesn't grant Menace.
I'm wondering if we're the idiots.
The something machete.
The conductive machete?
Yeah. I don't think it's gonna matter. It's gonna be tough to Oh, it doesn't grant Menace.
It does. Oh, okay. It just says machete, and that looks like Menace. Okay. Everyone who's watching this is like, these idiots don't know how this card works. Sam and Damon do know what the cards do.
Imagine if someone had ran in and been like, no!
We just don't know what we're talking about.
Kick me out of the booth. So we're seeing the draw 3. Oh no, draw 2 off of the Light. So he's decided he needs the last bit of mana. And the blocker, I guess. Okay,
And he
so
drew 2 lands.
he drew 3 lands because he discarded one. Oh no, sorry. Off the Glimmerlight, yeah. 2 lands.
He's staying afloat though.
Well, no, because
Oh no, he's.
if
I
Damon
think
sniffs out that the last card is a land, he can go for it.
I think he's a dead man. This could be it. This could be the final turn. This could be Damon, champion
Champion Damon.
of the Magic Mains final.
Good thing we interviewed him.
Good thing we interviewed him. I'm sure we'll interview him again, but phew, like, can he clock the land on top? Does he go for it? He's reading it.
It's pretty low risk.
It is pretty low risk. I mean, it does disguise. Going for it. Block the thing with 4 power. That's.
I hope he discards like a fucked up rare. Just show the code.
Sam's got a card in hand.
Oh, he's playing it safe. He's just taking Sam 3 and he's playing.
Sam lives again.
Oh, yes.
Okay. He's playing it safe because I have a big trample threat. What does Sam do now? Sam's on 3. Ugh, it's not good enough. It's not good enough. He's got to go for the Sift, but what do you draw? Overlord? Doesn't even do it.
No.
I think Sam is a
What does
dead,
it for 3 mana?
dead
Absolutely
man.
nothing. But let's just have a look.
Let's have a look. I think Sam is in the final moments of his Magic Mates performance this final. I think he knows that there's nothing in his deck that does it. He's got no sweepers. He's got no sleeps.
Well, you can play the Smoky Room.
That's true. He can. But I wouldn't be surprised. Does he make Damon have it, or does he extend the hand?
Does he? You mean does he give Damon the privilege of swinging for lethal?
Yeah.
With the dolls as well. I'm glad it's been a while since we've had a format with a fog in it.
Oh, yeah, you got to discard first. There we go.
I'm glad no one has to think about fog anymore.
So, what is Sam's plan?
I think he's going through the stages of grieving.
I think we've passed through like frustration and anger. We're coming closer to acceptance.
He's killing the goat.
Kill the goat. Still got, 10 power worth of stuff to deal with.
3 lethal creatures, it's fine.
Damon's just showing Sam how dead he is, and the hand is extended.
That's very nice.
Fantastic.
Well, I'm glad we got a bit of a nail biter at the end.
Real nail biter at the end. Unfortunately, yeah, Damon's deck, he just I think the real winner, if you think about it, Damon had the removal when it was key.
Yeah.
Whenever Damon cast a removal spell, it got rid of Sam's biggest creature. Every game.
You saw, Damon's deck lined up really well at not engaging with what Sam was doing, because Sam's removal was bad, his big shark was bad, his blockers were bad once Damon had the equipment rolling.
100%. And yeah, Sam, I think, could have had draws that were better for him, but, with all of that equipment, my O2 toy is oh, well, you just played something that says target creature gets -2, -0 or something, and I'm attacking again.
Yeah.
So, tough match. Interesting, great for Damon. He was not a fan of his deck at the start of the day. He was like, I don't think I've got this at all.
Yeah.
Garbage deck, but look at him go.
Almost a little upset that he won with this deck.
Of all the times that he could have won, he won with this deck.
But you know what? It means it's all play skill.
It's all play skill, and if there's someone at this draft table who has got the skills, it is easily Damon.
Yes, fantastic player, great guy. Yeah.
All around champion in general. And here he comes. I'll give you the honors.
Thank you. Welcome back, Damon.
I
Oh,
don't have the mic.
let's get you mic'd up quick.
There you go.
Thank, the magic magnet.
Well, congratulations officially.
Thank you. I really had to set up. I really had to set up the hero story, didn't I?
Yeah.
Come from behind, underdog, terrible deck.
Get your perspective right before the critical moment. That was.
Oh, right. You want my perspective? Oh no, that was my perspective before. Yeah, you're right. You're my. Yes, I was kind of blown away because Sam's deck just seemed very strong.
Yeah.
But it turned out that kind of the reason my deck was bad was because I was playing all these terrible little creatures and I had like these little equipment to make them bigger, and then Sam just had a bunch of cheap removal, which turned out to be really bad against all my cheap creatures.
Yeah,
and my equipment. So
we were saying it was classic white weenie because nothing he did engaged well with what you were doing.
yeah,
His
yeah.
removal was bad. His big shark was bad. His small blockers were bad because of your equipment.
I mean, the Overlord would have been good if that had ever showed up. So
Yeah.
I obviously dodged that one, and then.
Well, you dealt with it the first time.
Oh, that's right. I did show up. I did
Yeah.
kill it. Yeah. Oh, I lost that game. So. Yes, and then my sideboard plan. I'm not sure if you caught it, but bringing in the 2 goats.
Hell yeah.
Just,
Oh, I thought
the
they were
goats
main
didn't
deck.
work. No, I had them in the board at this end, but then I was looking through my deck trying to find out things that were good against Unable to Scream, and I was like, turn my goat into a
That's pretty heads up.
into a 3/5. I'm happy with that. So I brought in the 2 goats, and yeah, I mean like it kind of showed at that point where I had the threat of activation as well. Like they're kind of hard to block effectively. Most of his stuff was like sorcery speed interaction, so I figured the goats would be okay there. Because it's really bad if you pay 3 mana and they kill it.
Yeah,
All of his stuff was like sorcery or tap it or something.
you were pretty heads up because there was a lot of stuff in your deck that was like good at very slowly breaking through a board stall, and it was really overcosted, but when nothing was going on.
Yeah, the conducting machete. I mean, the glimmer lights are just.
Glimmerlight's great.
That was a real overperformer, and I kept bagging out my deck, but it did have a lot of. I think what really made the difference is I got quite lucky with my mana. I never really had to mulligan or.
We were getting a little stressed in the game 3 when you played Valgabot's Lair because I was like, if that was on white.
Oh,
and
you
your
didn't
top
know
deck
what
of
you
planes-
didn't know what I'd said. Okay, yeah. I named green with that, and then I even managed to draw the island for Zimone or something. No, I had
The
I had
island in your
in hand.
opener.
Yeah. No, but I think I have 10 white sources in my deck, so I knew that I had a lot more white sources. Because in the end, after my deck ended up, I've got 2 Terramorphics. I had the Valgavoth Lair, and then yeah, a randomish split, but weighted towards white. I also had the Land Cyclers, which was quite interesting. Like all of our games, I was like on 5-ish lands.
Yeah.
But I played like a quite patient game. Because like, well, I know that I don't want to cycle away my big thing, even though I'm on 4 or 5 lands, because I've got stuff to do with my mana. I knew those land cycles were going to be quite good, and at the end, like even the final turn, just like playing these land cycles meant that it was very hard for him to deal with it and catch up.
Yeah.
You know, like yeah.
And it also meant that the unable to screams that he used.
Yeah, that's true. I might have cycled them if I hadn't seen the unable to scream coming out early. So yeah, I mean that's definitely did not expect to win, but look, Magic's a lot of variance in Magic.
I was gonna say,
I think I have to owe the deck an apology. I have to say, sorry, bad band goat deck. Yeah, better than I thought you were.
Yeah, are you a bit upset that your trophy win was with White Weenie?
No,
Definitely not a
take it.
Damon deck.
Yeah, no, I played against Mark. I had this like sweet deck. I was like, oh yeah, I want that deck.
Mark's deck was great.
Mark's deck was so good. But no, I think I like to think that I'll play anything.
Yeah.
I enjoy playing other decks more. I enjoy playing decks that I feel like have agency over my draws. And to a certain extent, this one had some kind of agency because I had equipment and I could kind of move around. The kind of decks I hate is when you're just like sitting with 6 untapped lands and you're like, go,
Yeah.
go. You know, at least with this time, I could sort of move a machete across. Or
Yeah, you had lots of smoothing and mana sinks and
yeah,
flexibility.
yeah. And I had some really lucky draws too. I think that helped.
Yeah. And if people want to see you playing blue control, they got to come on Monday nights.
Yeah. Oh, I love me some blue. I really want to nail the blue black. Haven't nailed that one yet in this format, but every other deck. Yeah. Wow. Well, I hope everyone watched. I'm looking forward to seeing the the commentary and the drafts. And I have to say, shout out as always. You guys do an amazing job on the commentary. I love watching it back. I've got on holiday for a week. I'm going to just watch it, savor the moments, point out all the times that you missed a trigger. No, I won't do that. I missed quite a few on Sam's.
Well, we thought that Machete granted vigilance, and we were like
Oh,
shouting
yeah.
at you from the casting booth.
I wish. Oh, Menace? Oh, yeah, right. I mean, would have been great if And then there was a whole discussion, I'm not sure if you had it, but there was a point where he made unable to scream on my creature. It had a flying counter on it, and the judge ruling was that it loses flying, basically.
Okay.
So, yeah, even though I had a flying counter on it, it didn't have flying, which was why I wasn't attacking with that thing.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Well, congrats again.
Thank
And,
you.
Thanks to all the sponsors and organizers. And no more paying for drafts for the next year.
Wow, yeah. Oh, amazing. Still kind of blown away, but yeah, look, thanks to everyone who makes this happen. Such a wonderful thing to, and if you're watching at home thinking, how can I qualify? I got the secret to how to qualify because I've qualified every time I've played it. And the secret is just turn up every Monday. You don't have to do particularly well. I mean, that helps, but if you just turn up every Monday, you're going to have a good record and a good enough points. You've got a good shot at making it in. So that'd be my advice.
And if we all turn up, we can all qualify.
I think, yeah.
But whoever wins is going to have many boxes.
Yeah, it's true. More boxes, the better. Okay. I don't have much more to say.
No? Well, thanks everyone for tuning in. And thank you to our future watchers watching the VOD. I hope you guys had fun. We had a lot of fun, and we'll see you next year.
Next year. Let's do it.